Hey everyone, I'm Colby Fayok, and today I have an awesome course where we're going to learn how to build a full stack invoice app using Next.js 15. Through this course, we'll build and deploy a fully functioning app that you can create invoices and accept payments. We'll start off by building a Next.js app and dashboard from scratch using TypeScript, Tailwind, and shadcn components. We'll see how we can use new React 19 APIs like use optimistic and server actions to build an invoice creation form. In order to store our invoice data, we'll use Xata's Postgres and wrangle that data with Drizzle ORM. To secure our app, we'll use Clerk, including adding social login, organization support, multi-factor authentication, and even passkeys. In order to get paid, we'll use Stripe Checkout to easily allow our customers to pay their invoices. And to make sure that they get notified of those invoices, we'll build email templates using React and send it with Resend. Pulling this all together, we'll learn some of the new features and intricacies of Next.js 15 and React 19 and how we can build with those newer patterns. Finally, we'll deploy our invoice app to Vercel so we can start getting paid. Ready to get started? Let's dive in. This course is brought to you by Xata and Clerk. Xata's Postgres gives you reliable databases so you can deploy with confidence. And Clerk's authentication framework will be the easiest way for you to reliably lock down your app. Now let's see how we can use both Xata and Clerk to build an amazing experience for you and your customers. So we're going to start right from scratch, and we're going to use Create Next App, which is a utility that makes it really easy to bootstrap a new Next.js project. So inside of my terminal, I'm going to run npx create Next App. I'm going to tag it at latest to make sure that I am downloading the latest version of that tool. And then I'm going to add my name. So let's call this project My Invoicing App, but you can use whatever name you want for the project. But then I'm going to hit enter, and I'm going to be given a series of questions so that I can configure the project how I want. So I do want it to be a TypeScript app, so I'm going to hit yes. I do want to use ESLint. I want to use Tailwind CSS. I do want to use the source directory. I do want to use the app router, and I do want to configure the default import alias. So let's continue going, and we can see now it's going to install all the dev dependencies for us. And it'll take a little second for this to load depending on your internet. But once we're done, we can see that it's now successfully added our new project. We can now navigate to that. We can also see that it was initialized with a new Git history, so we can have a fresh start when we're starting our new app. So now that we have our project initialized, let's try to spin this thing up. So I'm going to run npm run dev, and that's going to spin up a new local development server for me, where if I now open this up in a new browser, we can see that it's starting to load in, and we have our basic Next.js application with just a little bit of boilerplate text on the page to just show that we started our new application. Now, if we wanted to see what the code actually looks like for this thing, I'm going to go ahead and run code and open it up inside of VS Code, where we can see that it's a pretty standard Next.js application. If you're familiar with Next.js, we have our source directory, which we selected inside of our configuration when we were creating our new application. And we can see inside we have just some basic template files. We have our page, which we can see has that image and all that text that we saw on that page when we first loaded it up. So really the first thing that we're going to do is get rid of all this content, because we're going to start from scratch and we're going to rebuild all this content as we start to build our new invoicing app. I'm going to make sure I close that main tag. And once that reloads in the browser, we can see that we are now truly starting from a blank slate. Now, before we move on, we can also see some of the configurations that we added to the project when we first initialized it, specifically something like Tailwind, where if we can remember, we said, yes, we do want to add Tailwind, where we can see that it automatically comes out of the box with the configuration for Tailwind. So we don't really need to do much else other than just start using Tailwind. We also get tools like ESLint if you selected to opt yourself into ESLint, which helps from a linting perspective, just to make sure for things like keeping your code clean and, more importantly, making sure that it's bug-free. And additionally, with the Next.js extensions, it also comes with things like ally rules, making sure that you adhere to best practices to make sure that your site is as accessible as it can be. So for instance, if you wanted to test out the linting rules, you can run npm run lint. And while we're still using the default Next.js application and we made no changes, it's probably going to pass the linting changes just to start, but we can see that we were able to easily run that. ESLint is going to run with all the rules. And if you want, you can dive into customizing those ESLint rules as you'd like. Now, if we take a quick look at what we're going to build, we can see where we're going to start off, where the very first homepage that people are going to see is simply the sign-in page, where we can just simply add a title, we can add a button. If you're building a real application, maybe you have a nice landing page or something to showcase what your actual application is. But in our case, for this purpose, we're just going to add a nice little title, and then we're going to add a button, which will eventually redirect to the sign-in process. Now, once we're signed in, we can see that we have our nice dashboard, which is going to include a table of all of our invoices. So the very first thing that we can do after we create that home page is start to set up that table. So back inside of the code, let's set up that home page where the first thing I'm going to do is just simply wipe out these classes that already exist just because I want to try to recreate it as we're building our layout. But what I want to add is the content that I'm going to include on the page, where primarily it's going to be my H1. I'm going to call this thing Invoicepedia. Then I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which will ultimately have the link that will go to my sign in page. Now we'll configure that later as we're trying to start building out our dashboard, but the first place that that's going to go is the actual dashboard page, which we'll set up next. Now, as we can imagine, that looks pretty bare right now. So now let's use Tailwind to style it, kind of similar to what we did on the original page. So what I want to do is, first of all, from a layout perspective, I want to kind of narrow the width to make sure that it doesn't exceed a specific width, of course. I want to have it centered on the page. I want the Invoicepedia title to be bigger, and I want the button to actually look like a button. Now, as far as this page goes, I want to start setting up the class name on the main element. Let's call this max width of 5XL. I'm going to add MX Auto to make sure that it's centered on the page. And then as far as the text goes, how about for this H1, we add class name. Let's call this text 5XL to make it nice and large. We can add it as a bold font. For the paragraph tag, I want to make this look like a button. And I know later on I'm going to use shadcn, and shadcn has its own button styles. So how about we just get started with shadcn and pull that in? Now, while I'm sure most of you are familiar with shadcn, if you're not familiar yet, it's a component library that doesn't deal with first-class dependencies like your traditional component libraries might, where we can use the CLI tool in order to easily install new, really good-looking and functional components right inside of our application and have the ability to customize it and tweak it as we need, rather than basically having a black box of a component via a traditional library. So over on the shadcn documentation, I'm going to head over to the docs page. I'm going to installation. I'm going to select Next.js. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy the command to actually initialize it. Now, as we can see that we can use the D flag if we want to set a specific default, but I'm just going to go ahead and use the normal init command. I'm going to select or copy the NPM version of it. And inside of my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and paste in that command. We can see that we're going to need to proceed and allow it to actually download that package in order to start installing things. We can see now we actually get to select which style that we want to use. I'm going to go ahead and just use the first one as New York. We can select what color we want to use. I think I prefer to use slate for my project, so I'm going to go with slates. We can see that we can select whether or not we want to use CSS variables. Let's just go ahead and use the default of yes. And then we can see that it's writing all the configurations, it's updating the Tailwind config, and basically installing everything that we need in order to get started with shadcn. Now, once we actually have the project initialized, this is where we can start to think about how we want to actually add all of our different components. Now, as we can see in the installation docs itself, it shows how to add the button. But if we head over to the sidebar and we scroll down, that's where we can actually find the button component, where we can find all the different options. We'll be able to see the command, the install command here, but we can kind of get an idea of what we're going to get when we're installing this button component. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the install button command. I'm going to additionally paste that inside so that we can add that new button component. And if we now head over back to our project and take a quick peek at what we just did, we can see primarily in the root of our project, we have this new components.json file, which has all the different configuration options for our particular project. And we can see that if we do want to change anything or make any adjustments to how this was configured, this is going to be the place that we can do so. But for the most part, you're probably going to want to use the defaults unless you start to get a little bit more advanced with your configuration. But then if we look inside of our source directory, we can see that we have two new directories. We have the components and we have our lib, where the components is going to be where all of the actual components we install from shadcn is going to live, including this button and others that we use later. But then we also have this utils file, which is just going to be some helpers that shadcn uses as part of the component configurations. Now, as far as using the button component, we can see that all we're going to need to simply do is copy this import statement. If I head back to my page.tsx file, I'm going to go ahead and import that button. I'm going to now add it on the page, and I'm going to add it in addition just so that we can work through this for a second. I'm going to call this sign in. But now if we head back to the application, we can see that we have those style adjustments that we made before, but now we also have this nice button that we were able to easily drop into our page. Now, how do we actually make the button act as our link? We have kind of two different ways of handling this if we check out the documentation, where the first way that we can handle this is using a button variance helper, which is essentially going to be a function that we call that's going to return all the the styles that we need to pass on to the element that we want, such as the link tag. Alternatively, we can wrap our link tag inside of the button component itself, pass on this as child prop, which is going to treat it as a child so that it'll pass all those styles down to that link component. So I think I like the as child way a little bit better for myself. So I'm going to go ahead and now replace all the content inside of that button. I'm going to now add the as child. And now we can see that we do have our button. And if we inspect it and look inside of our DOM, we can see that we do now have that anchor tag along with all those classes that are going to make it look like that button. Now, if you're already familiar with Next.js, you're probably wondering, why am I using an anchor tag? Now, that was just for example's sake, but now let's actually use the Next.js link tag, which is going to help give us things like client-side routing when we start to push people over to our dashboard page. So I'm going to import the link component from Next link, and I'm going to simply replace my anchor tag with the link. And as far as the page is concerned, once we see it, it looks just the same as we did before because it's essentially going to be an anchor tag that's added to the page. Now for the rest of this, let's just clean up the rest of this page so that it looks more like our original page. So back inside of the code on the main element here, I'm going to add a new class of flex. I'm going to say flex column so that everything aligns in a column rather than inside of a row, which would be the default. I'm going to also say justify center so that we can center everything. Now, because the height is by default not going to stretch the entire height of the screen, I'm also going to add a h full, which is going to be the entire height of the screen for us. And then I'm going to also make sure that my text is going to be centered. So I'm going to additionally add a text center so that everything inside is going to be centered. Now, if we head back over to the page, we can see that we do now have that nice centered content right inside of the middle of the page. And later we'll add the header and footer as we arrive to those things, like once we add navigation. But for now, we're just going to stick with the basic content. Now, the only other thing is I probably want to add a little bit of space between here. I can do this one of two ways. Maybe I can add some margin to either the top element or the bottom element, or because I'm using flex, I can add something like gap where I can say gap 6 maybe. And we can see with that, because I'm using Flexbox, or if you're using something like Grid, you're able to use Gap, which just is a little bit nicer way to make sure you have that even spacing between any of the elements. Now, depending on the type of content that's inside, perhaps you want to use Gap, perhaps you want to use Margin if it's a little bit more dynamic, but Gap is a nice way to make that evenly distributed. So now that we have our homepage all set up, let's get started actually building that first dashboard page. So to create our first page inside of the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder and call that dashboard. And then inside of dashboard, I'm going to create a page.tsx file. Now, the way that the app router routing works for the file-based routing, we have to use folder names in order to name our route. So we're going to have app/dashboard or whatever route name that we want to use. And then we're going to have that page.tsx, which is going to be that file that we use to actually build the page. So just to get started, I'm going to go ahead and copy everything from my homepage and paste that inside of the dashboard. And just to see and make sure that we are using the right page, I'm going to just add dashboard for a second. So if we head inside the browser and click sign in, we can see that we now were navigated to the dashboard. So now we can start to build out this page. Now, the primary use of our dashboard, at least in this state, is going to be showing a list of all the invoices inside of a table. Now, luckily, shadcn has a nice table component. We can head over and find that in the sidebar, and we can see that we can install it similar to how we installed the button, where we're going to run the add table command. So let's go ahead and copy that with the version of our package manager. And similarly, inside of the terminal, I'm going to go ahead and run the add table command. Then in order to use it, similar to the button, I'm going to go ahead and copy the import statements to start. I'm going to paste that in at the top of the page. I'm going to then grab an example table that we can use. I'm going to paste that inside of the page as well. And for now, we can just leave that H1. We'll come back to it later when we actually start to make things look nice, including adding that header. But as we can now see, just from a basic page perspective, we now have a table inside of our application. So now we can start to customize that table, add the different headings and columns that we want, as well as start to create some sample data that will eventually migrate to a database. Now, thinking about how this is going to work, we're always going to have this base table component, but we're going to have dynamic content inside. So what I mean by that is we're going to update our table header to the different columns that we're going to have, but then the table rows that we actually add are going to be dynamically driven based off of an array that we get now that we're going to statically set up, but then in the future in the database. Now, as far as the columns go, we can see to start, let's add date, customer, email, status, and value. So inside of my code, I have date, customer, email, added an additional head, status, and then we have our value, which will be the end column. Then if we want to start to add some sample data, we can add things like 10/31/2024 for a customer name. How about Philip J Fry. I don't know why I added the period there. For the email, how about fry@planetexpress.com? And then we want to add an additional cell here because we added the additional column for the status. Let's say our status is open. And then finally for the value, let's just leave that at 250. Now, if we look inside of the browser, we can see that for the most part, we now have a new data table with our single entry, but we can see that it looks a little wonky. The columns aren't aligning. We can see that the top ones are left aligned, but the middle ones aren't. Thinking about how you want your data to actually appear, I think in my case, I like having things like long customer names and emails left aligned all the time so that we have the nice left line to make it easier to read and parse as you're trying to look through that table. But depending on what it is, something like open, where you have these tags of very short values, that might make a little bit more sense to actually center in the column. But for now, let's just make everything left aligned except for that status column so that we can have a little bit easier time reading it as we're working through the table. So on each of these table cells, I'm going to add a new class name of text left. And I think that's looking a lot better. But of course, as I said, I'm going to add text center for the open tag. And I'm going to want to also add that same exact thing for the table head. And I think that's looking pretty good as far as the table is concerned. Now, looking a little bit more closely, it looks like this first column is actually also centered in the middle. So let's also make sure that we add a text left to that first column. I think this is looking pretty good. Now, just taking the styling a little bit further before we move on, there's a couple things that I want to do. First of all, I want to prioritize some of the data inside where we can see that the name and the date are bolded here where the email isn't, because the name and the date are likely more important for somebody that's just trying to scan through this. We also can see that the status tag is this nice little pill. It just makes it a little bit easier, especially with a color, to distinguish what the different statuses are. So inside of my code, I'm going to first of all start to break down all these columns so that we have a little bit of an easier time actually managing everything that's on each of these components. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap each of the pieces of content inside here is inside of a span. And then once I have that span, I can start to control the styles of that specific piece of text. So by default for all these, let's add class name, font, let's call it semi-bold to start. But as I mentioned before, I want to deprioritize some of the data. So how about for the email, I've removed that. So I'm going to go ahead and simply remove that semi-bold, and we can see that it is now deprioritized. And as far as this pill goes, this is another component that we can add from shadcn. So in the shadcn world, this is called a badge, and we can see that we have a nice looking badge. We have a few different options for how we can set that up. We have some default styles that we can use. We'll probably set our own styles so that we can customize the different colors that we want to add. But ultimately, as far as the installation is concerned, just like any other component, I'm going to go ahead and copy the npm command, add it inside of my project. I'm going to go ahead and import this new badge, place it right underneath all my table imports. And then we can see to use it, we're just simply using it like a component where we're going to wrap the text inside of that badge. So if we head back to the application and we go down to where our open status is, we can go ahead and wrap it. We can now add our open status. And we can probably get rid of that specific class because we might want it to look a little bit different now that it's going to be in that badge. Now we can see that we also copied over this variant of outline. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that as well. And we can see now that we do have that nice looking badge. Now, as we can see that the border radius doesn't look quite accurate as to what the documentation currently shows, we can set that up manually ourselves by modifying that. So on the badge, I'm going to add a class name of rounded full. And we can see now that we got back that nice pill shape. Now, since we don't have dynamic statuses yet, we're not going to spend too much time on setting up the color. We'll do that later. But the first thing I do want to do is I want to add a little extra spacing. Now, as we can see in the table that I created, it's nice to have a little bit of extra breathing space so that it's not as condensed as you're trying to read through it. Now, because the padding is applied to this table cell by default, or rather there's default padding applied to the table cells, I now want to actually add that padding on the table cells so that it applies to each and every one of them. So I'm going to go ahead and select each of these table cells. And since they all have a class name already, I'm going to add P, let's call it 4. And I think alone that's giving it a lot more breathing room, especially if we consider adding more invoices in here. But now let's actually update the table header to include that same padding. So I'm going to first make sure that I break down all these different table head components so that they're a little bit easier to work with, just like we did with the table cells. Let me go ahead and also collapse down the table head closing tags. And then on the table head itself, let's add P4. On the few that don't have styles already, we're going to add our P4. And then on the last two that do have a class name, let's also add our P4. And now I think this is looking really great. So I think we can start to move on. So I think as our final finishing touch, I just want to make sure that the invoices title looks like the invoices title rather than this kind of big and ugly dashboard that we have at the top. So instead of using 5XL, let's maybe make this 3XL. And I'm going to also want to make sure that the title is to the left-hand side above the table. Now, if we looked at that original layout, we're going to have that title and we're going to have a button, or maybe that's backwards, a button that's going to be create invoice. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to set up basically two columns for that content above the table. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this with a div where inside, I'm only going to have my H1 for now, but then I can add my class name where I'm going to say flexbox justify between. I also want to make sure that I update this dashboard to invoices. That's looking much better as far as the title is concerned, but it's also hugging the top of the page a little much. To handle this, we can do it in a few different ways. Now, we're going to look at the layout a little bit more later when we add that header and footer, but for now, we can just simply add some margin to hit the top and the bottom of the page, depending on where that content is. So on my main element, I'm going to go ahead and at the very end, I'm going to add an MY, and maybe we can try 12. And I think that's looking much better and has a lot better spacing for somebody that's going to hit this dashboard. Now, finally, as that last element, we want to make sure that we're also able to show that create invoice link, which will be able to lead us to our next section of actually creating that invoice creation page. Now, when adding buttons like this, we can kind of do it in two ways, where we can use a traditional text link if we wanted, but I also like the idea of using buttons because when you're using buttons, you're also giving additional click space when somebody's trying to navigate somewhere. So we can use the button similar to what we did on the homepage, where we made it a button, but this time we'll just make it look like it's a link. So if we head back to the shadcn button documentation, we can see that we have a bunch of options for what we actually select, where we do have a link option. Now we can see that if we hover over that, we get the underline under there, which I don't think I want to add because I want to have an icon associated with it. But we can see above, we also have ghost, which gives it that more button feeling, which then we can add an icon along with it, where we can even see that it gives some examples of how to do that, even with the with icon, where we're probably going to tackle it similar to what we did here. So let's start off by selecting that outline variation. We can see that all we need to do is add variant, or rather the ghost variation, where all we have to do is add that variant of ghost. And inside of the code, I'm going to go ahead and create a new paragraph tag that's going to be aligned properly because I added that flexbox justify between. Inside, I'm going to add a new button. Let me go ahead and import that into this particular page. I added command period, which opens up that panel, which I was allowed to easily import it that way. And then inside, let's call it create invoices, or create invoice rather. And then as the variant goes, I want to make sure I set that to ghost. So perfect, that updated in the page. I now have that button that allows me to go ahead and create an invoice, but we have one more thing, and that's adding the icon. Now, if we head back to the documentation and go to the icons section, we can see that they're using Lucid React, which is a great library for being able to pull in icons easily, so we can use that same thing. Now, when we initialized and installed these components, we already got that dependency. So we already have Lucid React inside of our project, so we can just start using it. If we head over to the lucid.dev/icons page, we can see that we can search for whatever the icon is that we want to use, such as the plus sign, like I was using in my example. We can find the exact example, which I want to use circle plus. And if we go ahead and select that, we can see that we get a few options for how we can actually start using it, where we can even select the native just raw SVG for it. But if we click see in action here, we can actually start to get an idea of what it's going to look like when trying to import it, where we can see for the Lucid React package, we're going to import it as circle plus. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this line. I'm going to add it into the top of my page. And then inside of that button, I'm going to go ahead and add my circle plus. Now, the only other thing we want to consider is if we look at the example of the with icon inside of the documentation, we can see that they add to the icon here, they add a class name with a margin of right, and as well as a height and width of 4. Now, I'm only going to add the width and the height here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a class name, and I'm going to specify that height and width of 4. And the only other thing that I want to do is instead of using a margin like we saw inside the documentation, I like to use Flexbox and add a gap. Now, the thing that's nice about using a gap is it's a little bit more flexible for the content. So if I wanted to move this circle to the end later, I don't have to mess with the margin. I could just have it regularly or already available because it's using the gap and it's going to dynamically add that spacing. Or even if I wanted to add an icon on both sides, if you want to go crazy, it's still going to have that flexibility and add the spacing before and after based off of all the different children inside of the or the Flexbox parent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class name of flex. And in this case, I probably want to make it inline flex because it's going to be a button and I likely want my button to remain inline, but then I'm going to also add that gap of, let's try 2. And I think that's looking really nice. We have our nice new button. And the last thing we just need to do is make it link to what's going to be our new invoices page. So like we did before, we can use that as child prop. So at the very end, I'm going to add as child, and then I can start using the link component similar to what we did on the homepage. And then now for the href, let's make that invoices new, which we're going to create in the next step, which is where we're going to send people. Now, of course, we want to also make sure that we import this component, and just be careful when you are dynamically importing it like this, because it's going to first try to import it from Lucid React, or it may, depending on your setup. So we want to make sure that we're importing it from Next Link. But now I think our dashboard is looking good and we're ready to move on to our next step and creating that new invoice page. Now, ultimately, we're going to be dynamically showing invoices on this page from a database. But in order to get that data into the database, we first need a mechanism to do so. So before we actually jump into the database, let's first create a new form that's going to allow us to submit that data to the database, which then will ultimately display inside of our dashboard. Now to do this, we're going to need to create a new page route. And if we look at the existing example that we have, if we go to the new invoice page, we can see that it's a pretty basic form. This doesn't need to be anything super fancy. We just ultimately need to be able to accept that data to be able to push inside of our database. So when we head over to our application, we ultimately want to create a new route around our create invoice page, which we can see doesn't currently exist. So the first thing we want to do is actually create that page. So let's head back over to the application, and inside of the app directory, I'm going to create a new directory called Invoices, and inside there, a new directory called New, because again, the folder names essentially are going to have to be what represents our page path. And then inside of New, we're going to create that page.tsx file. Now I'm going to go ahead and just simply copy over the dashboard page into this new page, just as a way to get that page started. Let me get rid of this sidebar, but then we can start to remove some of the content that's in here, because of course we're not going to need any of it. So first of all, getting rid of that table, we can update this invoices to create invoice. We can get rid of that button for create invoice because we're not going to need that. And that gives us a good start for being able to create our new page. Now, again, looking at that example, looks like the wording is slightly different. You can use it however you'd like, but now we want to add a form on the page so that we can take that and submit it. Now, if we head over to shadcn does have a form component and hook a system that makes it really easy to set up really complex forms. Now, in our case, it's probably a little bit overkill for what we need, as we just need some simple data that we're going to pass along to the database. Now, if you want to go ahead and use the shadcn form, there's no reason that you can't, but instead, we're going to first start out with a native HTML form, but then we're going to see how we can use some new React 19 features, as well as the Next.js 15 form component to build it in a more native way. So heading back inside of our new invoice page, I'm going to first get rid of all these imports, but then ultimately we're going to create that new form element where inside we're going to have a couple different fields. We're going to want our billing name, our billing email address, we want our value, and we want our description, and then finally a submit button. Now, when I'm adding groups of a label and an input, I like to section them off with div containers. That way I can control the spacing between each of them. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to create a new div for each one, where inside I'm going to have a label where we can start off with billing name, and then I'm going to have the input such as type equals text, which will then allow me to space this all out. So if I now start to duplicate these, so let's have our billing email, where that's going to be a type of email. We're going to have, let's see, we have our value and our description. So we can update this to value and back to text. Where then finally for the description, because I want the description to be a bit bigger, I'm going to use a text area instead of an actual input. So I'm going to make that one a text area element, and of course update that label to description. And while this probably doesn't look anything like what we actually want, we can see that we do have all of our labels. We do have those elements in here, it's just not visible yet. Now here's the thing, even though we're not using the shadcn form component, we actually can use the shadcn input and text area components. So we have our input here, and we also have the text area, and we also actually have a label that we can use as well. The difference is the labels, the text areas, and the inputs are components that are nested inside the form and don't necessarily need all that complexity of the form and hook system in order to still give us a nice looking component that we can use for our application. So I'm going to go ahead and install all those. So npx shadcn at latest. I'm going to add, first of all, my label. I'm going to add the input. And I'm going to add the text area. Now, quickly notice here that I did add multiple components here. You don't need to install them one by one. I was able to just chain them along and install as many components as I wanted through that single command. But now, just like we did with any other component, I can import that in. So I'm going to add that to the top of my page. I'm going to now replace each of these labels with the proper label. And while that's not looking super different yet, let's do the same thing with the input. So at the top, I'm going to import my input from the input components. I'm going to go ahead and replace all those inputs. I'm going to also import my text area, where then I can replace the element itself with my component. But now we can actually see that our elements did update and they look a lot more usable than they did before. Now, of course, this still probably doesn't look the way that we want it to, but now we can start tweaking those styles. Now to start, I usually like my labels to be block level elements. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all, update these all to be class name of block. I also want to add a margin between the label itself and the actual input element. So I'm going to add a font, or rather a margin bottom of 2. I think I want them to also be a little bit more bold than they currently are. So I'm going to add a font semi-bold, and maybe I can even also make them a little bit smaller. So I'm going to add a text small. So I think that's looking a lot better as far as the label is concerned. Now, a few more things that I want to do. I want to anchor the text to the left. I want to reduce the size of the overall space so that it has a max size, but then I also want to make sure that there's space between each of these inputs. Now I'm realizing that part of the reason why everything's so centered is because we copied the page from the dashboard page, which had that text centered, or rather we copied that from the home page to the dashboard, now to this new page. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove text center from that main element. And we can see that it's all now aligned left. Now, as far as the spacing is concerned between each of these blocks, we can add a new class name where I'm going to use grid this time, and I'm going to add a gap of, let's say, 4. And I think that's looking good for the spacing. Now we can also add a max width of, let's try extra small. I think that size is working pretty well. And we can consider here whether we want to align it to the center of the page. I think because it's the way that this layout is set up, I think it'd look a little weird that it just has this big floating form in the middle. Now, in most cases, maybe you want to have some extra content on the side, maybe some validation or something to fill up this page. But because this page is so simple in itself, I think just keeping it aligned on the left probably that makes the most sense. Now, the last important things that we want to do for these particular form elements is we want to make sure that we give IDs and names to all these elements. Now, the names are primarily interesting because we want to be able to have a good way to get that data when we're trying to access the form data. Now, the IDs are going to be important because we want to associate each of these labels with the input or the text area so that when somebody selects that label particularly, or they try to navigate it from an accessibility perspective, they have a way to be able to relate that label to the particular element. So let's start that off, and we can say for each of these, I'm going to add a name and I'm going to add an ID for each of these. We can start off from the top. I'm going to add name for billing name, and we can make them the same value. They don't have to be different values. And I'm going to add my email. I'm going to add my value. And then finally for the text area, I'm going to add both of these things, where now this one is going to be the description. Now, in order to make sure that we associate the label with each of these inputs, we're going to add an HTML4 prop to this, where we're going to make that the same value as the ID. So name, we want to add this to each of these. So let's add the rest, where we have the HTML4, we have the email, we have the value, and then we have the description. So now from a visual perspective, you're probably not going to notice anything different, but the one primary difference once you do this is we can now go to the label, we can click this, and we can see that it immediately focuses on the input. Now, the only thing missing on this page is the submit button itself. So for that one, we can just simply import our button from shadcn. I'm going to import my button, update that B, and then at the bottom, I can add a new section. I'm going to call this one my button, where I'm going to add the submit. Now, from a design perspective, you can either keep it as the smaller button, depending on what your the size of your text is. I might, in this instance, like to make it the full width since everything else is. So in order to do that, I can just say simply width full. I think I also want to make the text a little bit bolder so that my action buttons have a little bit bolder of a text. So let's also add font semi-bold. And I think that's looking really good. Now, I think we're in a good place as far as our create new invoice form is concerned. Now, later in this course, we're going to learn how to take the form data. We're going to use React or Next.js server actions in order to take that form data and then ultimately insert it into a database. But before we do that, let's get started actually setting up our database so we have something to push it to. For a database, we're going to use Xata's Postgres solution, which is going to give us a fast and reliable way to manage all of our data. Now, Xata technically has its own API and SDKs that we could use to interface with our database, but instead, we're going to use Drizzle ORM, which has become a really popular way to work with Postgres databases. What makes Drizzle special is the way that it's created its abstractions to still make it feel like you're interacting and querying a database like you normally would, but in a way that's native to JavaScript. It also has a really nice way of defining schemas, where we can see in this example, you basically just define a JavaScript object along with the data type and whatever rules that you want to apply to that particular column. So the first thing we're going to want to do is create a new Xata account. So an easy way to get there is you can head over to spacejelly.dev/Xata. You can find that link in the description, or you can simply go to xata.io. Now, if you already have a Xata account and a database, your UI might look a little bit differently, but if this is your first time, you're going to get this database wizard, where I'm going to call mine my invoicing app. I'm going to select my database location, which for me, I'm just going to use US East since I'm right around there. I'm going to then, importantly, I'm going to enable direct access to Postgres. This is important when you're setting up your database. And if you already clicked ahead and didn't do that, you can always delete your database really quickly and recreate it. But we want to make sure that we do have enable direct access to Postgres selected, and then we can hit next. Now the next page is going to show all the different credentials that we're going to need in order to actually connect to our Xata database. Now for our purposes, we're only going to need the PostgreSQL endpoint. We also have the HTTP endpoint and the API key, but because we're going to pass it in as a connection string, we just need this one particular endpoint. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this value. And then I'm going to head into my application where I'm going to save that as part of my environment. So inside of the root of my project, I'm going to create a new file called .env.local, where I'm going to create a new environment variable called Xata database URL, and then I'm going to set it equal to that connection string, or rather that PostgreSQL endpoint that we copied from inside of the console. Now you can always additionally save the API key somewhere safe in case you need it later, but you can also see that inside the PostgreSQL endpoint, we do have the API key. So if you ever need it, you can always reference that. But now I'm going to go ahead and hit continue. Now, in our case, we are going to use TypeScript for our language, and instead of the Xata SDK, we are going to use Drizzle ORM, and we're going to select the SQL version of that, and then we're going to hit continue. And now we can follow along a few steps just to set up the dependencies for Drizzle for getting started. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the dependencies, the main dependencies to start. I'm going to paste that inside of my terminal. I'm also going to install the types, and as well as Drizzle Kit, which is going to help us manage some of our database management. And then if we scroll down, we can see that it additionally gives us that value for a database URL that we can save. I chose the name Xata database URL just in case you're using multiple databases or something along those lines, but you can really use whatever variable name that you want. But we can scroll down past that and we can see an example of how we are going to actually connect and query our first record, but we're going to skip this and we're going to dive right in and write it by hand. Now, jumping back into the code, the first thing we're going to do is create a new way to actually interface with our database. So inside of our source directory, we're going to create a new folder called db, and inside we're going to create a new file called index.ts. Now here we are going to use a few similar imports that we are inside of this example that we saw inside of Xata. So for instance, we can first copy this Drizzle import where we're going to import Drizzle from Drizzle ORM node Postgres. So I'm going to first copy and paste that into my file. But then we can see in this example, they're using the client module in order to connect with PG, where we're instead going to use pool. Now, the difference between client and pool is with client, we can create a new TCP client, but with pool, we can create a pool of connections for that client. But to be honest, you could probably use either. I think pool is a little bit easier to work with, so that's why I'm going to move forward with pool. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the import of pool, and I'm going to include a link to this integration inside of the description. And I'm going to paste that inside of my index.ts. And actually from the same snippet, I can copy this pool and database instance and paste this into my file, where the first thing I'm going to do is break this down a little bit so that it's a little bit easier to read. I'm also going to update this connection string to our environment variable. So this is going to be process.env.xata database URL. And then the only other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to export this constant of database, because I'm going to then import that DB into the other files so that I can then make those database queries. Now, the easiest way to actually test this thing out and make sure that it is working as expected is to just simply use it. So we're going to start off by heading back into our homepage and just do a really simple example, where the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import SQL from Drizzle ORM. And then I'm going to import that new database instance that I created. So I'm going to import db from @db. Now, the reason that we're importing it from @/db is first of all, we have a type alias for our source directory so that we can basically think of the @ symbol to mean anything inside of this source directory. And inside of that, we have our database folder where we have the index.ts. Now, index.ts is going to resolve to that folder name. So that's why we can simply import it as @/db. Now, in order to make this test query, we're going to use React Server Components or RSCs in order to make that request directly inside of the component. The way that this is going to work is the component is going to be rendered on the server, so we have the ability to make requests like we might not be able to do inside of a client-side component. Now, if we wanted to make this a client-side component, which would allow us to have access to client-side APIs and browser APIs that we wouldn't have access to on the server, we can add use client at the top of that to opt it in. We'll see how that works later when we're working particularly with our forms, but for now, we want to be using a React server component, so that makes it a little bit easier for us to request our data right inside of that component. Now, the first step in order to use that is we want to make it an async function. So this default export, we're going to make it an async function because then we're going to use our database. We're going to say constant result is equal to await db.execute, where inside, I'm going to hide my sidebar for more space. We're going to use SQL and we're going to actually write a raw SQL query where I'm going to say select current underscore database as a function, where for the most part, we're not going to be writing raw SQL queries at all. Drizzle just doesn't support being able to make this current database request. And this is just going to give us a really nice and easy way just to make sure that our connection is working. So we're just going to use this in this instance, but this also shows that you can make raw SQL queries if you prefer that syntax. Now, I'm going to prefer to use the Drizzle syntax and using some of the methods to make those selections, the select queries, but we can see that we do have that flexibility. But now let's go ahead and just simply, well, we can actually just go ahead and render this to the page. I can say json.stringify, and I'm going to pass in the results. And if we head over to our page, we can see that we do get all that data dumped out into the page. And the particular thing that we're looking for is this current database where we see that it's my invoicing app, and we're currently on the main branch of that database. Now, to kind of prove that we're working on the server here, we can go ahead and additionally console log out the results. And if we refresh the page, we'll notice that we don't get that console log inside of the browser console. We instead get that inside of our terminal, again, because this is being server rendered. So the terminal is representing our local development server. So when it's rendering, it's happening through that server. So that's why we see that console log inside of our terminal. But if we scroll up here, we can see that we have our fields that are getting selected and our rows, particularly where we have our current database. And it's, again, that my invoicing app. And if we reference back into Xata, that's the name that we used when we were creating our new database or whatever you decided to use. But again, this was just a way to test that our connections was working, and it was a good way to get our feet wet for seeing what the queries were going to look like when we're using the Drizzle SDK. But we can also see that we were able to create raw SQL queries if we want to do that. So we do have some flexibility for how we actually query our data. But now we're in a good place where we can start to think about the schema or the tables that we want to add to our database. Once we have our new empty database, the first thing we need to do in order to start storing data is to create a table. Now, there's a few ways to get there, including using Xata's UI in order to create that table and design it. But we're instead going to use Drizzle in order to use code to define our schemas, and then later we'll see how we can use DrizzleKit to actually push those changes out to Xata. Now, heading back to our code, the first thing we're going to do is create a new file inside of the DB folder or the database folder, where we're going to call it schema.ts. And inside, we're going to import the PG table module from Drizzle ORM/PG core. Now with PG table, we're going to export a new constant of invoices, which is going to be our invoices table definition, where we're going to set that equal to PG table, where the first parameter is going to be our table name. So let's call that invoices. And then the second argument is going to be the actual definition or the data, the schema that we're going to write that's going to represent the shape of our data. Now, starting to think about what data we actually need in our schema, we can look at our existing table where we are going to want to have a date. We're going to want to have a customer name and email. We're going to want to have a status that represents what the status the invoice is in, as well as a value for that. Now, we're going to come back later and store the customer and the email separately because we'll create a separate table, which we'll see later how we can link those two. So for now, let's start off by creating a date. We're going to create a status and a value. So let's start noting these down where we want to start off by having a date. And I'm going to actually call that create TS or the created timestamp, which represents what that date is that it was created. I'm going to add the status. I'm going to add the value, and then I'm going to add one extra one called description, where that's going to just be a descriptive text value of what the invoice is about. Now, we're going to only use that on the individual invoice page, which we'll see later in the course, but it's still good to make sure that we're storing it now because we'll be storing it on this invoices table throughout the entire course. Now, all these different properties are different types of data where we have create timestamp, which is going to be represented as a timestamp, where technically we could probably use an integer or a string, but that's not going to give it as much descriptive value for what it is, where we could potentially use it for things like querying if we have the ability to know that that is a timestamp. Now, status, we're going to use a string, or rather, maybe we can use an enum so that we can have a specific set of values that that status can be. This value itself is going to be an integer, which we're going to see how we can represent that. And then finally, the description, of course, will be a string. Now, one additional property that I don't have on here yet is going to be the ID. And it's important that we're going to create an ID every time we create a new schema so that we have an explicit unique value for every single row inside of that table. Now, as far as the column types goes, we can find how we can represent these inside of the Drizzle documentation, where we can see on the left-hand side, we have these column types, including integer, we have our serial, which is what we're going to use for the ID. We also have our timestamp somewhere here, and we're going to be able to see that these are going to be the different ways that we're going to describe it using Drizzle. So starting with the ID, we're going to make that a serial value, and then we're going to define that column name as ID. Now we can import the serial from pgcore just like we are pgtable, but then another thing that we want to do is we want to make it our primary key. So we're going to specify it as primary key, which is just allowing us to specify that this is going to be the unique value for each of the rows inside of that table. Now, to provide a little validation, we're also going to make sure that we define that this cannot be null. So we always want to have a value. So we're going to also chain on not null. Now, for the create timestamp, we're going to use timestamp, where we're going to define that as create TS, but then we're going to also make that not null because we always want to have a value. But for this, we always want to have some kind of default value for what that timestamp is going to be. Now, one feature that we have is being able to use the default now method in order to specify that we just want to default that value to the time whenever that record is created. So I'm going to also chain on default now in front of the not null. And then of course, we want to also make sure that we're importing our timestamp from the module. Now, skipping past status just for a second, we're going to make value an integer, if I spell that right. So that's going to be our integer, and we're going to define that as value. We're going to make sure we import that one as well. We also do want to make sure that it's additionally not null. Then for our description, instead of integer or any of those other ones, we're going to use text and define it as description, not null, and additionally import our text from Drizzle. Now, finally, it's our status. And as I mentioned before, we could technically just use text in order to define that. But the nice thing about using something like an enum is we are able to define explicitly what all values are going to be valid as a status. So I'm going to actually start this definition above my schema. I'm going to export a new constant of status enum. I'm going to set that equal to pg enum, where I'm going to then want to make sure that I'm importing that as well from Drizzle. Now, in order to define that pg enum, I'm going to specify that it's going to be named status, and then I'm going to pass in a second argument, which is going to be an array of all the different statuses that are going to be considered valid. So that includes open, where maybe a few other ones can be, how about paid, void, and maybe uncollectible. Now, another benefit of defining this as an enum is we'll be able to use this for validating the values as we're working through TypeScript in later steps. But now we can use that status enum to define our schema property of status. We're still going to want to pass in status like we did for the other ones, and then we're going to also chain on not null. Now, before we move on, one thing that's going to be helpful for us for future references is going to make sure that our database is familiar with our new table that we defined and any schema that we represent afterwards. So one thing that we want to additionally do is inside of this Drizzle function, let's add a second argument of an object where we're going to specify a schema object where we can just simply start passing in the tables that we define inside of our schema file. So this one is going to be our invoices, where we can import our invoices from at db schema. But now we're passing invoices in. And again, anytime we define a new table, we'll go ahead and pass that in so that this is going to be aware of that schema. So this is going to be the initial way that we're defining the schema that represents our invoices. And next, we're going to see how we can actually push the schema out and dynamically create that inside of Xata. Now, heading to the Drizzle documentation, we're going to be able to see how we can start using DrizzleKit to manage our data. Now, in an earlier step, we already installed the packages that we're going to actually need, but if you're jumping in right here, you can go ahead and find and install the packages right at the top. Now, similarly, we also just defined our schema, so we can skip ahead through that. But now, if we can see, the first thing we need to do is define a new Drizzle configuration file inside of the root of our project. So to start, I'm going to go ahead and copy this sample configuration, and we can see that we're going to name this drizzle.config.ts. So inside of the root of my project, I'm going to create that new file of drizzle.config.ts and paste in that sample configuration. Now we're going to tweak these settings just a little bit, where to start, our schema is going to be located at source db/schema.ts, where additionally for our out, we're going to put the out files or the migrations inside of the same DB folder. So we can specify that as source DB, and then I'm going to define migrations as that path. Now, as we'll see when we actually run the migrations command, we'll be able to see that all those files that represent the raw SQL queries will be, as well as some journaling files that basically just keeps track of those queries from a Drizzle perspective. We're going to be able to see all those files start to get added inside of that DB folder. Now, we're going to keep PostgreSQL as it is because, of course, that's what we're using. But the only other thing that we want to add is our database credentials here. So we're going to define DB credentials, which is going to be a new object, where in our case, we're going to use our URL string, which we copied in earlier. So that's going to be URL, where of course that's located at process.env.xata database URL. But the only issue with this is this file isn't going to natively have access to our environment. When we run DrizzleKit later, it's not going to be running with the same .env.local that we have when we're running our Next.js project. But what we can do is we can use an additional package called .env to essentially load that .env file so that when it runs, it's able to find this variable for us. Now, this is your first time hearing of .env. It's a wildly popular package. A lot of times this is actually getting installed behind the scenes and you don't even know it, but we can install this manually and give us a way to easily load our environment variables into whatever file that we're trying to run. So we can see the way that this is going to work is we're going to run npm install.env. We're going to save it as a dev dependency, and then we're going to be able to load that configuration file. Rather, we're going to use the ES6 way where we're going to import that in. So I'm going to get started by running npm install.env. Now, quickly looking at the default way that this works is if we're using import and using this statement as is, it's going to automatically import it using the .env file, not .env.local file. Now, the current recommendation usually is to use .env.local from a Next.js perspective. They have talked about potentially recommending a .env in the future for various reasons, but for now, we're going to want to make sure that we're defining a specific path for where .env tries to actually import our .env.local file. So what we're going to do is at the top, we're going to import star, or we're going to say we want to import everything as .env from .env. And then we're going to run the .env.config method. We're going to specify the path, which is going to be .env.local. Now, as we can still see that we're getting yelled at by this defined config file, and it's because it needs to make sure that this is always going to be a string. Now we could do something like string and wrap this so that we can always specify that it will be a string, or alternatively, what we can do is we can say at the top, if I spell type of that variable does not equal string, then we can throw a new error. Please set your Xata database URL. But now that we have that up and running, we can see that the define config is happy. It's no longer throwing us those errors. And now we can get started actually running these migrations. So there's two primary commands that we're going to use when running these migrations, where we have our generate, which is going to, as it sounds, we're going to generate those migrations by taking that schema, any changes that were made to the schema, and it's going to create a SQL query to make that change for our database table. We're also going to use migrate, which is essentially being able to push those changes up to our database. So let's go ahead and copy these, and we're going to add them as scripts inside of our package.json, just as it's mentioning here. So inside of our package.json, under our scripts, I'm going to go ahead and add our generate and migrate, where now the only thing left to do is actually run these commands. So I'm going to add npm run generate. We can see that Drizzle kit ran. It says that there's one table. We have 5 columns for our invoice. It even shows where our migration file is. And if we head over to our database folder, we can see we do have this new migrations folder. We can see at the top, this is going to be our raw SQL. We can see inside of this metadata, we have some files that Drizzle is going to use to kind of keep track over all the changes that are being made. But now that we have our migrations, we can start to actually push these out to Xata. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to run npm run migrate instead. Now be sure to actually save that file, but now I'm going to go back and actually run npm run migrate, where we can see that it's applying the migrations. It looks like it was all successful. And if we now head back into Xata, you might see that the UI is automatically going to refresh when we go to it, where we now see that we have our new invoices table. Now, one thing that we're not going to necessarily cover here is a cool feature with Xata is you're able to actually manage your data inside of your database using the Xata UI. They have a really great UX and DX around that to make it easy to manipulate that data if you want to do so inside of the database UI. But for now, we're going to just keep programmatically working with it as we're running through this. But if we look over here, we can see that it has all these different columns that we defined inside of our Drizzle schema, where now we have our table all set up in Xata and we're ready to actually start pushing data. In order to create or push data to our database, we're going to use Next.js or React Server Actions, which is going to be a server-side way for us to be able to make those requests. Now, what's actually happening behind the scenes is they're spinning up a serverless function, essentially, which we're going to be able to make a request to, but the way that it's embedded inside of the developer experience makes it just kind of feel like we're writing that code inside of our component. So we'll see how that works as we're creating new server actions to ultimately interface with our database. Now, starting off, we're going to head to our invoices new page, which is going to include our form that includes all those inputs that we ultimately want to fill out and send to the server. Now, the way that this is going to work is we're going to define this action inside of our component. We'll see we'll later move that to a separate file, but to start, we'll define it right inside of our component, and then we're going to attach it to this form where React will automatically take care of dealing with that action in a way that it's going to make that request for us on the server. Now, to start, I'm going to create a new async function, and let's call that form action or create action. Maybe you can really name it whatever you want. And the first thing we need to do is at the top, we're going to define use server, which is basically telling React that this is going to be server side code that we're going to run. Now we want to now attach this action to the form. We can specify a prop of action, where now let's just test this out and console log test, or rather we can console log form data, because we're going to ultimately receive the form data as this first argument. We can type it out as capital form data, but now let's console log that out and see what we get. Now, if I head to the form and start to fill things out, I can start typing out Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com. How about just some random number, my test invoice. And if I submit this form, we can see that nothing actually happens here, but we never set anything to happen. If we head to our terminal though, where again, like we saw earlier, this code is running on the server, so we can see these results inside of our terminal, where we see this form data object that includes that name, the email, the value, as well as the description. So we have all that data available to us now through that form action, where now we can take that and push it into the database. Now, as I alluded to earlier, a common pattern for managing these actions is by sticking them in an action-specific file. So I'm going to head over to my source directory, or rather my app directory, and I'm going to create a new file called actions.ts. And I'm going to go ahead and first of all, copy that function over to that actions file. Now I can move this use server to the top of the file, and I'm going to export that async function. Now, one thing to be careful of is making sure that you don't export anything that doesn't include, or rather that includes sensitive data, because everything that you're exporting, at least at this time, Next.js might fix this in the future, everything that you're exporting here is going to be available as an endpoint. And while it might be tricky to find those endpoints, it is going to be something that's publicly available. So just be careful about the data that you return if you're exporting these functions. But now let's take this and import import our create action from actions, or app actions, rather, we can get rid of this create action at the top. Now we still have that create action reference. Let's save it and let's see if this still works. We're now going back to the app. Let me fill this out again. hello@colbyfalk.com. Testing this out. And if I hit submit, we can see that I still get that form data, even though it's in that actions file. So now that I'm actually triggering this server-side process, I want to now make that query to the database with that data. So to start, inside of my actions file, I'm going to want to parse all that data from the form data. So the first one is going to be the value. So I'm going to use form data.get, where I want to get that value. And the tricky thing with the value is we're getting it from the form as a string, but we want that to be an integer. So we now need to convert that to an integer. So we're going to wrap this form data get with parse float, which is going to allow us to take any kind of number, whether that's just 1337, whether that's 12.34 or 0.234, it's going to be able to parse that value. Now, one thing we note here is we want to make sure that we're specifying this as a string. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this as a string. Now, one additional thing that we need to do here is because it's possible that this number is going to come in as a decimal, such as 12.34, we want to make sure that we are storing this as an integer. So we're basically going to multiply this by 10 so that we're going to store it as 1234. And then later when we want to use that value, we'll just divide it by 100. So we'll now multiply it by 100. So we'll say parse float times 100 so that we can make sure that we're always storing that as an integer. Now, why are we storing it as an integer? It just gives us a little bit more flexibility in how we're storing that value as when we're trying to use that inside of a database. But now one more tricky thing is that if somebody's adding a number such as 12.34 and they add additional spaces, we want to make sure that this is going to get cut off so that we're only storing that 1234. So what we can also do is wrap this with math.floor so that we always drop down to whatever those two places are. Okay, so that was a lot. So let's just test this out to make sure that we're getting the value that we're thinking we're getting. Where I'm going to go ahead and try to submit this again. We can see that I get 123400, which is accurate because those two zeros are going to represent the .00. But if I go again and do something like 12.34, I submit that, we can see that I get 1234, which is accurate. And if I add another decimal place there, we can see that I get 1234, so that's perfect. Now, the other piece of data that we're going to get is the description. So we can say constant description is equal to form data.get description. We can also set that as a string, but we don't need to do anything special with that because that's already going to come in as a string, which we're going to push through to the database. Now, one thing you might notice is missing is status, but anytime we create a new invoice, we want to automatically open it as open. So we don't need to get this from a form. We're just going to hard code this as open. But now we're ready to actually start pushing this into the database. So I'm going to first import my DB instance from, can't spell, at DB. I'm going to also import my invoices schema from my DB schema. Now to insert that data, I'm going to run await db.insert, where I'm going to pass that to the invoices table, where I'm going to specify the values of what that's going to be, including my value, my description, and then I'm going to set the status, which is going to be open. Or rather, I made a typo, it's values with an S. But now let's give this a shot and see if it's working. So I'm going to keep that same form data and I'm going to go ahead and just simply submit that. Now, we didn't see any errors inside of our terminal, but let's head over to Xata. And if we look at the invoices, we can't just directly see it inside here unless we adapted our table, which again, we're not going to cover here. But what we can do is we can go to queries. We can use PostgreSQL, where we can now select all the rows from invoices, or rather we're limiting it to 10 here, but we only have that one. So let's go ahead and run this code, or really any query that you want, where now we can see that we have our very first row with ID of 1. We can see the created timestamp. We have that value, which is going to be the integer representing 12.34, and then finally our description. So yay, we did it. So that worked absolutely perfectly, but now we can try to wrap that up from a UX perspective, where as soon as I insert that into the table, how about we redirect whoever that is to that new invoice page? So the way that this is going to work is we're going to use the ID of invoices to create dynamic pages. Now, we don't have that dynamic page set up. We'll do that soon. But what we want to first do is be able to get that dynamic ID so that we can push people to that page. So what we can do is we can chain on the returning method where we're going to specify we want to grab the ID, and that's going to be represented as the invoices.id. So now we can store that inside of results, and inside of results, that's going to be represented as an array. So that's going to be located at results, where we're going to want to grab the first item because we're only inserting one, and then it's going to be at ID. Now, what we're going to want to do is we're essentially going to redirect somebody to that new dynamic page. And to do that, we can use the Next.js redirect function in order to handle that. Now, there's a lot of ways that you can redirect inside of Next.js, but in order to do that from a server component or server action, that's where we have this redirect function. So we're going to simply import this from Next Navigation, where we can then call whatever path that we want to redirect to. So at the top, let's go ahead and import our redirect function. And then right below, we're going to say we're going to redirect, and we're going to create a dynamic path, which is going to be invoices / where we're going to use that dynamic value that came back from our database insertion. So we already know that this isn't going to technically work because that page isn't going to exist. We didn't create that dynamic page, but we're at least going to see that it was successfully created, and we were going to be able to see that it was successfully redirected to that invoices path. So let's try this again. I'm going to go ahead and click submit. And we can see that we were redirected to /invoices/2. And of course, it's not found, 404. But if we head back over to Xata and I run this code again, we can see that we do now have that second row. So this is great. We now have a dynamic way of being able to push our data into our database using Next.js or React server actions. But we're currently managing this form completely through the server. But what if we wanted to add some client-side features to this, such as maybe we want to show some kind of pending state or prevent somebody from spamming the submit button, accidentally potentially submitting more than one invoice creation? How can we do that by using the client? Now, to start off, because we're not technically using any async capability as part of this form component, we can first get rid of this async. And again, we can now add the use client flag, which is going to allow us to start using some of those client-side APIs. So just to be sure that works, if I do refresh the page, we can see that it is still working. Now, if I wanted to try to prevent somebody from spamming that submit button, maybe what I'll do is I'll add an onSubmit handler and prevent somebody from doing it by tracking if they had already submitted it. So I'm going to create a new onSubmit. We can add a new function called handle onSubmit. I'm going to then create that new function, handle onSubmit. And inside, what I'm essentially going to do is the very first time that it's submitted, I'm going to update a state variable saying that this was already submitted. So what I'm going to do is have a state where the initial state is ready, but if it gets submitted, it's going to go into pending. So if it goes into pending, any request after that, I'm going to essentially ignore. So we're going to start off by importing use state from React so that we have a way to track that state. I'm going to set up a new instance of that. So constant state, then set state, set that equal to use state. We're inside again, let's make that default state something like ready, or really whatever you want it to do. So the first time that we actually submit this form, I'm going to add set state, and we're going to set that to pending. And then anytime after that, we're going to try to detect if it's in that pending state. So I'm going to say if state equals pending, then I just want to simply return. So now essentially what we're doing is if it's in a pending state, we're going to bail. Otherwise, we're going to proceed. We're going to go with that form submission, and then we're going to set that pending state to make sure the subsequent requests don't try to submit as well. So now let's add something like a console log just to kind of see how this works to make sure that it's working as we would expect. So if I head to the browser and I go to Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com. Let's just add some random value, testing this form. I'm going to try to spam this submit button. So spam, and we can see that, well, it did still continue on with that action request, which, might be good, but we also see that we only got that one hey. Now, part of the issue here is it's probably good that it still submitted that action, that it still made that request to submit the data. But if I'm doing some client-side validation, I probably want that to occur inside of this handle onSubmit function. So I'm going to do two things here. I want to prevent the default behavior from happening, which is submitting that page as a form. So I can now track the event. I'm going to say event prevent default, where I'm going to type that out as a synthetic event, which we can import from React. And then ultimately, because this create action is basically just an asynchronous function, I can just simply call that create action function. So the first thing that I want to do is actually grab the form data from the form that I can then pass to that action. So I'm going to say constant target is equal to event form.target as HTML form element. I'm essentially just typing it out to make sure that we know that this target is indeed a form. I'm then going to create a new form data instance where I can just say new form data and simply pass in the target, which is my form. And finally, I can now say await create action, where I can pass through my form data, as my action is expecting to have form data pass along to it, just like it would if it would be submitting from the native form. Now we can see that I'm getting yelled at because it's not expecting to be inside of an async function. So we can also simply tag this as an async function. So again, what's going to happen here is the first thing we're going to do is we're going to prevent anything from happening if we try to submit this form. We're not going to let that native form handling occur. If we see that it's in a pending state, we're going to bail, basically if it's already been submitted. Otherwise, we're going to set that state to prevent future form submissions from sending. Now, once we're through that, we're going to again grab the form data. We're going to pass that along to the create action, which should then create that new entry inside of our database. So I'm pulling up my form, and let's go ahead and spam this again. We can see that we only ever got that one hey, meaning it was preventing the subsequent form submissions from occurring again, but this time it only used that action that we manually called from within that form submit action. Now, this is working really well, but what if I have JavaScript disabled? Is this still going to work? So let's give this a try. If I head over to my settings or my preferences, I'm going to go down and select Disable JavaScript. We can refresh the page, and I'm going to have to fill that out now. hello@colbyfayok.com, and I'm going to go ahead and fix that too. If I actually fix that too, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing this out, and if I submit it, great. It looks like it still works because that native form element is still going to post that form to the appropriate endpoint. But we have one problem here. If we wanted to use some of the newer React 19 hooks, such as use form status, the way that we're currently invoking that action doesn't actually activate the use form status hook in a way that we'll be able to utilize its capabilities. Now, a simple example of this could be, what if I wanted to either disable this button, which arguably we're already bailing out if it's in pending state, or maybe I want to add a little spinning loader indicator when I submit that. So to test this out, let's create a new button where inside of my components, I'm going to create a new button called submit button.tsx. And inside submit button, I'm essentially going to first create a wrapper around my existing button. So let's go ahead and copy that as is. Constant submit button is equal to, I'm going to return that submit button. I'm going to make sure that we import our button from our UI. I'm going to update to @components UI button. I'm going to make sure I export my default submit button, and then let's go ahead and update the page to use this new button. So at the top, I'm going to import my submit button. That's not going to be in the UI directory because those are all the shadcn components. Now that's going to be from submit button, and it's going to be a default export in this point. You can set that up however you would like. And then I'm going to add that as my submit button. Now, as we can see, this looks just like it did before, which is expected because we were just simply wrapping it at this point. But what I want to do with the submit button now is anytime that I see that the form is in a pending state, I want to update the button itself to add a little spinning loader so that we can see that it's in a loading state. Now, I could probably technically do that by adding some kind of state prop to my submit button itself. But another way that we can do that is by using the use form status hook that's newly available to React. Now to start, this is going to have to be a client component. So I'm going to add my use client directive at the top, but then I'm going to import use form status from React DOM, specifically React DOM, not just React. But now I'm going to destructure the pending state from my use form status hook, where let's go ahead and console log out pending just to see if this is working. So now if I look at the page, we can see that I got that initial pending status from the initial render. But if I try to hit submit, well, we can see that we never got the actual pending state as true. We only got false. Now, as I mentioned before, the issue here is how we're invoking that action from within our submit handler client side. But an easy way to fix this is by wrapping it in a transition. So if we see in this example here where how we can set up progressively enhanced forms, we can see that all we need to do is we need to start a transition, and then we can go ahead and call our action from within. So back inside of my form page, I'm going to additionally import the start transition from React, where inside of my handle on submit function, let me break this up to make it a little bit easier to read. As soon as we get to where we're getting our form data, we want to now wrap this in a start transition, and let's make this an async function where inside we're going to simply move all of our form data and action submission processes. Now, if you're watching this before React 19 and Next.js 15 were officially released, this is where we're going to need to explicitly upgrade to those new versions, particularly React 19 and Next.js 15. Now, React gives an installation guide if you follow along with the how to upgrade, but if we just head over to Next.js 15 RC, their blog page about that, we can scroll down until we see the try Next.js 15 RC today, and we can go ahead and first of all copy those commands where it's going to install next.rc, react.rc, and react DOM.rc. And if I go ahead and now paste that into my terminal, we can see that we actually get an error. Now, part of the issue is some of the dependencies are going to create a conflict because of those new versions. Now, if we pass along this legacy pure deps flag, it's going to allow us to still install it and kind of just force it through, which for our case should be totally fine. So I'm going to go ahead and install those dependencies. I'm going to pass along the legacy pure deps flag along with that. And we can see now the dependencies are going to go through and they should properly install. So now if I run npm run dev again to spin up my server, head over back to my page, and this time I'm going to refresh it and see if I can try to submit it again this time. If I type in Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com, 34 testing, if I hit submit again, we can see that now I got that pending state of true. So that means now inside of our submit button, we finally have the ability to determine if it's pending or not and what we're going to actually show. So if it is pending, I want to simply hide the submit text. Now I want to hide it because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little loading spinner and I'm going to place it on top centered within the button. But if I don't hide it, it's going to shift around the button due to the sizes, and it's just a lot easier to manage this way. So I'm going to pass or wrap this with a span. I'm going to pass this at the end. And then at the end, I'm going to say class name rather. I'm going to add, let me hide the bookmark bar here. And I'm going to say if it is pending, I'm going to add the text transparent. Now, as we can see, TypeScript is actually yelling at us because it wants us to always pass in a string. So we're going to turn this into a ternary, and I'm going to simply add the empty string at the end. Okay, so let's now see if that at least works. So if I click submit, we can see that it did disappear when I did first click that. Now heading over to Lucid to kind of find the icon that we want to use, there's a bunch of different options in here. I like just using this loader circle. So we can see that in order to use this, it looks like it's going to be loader circle. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that import. I'm going to now bring it into my submit button component. And now what we're going to want to do is if it is in a pending state, we want to now show this icon and we want to show it on top of our submit button. So I'm going to add pending. We're going to check if it is pending. And if it is pending, we're going to first wrap this in a span because we're going to want to position it, but then I'm going to add that loading circle. Now, in order to actually animate this thing, we can just simply use CSS for this. In particular, because we are using Tailwind, we can use this animate spin. So I'm going to go ahead and add a class name on my circle of animate spin. Now, as far as centering the icon, we can just use Flexbox simply. So I'm going to add a class name of flex. We can say items center, justify center. Now to make sure that it is filling up the entire space of the button as it's trying to center, I can add a width full and height of full. Now, because when I want this to happen, I don't want the elements to appear inline. I want it to basically lift up and appear over the original text, which is again hidden. But what I want to do then is add a position of absolutes onto the loading circle. And then on the button, I'm going to add a position of relative so that it's positioning it absolutely to the button itself. Now, the only other thing that I'll do ahead of time is because I know I don't want it to show just simply black or white, I'm going to make it a little bit gray. So on the button, or rather the loading circle on the span, I'm going to add text gray 400. Okay, so let's try this again, but this time I'm going to try to throttle the network to see if we can see it for a little bit faster or longer. So I'm going to select fast 4G, and then let's go ahead and try to submit this, where we can see we got that nice loading indicator if you were able to catch it before it actually submitted it. Now, one thing I should certainly know about these progressively enhanced forms is Next.js came out with a form component that does a lot of this work for us. Now, it might not handle everything, including bailing out if it's in a pending status. That might be something you still have to handle manually, but it's going to handle all that progressive enhancement, and it's also going to add additional features like client-side routing to make the experience generally better. So let's give this a try. I'm going to go ahead and just comment out this handle on submit function for now. I'm going to get rid of that on submit handler to make sure that we're not trying to fire something that doesn't exist. And then we can start to import the form component from next form. Now, as you can see, we actually get a type error here. And if you're installing this before it was released as a stable version, we might have to install literally the latest release version in order to get it inside of our package. So what we're going to do is actually install it as Canary. And if you look at the form component page itself, we can see that it does have that Canary icon. So it is indicating that it is only on the Canary channel, not on the RC. So now we're going to install the Canary version of Next. So now I'm going to install npm install next at Canary, and we're still going to need to pass in those legacy pure depths flags. So legacy pure depths, and we can see that it should go through and install everything properly. Now, if we head back to our code editor, though, we should see that we no longer get that error and we can now use that form component. So in that case, all we really need to do is replace our native form with that Next.js form. But now if we try to submit that form again, I can spam it and it looks like it's not handling that deduplication, but we can see that it was successfully handled and pushed onto the submission. But if we still wanted to do this, we need to just think about it in a slightly different way. So I'm going to add back the on submit for my handle on submit. And then back at the top, I'm going to go ahead and uncomment that out. I'm going to get rid of this transition and the actual submission since we no longer need that. But now this time, instead of preventing default for every single thing, what we can do instead is if it is in that pending status, only then are we going to actually prevent the default from occurring so that we can prevent any submission after that initial pending. So if we head back to the page and we try to submit this again by spamming the button, we can see that we only get that one pending status, and we can see that, well, it's now on that new form or the new invoice page. So now we have a really solid approach for handling the form submission of our new invoices. But next, let's see how we can start to actually visualize this data. In an earlier step, we set up our basic table, which is going to be able to dump out all of our information. Now, right now, it's just one static row that's added in there, but what we can do is start to query all of our data dynamically and then dump it into that table. So heading to our dashboard page file, we'll make that query right inside of that page component itself. And once we have it, we can then go ahead and actually start to populate those rows. So to start off, I'm going to go ahead and import my database from my database file. I'm also going to import my invoices schema from at db schema. Now that I have my database imported, I can actually start to query on it. So I'm going to go ahead and head over to the component. I'm going to say constant results is equal to await db, where I'm going to run select, where I'm going to leave that empty so that I can select all using the default settings. And I'm going to say .from, let me hide the sidebar, from invoices. Now, as you can see, I'm getting an issue with the await here, and that's simply because we never defined our page component as an async function. So we can say export default async function home, where now we can query for those results. So let's go ahead and console that out as usual, just to kind of see our progress. Now, likely as expected, as soon as we do that, we can now head over to our terminal where we actually see all of our data, where we can have all of our invoices, we have the value, we have the description, and we have the status, which is everything we need. So heading down to my actual table, I'm going to find the table body or however you're managing your table, where I find my table row. And that's what we're going to want to loop through and create multiple instances of. So I'm going to say results rather, .map. And for each result, or you can rename that as invoice, make sure I have that arrow properly formatted. We're going to ultimately return something, and that's where we're going to return the table row. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that out of the page. I'm going to paste that into the return statement. Of course, we now want to add a key where we can use the result.id, which is going to be the ID that was automatically created when we created that new entry inside of the database. So now we can fill out the other information, where in particular, we have our status and we have our value. So let's scroll down to where we have our status. We can see result.status. We can also add the value, which is we can include that $sign. And remember, we're storing that multiplied by 100. So when we're actually showing the value, rather, we need to now divide that by 100, which is going to show the dynamic results. Now, if we head back to the page and let me hide myself, we can see that we now have that dynamic value for both the open and for the status rather, and for the value. Now, as you remember, we didn't yet add the customer or the email to that particular table because later we're going to store those separately as a customer in a separate table. So we'll see how we can come back and link those values so that we can show them within the table dynamic from that relationship. Now, even though we're not going to add the email or the name dynamic yet, we can still update the date to be dynamic. So I'm going to replace this with new date, where inside I'm going to pass in result.createTS, which is going to be that created timestamp. And then we want to turn that into a string. Now, date formatting can be a bear sometimes, but we do have a nice option available to us where we can add, or chain rather, our to locale date string. We're looking inside the dashboard, we can see that we get that nicely formatted date printed out onto the page. Now, you're probably thinking the month slash day slash year isn't the right format, and you probably prefer, if you're in another country than the United States, the day slash month slash year. And I think they're both wrong. The year, month, day is probably the best. But that said, the nice thing about the locale date string is that this is going to be language sensitive. So depending on where the person's at, or rather the language, it's going to give a different representation of what that date looks like. So we can see that on the example on MDN, where depending on whatever that is, or simply if it's undefined, it's going to give a different representation based off of the settings that you provide. And currently we're not providing any settings, so that's why we see it in the format that we do. But another thing here that we can notice inside of our data table is that we have some values that don't actually have the decimal places. Now, that's simply because when we entered those values, we entered them as whole numbers, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't still show them consistently by showing those extra decimal places. So what we can do is we can head down to where we're actually defining that value. We can wrap it because this is going to be a number, and then we can run the toFixed method, which will turn it into a string, but it's going to turn it into a string that has 2 decimal places, or whatever you specify in toFixed in those places. So if we now head back to our application, we should now see that we have those decimal places added for each and every one of our numbers. So this is looking pretty good, aside from the customer and email fields, which we'll dynamically fill in later. But the next thing I want to do is whenever somebody selects one of these rows, I want to be able to take them to the invoices details page, where we're already saving the description of each of these invoices. I want to give somebody a more properly formatted way to view a specific invoice. Now, because we're working inside of a data table, we can't just simply wrap the row with a link. That's not going to necessarily work the way that we would expect it to. So what we're going to need to do is we're essentially going to replace each and every one of these spans with an anchor tag instead. So I'm going to go ahead and multi-select all these different spans, and we'll come back to the badge in a second. We can replace this with a link tag. We can also replace all the spans that we have in here, and additionally replace that with a link tag. Now, of course, we want to make sure that we're linking to the appropriate place. So let me go ahead and reselect these. We can say href equals our invoices, where we're going to send them to result.id. Now, we are going to do the same thing with that badge, only that span didn't exist. So I'm going to simply wrap that badge with my anchor tag. Now, heading back to the table, we can see that if we start to hover over the data itself, we do get that cursor. But if you notice in between the data, we can see that we start to lose that, meaning we're not getting that link on the entire row. We're only getting it where we actually have the data itself. Now, this is just a UX consideration, but it's important for usability, where we want to be building the best experience we can for our visitors. But what's happening is our table cell, because we're applying the padding to the table cell itself, it's pushing in all that content where we finally have that anchor tag in a small clickable area. But what we can do instead is we can apply that padding to the anchor tag so that that's taking up all this space, where we still have all that nice padding, only it's giving us that nice large clickable area. So for all these link elements, I'm going to go ahead and take this padding and apply it to the anchor tag itself. So because I don't think that they're all consistent, I'm just going to go ahead and work through these one by one. We can see that this one, I actually have to add my class name. Then I can add this other one. This one, I have to add the class name as well. And then finally, I think this is the last one. Yep, I can just simply tag this on to the existing one. Now, you might notice that alone isn't going to fix it. I mean, the entire row is now clickable, but because the anchor tag by default is an inline element, it's not going to take up all the space, and it's not going to treat the padding the same way that it was treating that table cell. So what we need to additionally do is for each of these, I'm going to now select them all, and then we're going to additionally make them block level elements. So that's looking much better, kind of more along the lines of what it was looking like before, only it probably looks a little bit too thick now. Now, if I inspect this and start to look at my elements panel, we can actually see that while we do have that padding on the anchor tag, we actually still have some padding on the table cell itself. And that's because the table came with some padding. So what we can do is we can just now simply remove the padding that exists on the table cell so that we're defining all of the padding ourselves. So again, I'm going to head down and select all of my different table cells. I'm going to then add P0 to strip that padding. And I think this is looking a lot better. And I had that really nice clickable area across the entire row, where now if I try to click it, we can see that we go to an individual invoice page, only we haven't yet created that. So let's create that next. Our next goal here is to create an individual page for every single invoice. Now, the way that we're going to do that is by creating a dynamic page route, meaning we're not going to have to define a new page for every single invoice we have. We're going to define a dynamic value as part of the path to that file or to that page, where when somebody tries to visit the route and matches that, we're going to direct them to that page. We're going to take that dynamic value, and then we're going to use it to query the correct data. Now to start this off, let's create our dynamic page route where inside of our invoices, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this Invoice ID, or really can name that whatever you want, but ultimately we just need some kind of value that's going to represent our dynamic parameter. And then we're going to hit enter. And then I'm going to just to start, I'm going to drag in that dashboard file as a duplicate where we just have some starting boilerplate code. So now I'm going to go ahead in this dashboard page. I'm going to get rid of everything that's inside. So we're not going to need a table. So I'm just going to strip out this entire table that we have in here. We're not going to need the create invoice, but we're going to add some stuff in there later. So I'm just going to leave an empty paragraph tag. And then we can say invoice, where we're going to add an invoice number. So let's just replace that with a $sign or the hashtag now that represents a number. We're going to get rid of the results. We can get rid of some of these empty imports that we have here. And of course, we're going to still need the database and invoices, so we can leave those in here. But if we head back to our data table, or if we're still already on that individual page, if we try to click through to one of these, we can see that, well, that new page route is still working. Now, we don't see anything dynamic. We don't see any information because we haven't defined it yet. But now we're at a good starting point to start to grab that dynamic information and add it to the page. Now, like I was mentioning before, when we're defining this page route, we're defining this dynamic parameter of invoice ID. That value is going to be passed to our page component file as a parameter. So the first thing we need to do is destructure that and then define the types that we expect that to be. Now, just to start, let's make this invoice page just so that we have a little bit better of a descriptor. But I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the sidebar here. We're going to destructure our params, and then we need to type those params. So we're going to add our types where we're going to get our params, and inside those params, we're going to expect our invoice ID, which will be a string because it's coming in as a URL parameter. Now, to actually get that invoice ID, we can say constant invoice ID is equal to that params.invoice ID. But because we want to use that as a number, because we're typing out our number or our ID as a number from inside of our schema, we want to make sure that we translate this string to a number. So what we can do is additionally wrap this in parse int, which is going to give our invoice ID, which will be a number. Now, just to make sure this is working and generally fill out the page, we can now add this as a dynamic value inside of our title. Where we're off to a good start, we already have our dynamic value at the top. If we head back to another one, we can see that based off of that parameter, we're going to get that invoice ID. Now, the next thing that we can do is actually try to look up that invoice by its ID. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the database instance again to try to query that particular invoice. So let's constant result again, where we're going to say await db.select, where we're going to query from invoices. Let's drop this down as we're writing these additional chained statements. We're going to say where we're going to use the EQ function, where we're going to try to compare the invoice ID to the particular parameter ID, so that when we're querying this, we're going to grab the correct one. Now, to use EQ, this is going to come from Drizzle ORM. Now, sometimes it doesn't, it looks like it's not now. Sometimes it doesn't actually import correctly when you're trying to dynamically import it like that. But what we can do is we can simply import EQ from Drizzle ORM. Now, the first argument that we're going to want to pass in is actually the property from our schema that we're trying to reference. So we're going to use invoices here, and we're going to pass in invoices.id, where we want to compare that value to our dynamic parameter. So that's where we're going to pass in our invoice ID. Now, it's probably not necessary because we're only ever going to have one unique ID, and that's how we define it in the schema. But I like to also add an additional .limit of 1 just to kind of be safe, because we should only ever have one result here. Now, this result is still going to come back as an array. So what we additionally can do is we can simply destructure this as the first item inside the array. But now let's console log this out to see if it's working in the first place. So let's console log out our results. If I spell that right, our results. And we can see if we head over to our terminal, we do have our result. We have our invoice of ID 4. We have our timestamp, our value, our description, our status. We have everything we need. Now, to start to fill this out inside of the page, I'm going to start by pasting in some HTML rather than trying to write this entire thing by hand just to kind of save some time. So underneath my header div, if you want to call it that, I have a couple different fields where I'm going to add some information. I have this general one where I'm going to add the actual value of it. We can see that it's nice and large, 3XL. We have this other one, which is going to be a little bit smaller, but still bigger than the medium width or size, that is, which I can add my description. Then we have some billing details, and this is really just kind of reiterate everything that we have going through here. We can see that we're even going to reiterate the invoice ID, the dates, the billing name, and the billing email, which of course will come later, but we can at least add those on the page for now, which we can then fill out as we have that data. So let's start to add these different values. We can go back to our dashboard quick where we remember where we were starting to add that value. We can add that same value divided by 100 to fix 2 to get our appropriate number. We can then similarly, we can grab our date where we can add the date under invoice date. We can add our result dot description to pass through our description. Of course, we can add our result.id, which honestly, we can even use our invoice ID because that's coming in from our parameter. Now, if you're following along, remember we copied this over from the dashboard, so we can kind of get rid of some of the styles that we had that we probably don't need for this particular page. So I'm going to get rid of Flexbox altogether. I'm going to get rid of text center and the gap because we no longer need that. And we can see that aside from a little bit of spacing, it's starting to shape up and look a lot like what we would want to out of an invoices details page. So I'm going to start off by additionally adding some margin to the bottom of my header. So let's call this margin bottom of 8. I also think I want to grab the badge from my dashboard and similarly show the badge so that it has that nice visible status, just like it would on this page. So I'm going to additionally grab this badge and I'm going to show my status right next to where I have my invoice text itself. So let's go ahead and import that badge from our UI badge. And as far as styles, I want to make sure that this is sitting next to the invoice ID. So I'm going to say flex items center, and let's add a gap of maybe 4. And I think for the most part, this is looking just like I want it to look. Now, one thing that I could additionally add to this is this open tag, where if I have different statuses, I probably want to represent those a little bit differently based off of that status. So maybe for open, I'll have that as green. Maybe if it's a bad one, I'm going to have a red status, or, just generally having different colors based off that status. So for instance, if I wanted to add this as a green one for the open status, I can say BG green 500, which shows that it's open, but I want that to be dynamic. So what I can do is I can turn this into a dynamic value where we can import the CN from utils, which came from shadcn. I can add the defaults, which is going to be that rounded 500. But then I can say, if the result.status equals open, then I want it to be additionally green. And we can see that it's green. Now, we don't currently have any other statuses rather than open right now because we haven't added the ability to change that status, but we can still at least fill this out to whatever we want those colors to be. And we can even hack the status just by hard coding it to test through them. So I'm just going to paste in a few additional ones here where we have our paid, our void, and our uncollectible, and I'm showing a different color based off of whatever those are. And I just realized that I probably don't want to show the open as green. I probably want to show the paid as green, where maybe the open is represented by a nice blue. So now we see that blue open, but now let's just test and make sure that if we change it, that it's going to change the style. So let's just temporarily add result.status equals, let's say paid. We can see that it did update to green, but if I change it to maybe uncollectible, we can see that it changed to red. But of course we don't want to hard code that. That's not the point of this. But now we can see that depending on what that status is, it's going to show a different representative color. Now, I probably want to have that same treatment on the dashboard page. The only other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that over to the dashboard. I'm going to paste that as well. Need to make sure that I import that CN function. And back on the dashboard page, we can see that we now have that really nice list of color representing what the status is. Now, to take this a step further, we probably want to show all these statuses as title case. Now, we could probably do that with CSS to make sure that it always looks appropriate. But what if you have 2 words as your status? Now, I don't in the way that I'm creating this application, but maybe you do for your use case. So another thing that we can do is we can create a mapping with all those statuses, but I'm not going to walk through that here. Let's see if you can handle that on your own. But because my use case is simply just having those 1-word statuses, I'm just going to simply add capitalize for my different use cases, both on the dashboard and the invoice page. And we can see that we have that nice capitalized status. So we have our invoice details page all set up, but we have one issue. What if we go to an invoice that doesn't exist, such as let's go to 1337. There's no way I hit over 1,000 in just my testing. We can see that I get an error. So how do I actually handle the use cases where I don't actually have an actual invoice yet? When handling errors on our dynamic page route, we want to think about a few different things. First off, if we don't actually get a result, what kind of error do we want to provide to our user? The next thing is, what if they provide an invalid invoice ID? Do we want to provide the same error or do we want to provide something different? Now, starting off with the actual result, if we don't find anything within the database, maybe we provide a 404 error. Next.js makes this relatively easy, where they have a simple not found function that we can import and use. So if we don't find a result, we can just throw a not found error. So at the top of the page, let's import not found from next navigation. And then we can take that not found. And if we say if result doesn't exist, just simply say not found. So our page already updated in the background, and we can see that we're already getting that 404. If we go to something different, like 1234, we can see we get something similar. But if we go to one that exists, such as maybe 12, we can see that we do get routed to the correct invoice ID. Now, we'll come back to this later when we're working with authentication, but another thing to consider is maybe you don't want to show a 404. If we're using something like a UUID instead of the actual serial ID, maybe you don't want to recognize that that ID actually exists. So maybe you return a 500, or maybe you return somebody and send them to the dashboard or something to make sure that you're not recognizing that it is a valid ID and maybe they just don't have access. But let's just stick with 404 for now, and that leads us to another scenario. What if the invoice ID isn't actually a valid ID? Do we want to throw the same not found error, or do we want to actually give a more descriptive error because it's just simply not valid? So for instance, if we say if invoice ID, and we're actually going to check is not a number, because that is what it would give us if we tried to parse, say instance, if we tried to do parse int ASDF, if we tried to parse a string that isn't going to return a number, it would give us a not a number. So if we say if is not a number invoice ID, maybe we just throw a new error and we say invalid invoice ID. So now if we try to go to something like ASDF, we can see that we actually get an error. Now, it's ultimately up to you for how you want to handle that kind of error, but if you want to go the route of throwing the error, the next step that you could probably take is capturing that error by setting up an error boundary. Now, Next.js also makes this really easy, where we can simply create an error.js file, or in our case, an error.ts or tsx, where you can capture that error and then show to the page exactly how you want. So if we open up the sidebar here, and inside of my app directory, in the root of my app directory, I'm going to create an error.tsx file. Where to start, I'm going to export a default function called error, and let's just return error. Now, error boundaries occur on the client. So in order to make this work properly, we're going to need to add the use client directive so that we can actually capture that and render our page. So at the top, I'm going to add use client. I realized I spelled error incorrectly, but now we can see once we reload the page that we are getting that error. We can see that everything else is still working. We get the 404 if we don't actually get that. And if we do have a page, we still get that 12. But if we go to an invalid ID, we can still see that we get that error. Now, this error page component is ultimately going to receive some props. And the one that we're actually interested in right now is the error prop, where this is going to be defined, or typed out rather, as an actual error. So if we try to render this to the page, we can render it as error.message. We can see that the error that we threw from within the page component is actually rendered on the page. Now, if we didn't want to create our own custom page and we just wanted to render the default page only maybe with a custom message, something similar to what we would get for the 404 page, we can actually still have access to that. What we can do is we can import the error component from next error. And because we're already typing this out as error, and also the page name is called error, maybe we call this next error. But what we'll do is we'll render this as a component. Maybe we add a status code of 500 or whatever you really want to add for that. 500 makes sense if you don't know what the error is ahead of time. And then we can also pass along a title, where maybe we pass along that error message as the title. So now we still get that default Next.js experience for the 500 error page, but then we can pass along that custom title. But that gives you the flexibility to render whatever you want for an error page, whether maybe you want to add a search bar, maybe you want to try to figure out what they tried to mean inside that, maybe use AI or something like that, and try to route them to the right place. Ultimately, you can really create whatever experience you want for your error pages by customizing it. But now that we have our base errors covered, we get to the point where we finally want to be able to lock down our application. So maybe our next error is that somebody doesn't have access. So let's see how we can actually add authentication and lock down our application. There's a lot of different ways for thinking about and approaching how you want to add authentication to your app, including, do you want to roll out your own authentication? Or maybe use an established provider that knows what they're doing. Clerk is one of those providers who's well known for having a great DEX and making it really easy to add really complex features to lock down your apps. Now, the first thing that we'll need to do in order to get started with Clerk, of course, is create an account. So head over to spacejelly.dev/clerk. You can find that link in the description, or just simply head over to clerk.com. Now, this is your first time setting up a Clerk account. You're going to be dropped into this setup wizard where we can start with our application name, where let's say my invoicing app. Next, you can select the different providers that you actually want to set up. So if we look at these sign-in options here, we have a lot of different options that we can include in order to add authentication. Now, for my purpose, I'm just going to leave email and I'm going to leave Google. Now, if you want to add other things like GitHub, you can simply just check the box and you can add Google sign-in to your application. But whatever you check and whenever you're ready, go ahead and click Create Application. But then we can see that we're dropped into our Getting Started page, which gives us some options, including the different SDKs they support for how we can actually start to install and configure Clerk inside of our app. So you can find most of this inside of the documentation, but I'm just going to simply follow along with the instructions here. But the first thing is we want to install the Next Clerk package. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this to my clipboard. And inside my terminal, I'm going to run npm install @clerk/Next.js. And reminder, we need to add that legacy pure deps flag because we're working with the RC candidate of React. So in addition to the npm install @clerk/Next.js, make sure to add legacy pure deps. Now the next step will be copying our environment variables so that we can dump those into our .env.local. So I'm going to go ahead and copy those as well. And we can dump that in right underneath our Xata database URL. I like to add a space just to kind of group the different configuration settings. And then finally, it shows us how to set up middleware, because middleware is going to be where all the requests are routed through so that it can help check for authentication. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this middleware. We're inside of our project directory. We're going to want to add this file inside of the source directory. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it middleware.ts, and then I'm going to paste in the page content. Now, it's important that you get the location of this middleware.ts file correct. Otherwise, it's not going to work properly. So if you are using the source directory, which in my case, I am using the source directory, we'll want to include it at the bottom of the source directory right next to the app directory. But if you're not using the source directory, it's going to be in the root of your project adjacent to the app directory. And then the last step will be to add the Clerk provider, which will give us the client-side context for how Clerk is actually going to work throughout the application. So I'm going to copy this import statement only. I'm going to open up my layout.txx file, where inside I'm going to add that import, and I'm only going to use the Clerk provider at this point. But I'm going to take the Clerk provider and I'm going to wrap the entire layout with that provider, if I can actually get this correct. So we now have our Clerk provider, and that's wrapping everything inside of the HTML. Now, as we can see, they also give us this signed in, signed out, user button, signed in button, which gives us some really basic UI elements for how we can interface, or our users can interface with Clerk. So to test this out, I'm going to go ahead and copy this import statement. I'm going to go to my default homepage. I'm going to paste these at the top of that page if I can actually paste it. I'm going to copy those buttons as well. I'm going to paste that right above my sign-in button, which we'll fix in a second. And now if we actually head to our application homepage, we can see that we have this additional sign-in button. And if we click it, we start to actually go to the Clerk sign-in page. Now, taking that a step further, if you do actually try to sign in, where I skip through the Google authentication part, where now we can see that we're back on the home page, which is the page we're trying to sign in from. It was redirected back to this. And we can see we now have this user button, where if we select it, we can see that we get this drop down, including account management. We can even sign out. And this is going to give us the way for our users to actually interface with their account. So now that we actually have this sign in and sign out capability, let's next actually lock down the pages that we want to require authentication for. Next.js middleware gives us the opportunity to run some code before a request is actually completed. To do that, we can use the middleware.ts file, where inside we can do things like rewriting headers or even redirecting. Now, as you can imagine, that's going to be a good place where we can handle some of our authentication, where that's where Clerk's Clerk middleware helper comes in, where we can actually start to specify what routes we want to protect and which routes we don't. Where using tools like the create route matcher function, we can start to define what routes we want to actually match, and then do things like protect those routes and make sure that we actually have authenticated user before we let them proceed. Now, we already set up the basics for using Clerk in middleware, where we're already using this Clerk middleware function, but now we can start to define the routes that we want to actually protect. So to start, I'm going to create a new constant of is protected, where I'm going to set that equal to create route matcher, which I'm going to pull in from Clerk, where I'm going to pass in an array, which is where I'm going to define the routes that I want to actually protect. Now let's see, in our case, we have the dashboard page, we have the individual invoice page, and we have the create new invoice page. And we want all of those to be protected. So we can start defining those out. So I have dashboard, I have invoices where we can define a dynamic parameter such as invoice ID. And then maybe we can also define where we have invoices/new. Now, in order to use this route matcher, which ultimately returns a function that we'll use as part of the request lifecycle, we're going to pass in a function to our Clerk middleware helper. Where let me get rid of the sidebar here. This is going to take two arguments. It's going to take the auth argument and the request object, where what we're going to do now is create a new if statement where we're going to run the is protected route matcher function. So I'm going to say is protected, where I'm going to pass in an argument of the request object, where now I'm going to call this auth function. So I'm going to run auth, and then I'm going to chain on protect. So what this is going to do is it's basically going to say if it is a protected route, by inspecting the request, it's going to make sure that this user is actually authenticated. So now if I head back to the application, we can see that I am already logged in. So if I click sign in, which is currently linked to the dashboard, we can see that I am able to go to the dashboard. I'm able to visit an individual invoice. I'm able to even go to that create new invoice page. But what happens if we try to log out? So I'm going to go back to the home page where I'm going to go ahead and sign out of my account. I'm going to try to click that sign in button that's currently linking back to the dashboard. And we can see that we can't actually access that anymore, which makes sense because we logged out and we just protected that route, and you need to be logged in or authenticated in order to access that. Now, just to kind of prove that this is working as we expect it to, if we open up an incognito window, for instance, and go to dashboard, we can see that we get the same thing. We need to re-log in. If we go to maybe invoices new, we have to log in. If we go to invoices 1337, again, we have to log in. So now we're successfully protecting all those routes, and we're requiring the user to actually be authenticated before they can visit those. But no worries, if we actually want to start to log in and access those pages again, we can go through that same auth flow and land right back inside of our dashboard. Now, when we're creating our route matcher, we can kind of think about it from two different perspectives. Do we by default want open access and we have to opt in to protection? Or do we want it to be auth first, where then we need to opt into allowing it as a public route? Now, in our case, it might make sense to lock down everything by default and have to opt in if we want it to be a public route. The nice thing about that is because we're doing something like a dashboard, which likely most pages are going to require authentication, you're going to avoid the potential of maybe leaking a page and not requiring authentication that can create issues downstream. So maybe instead of is protected, let's duplicate this and comment out is protected. I'm going to say is public, and maybe that's going to be our homepage. So we want our homepage to be publicly accessible. So of course, that would mean that we would need to update our Clerk middleware to is public. But now because we kind of turned around how we're checking this, we need to make sure that we're checking if it's not public, then we're going to protect it. So if I head back to the app and refresh the page, we can see that it's still working as expected. But if I try to open up the incognito window, we still see that we get redirected. But now every time I add a new route, it's going to be authenticated by default. So we have the basics of our authentication lockdown, but we have a little bit of a UX problem. We have no way of being able to log in or log out, and in particular, log out when you're already signed in and in the dashboard without having to go back to the homepage. That's pretty poor UX. How can we fix that? Now, one pattern that's pretty common to applications like this that we missed adding in the beginning is a header, where maybe that's where we store some information, including where we can sign in and sign out for the application. So in order to add our header, I'm going to head over to the layout file, where this is going to be where I add my header, and maybe we can even add a footer here. Now, I already know that I want to make this a component, so I'm just going to start this off as a component. So let's head over to the components directory. I'm going to create a header.tsx. I'm going to create a new const header. I'm going to set that equal and return a header element, and then ultimately export default header. Now inside, we can just add header for now, just to test that it works. Over back inside of my layout file, I'm going to now import the header from components header. if I paste that correctly. And then down inside of the application, let's go ahead and add that header component. All right, so we're making some progress. We can see that header text. So inside of my header, I want to start off with two things. One being the title of the site, and the other one is going to be that sign in button or maybe sign out button, the user badge that we saw back on the homepage. So let's break this down. I'm going to add my paragraph and let's call this Invoicepedia or really whatever you want to name your application. Then I'm going to add a second div rather, where I'm going to go ahead and add that button. Now I can grab that by heading back to the home page, where as we remember, we have this sign out component, we have the signed in, which is going to basically allow us to check the sign in or the auth status before we show a component, where we have the sign in button and we also have the user button, which we saw before. So let's go ahead and just cut this out because we don't need that there anyways. Head back to the header and I'm going to paste that right inside. Now, of course, we need those components inside. So I'm going to grab those import statements from the top of the original homepage, paste that at the top of header, and we can already see that we get that user badge at the top of the page. Now, in the original layout that I have, we have a couple different design constraints where one, I want the width of this content to match the width of the pages. I also want to make sure that we have the one item in the far left and one item in the far right. So I'm going to add a wrapping div on this to start, where I'm going to add a class name of flex. I'm going to say space between, or rather that one's going to be justify between. Going to hide my sidebar, and I'm going to also add items center to make sure that it's aligned vertically. Then let's add a nice gap of 4, which usually isn't going to be necessary when we're on a desktop environment, but as it starts to collapse and get smaller, then we'll have a little bit of space between. So that gave us our split items, but now let's actually contain it to the same width as the rest of the content. If we head back to how we're setting up our dashboard, we can see that we're currently setting this as max width of 5XL. Now, one pattern that I like to take when building applications is I like to create a container component. Now, it's probably not totally necessary, but what it's basically going to do is it's going to give me a nice reusable way to always wrap the content that I want it to be contained into the layout of my app. So I'm going to create a new component called container.tsx. I'm going to set that up, container. I'm going to return ultimately a div and then the children inside of that div. And I'm going to export default container. Now the container is of course going to define those props. So I'm going to specify children, but then I'm going to start to type this all out. So I'm going to specify container props, which I'm going to start to define at the top of interface container props, which I'm going to actually extend react.component props and pass in a dynamic, or not a dynamic, but pass in div as the element that I want to actually extend. So we can see that that already got children. And what I can do now is any of the additional props where I can define props, we still get all those inherent props that come with a div element, but now we can actually extend it anytime that we want. Now we might not necessarily have to do that, but we have that option if we want. So I'm going to spread the rest of these props on the div so somebody can utilize them if they want. But now my ultimate goal is to create some reusable styles. So I'm going to define my class name, and inside I'm going to use the cn utility where I'm going to import that in. I want to destructure my class name from the props where I'm going to pass in that class name as one of the arguments to cn, but I also want to define the defaults that I'm going to pass along for my Tailwind classes. So back inside of my page, we can see that we were using max width of 5XL. So I'm going to go ahead and apply that as well. But then we can also add MX auto, which is going to center that within the page. And when setting up these containers, I also like to add a little bit of padding on the sides to make sure as it collapses down responsively, there's always going to be a little bit of padding so it's not just hugging the side of the page. So I'm going to also add px of, let's just say 5. So now if I head back to my actual header file, I'm going to now import the container from components container. And now let's try to wrap our content. So I'm going to specify my container and let's see what that looks like. We can see that it is now mostly aligned with the rest of the content on the page. We can see that it's off a little bit, but that's because we defined that padding. And if we remember from earlier, we never actually defined any padding before. We can see that that's creating an issue where the content is hugging directly on the side of the page. So what I actually want to do now is start to reuse that container component in my other pages so that they all can use that same base set of styles. So let's go ahead and additionally import the container from my components container, and inside of this main tag, I'm going to add that container. Let's make sure we capture everything so I can indent that in. And then on the main tag itself, I can get rid of that max width of 5XL as well as that MX of auto. Now, if we head back to the application, we start to see that we get that padding on the sides. And if we expand it, well, wait, it looks a little bit wonky here. What's going on? So we still have some other styles on the main class that probably don't make sense. So let's get rid of those as well. Let's get rid of all the Flexbox stuff. We don't need any of that anymore. We can probably get rid of that text center because we're not actually using it. We can get rid of the gap. And we can see that's looking much better. If I get rid of the dev tools, we can see that it's now nice and aligned. So now whether we have that full layout or if we're actually trying to collapse this down responsively, we can see that we get that nice padding on the sides and our header is looking pretty good so far. So let's tweak it a little bit more, where there's primarily two things that I want to do. First of all, I want to add some additional space between this header and the top of the page. I also want to make this Invoicepedia bold and make it a link. So let's start off with, in the header, let's start off by making this class name font bold. I'm also going to break this down, and then I'm going to make this a link component. And what this link is going to do is it's just going to simply link to the dashboard page, because that's going to be our ultimate homepage of the application, not the homepage itself. So then I'm going to make sure that I import this link from next link. And when we try to click it, we should see that it shouldn't do anything because we're on the dashboard. But now let's add that spacing. We're on the header itself. I'm going to add a class name, and let's add a margin top of 8. I'm going to also add a margin bottom of 12. Now, previously, we defined this margin on the content because we didn't have any other way or currently another way of actually adding that. So over on the page itself, I'm going to go ahead and now get rid of that margin that's on the dashboard page. So I think this is looking pretty good now. We have our title, we have our little user badge, which allows us to actually access our account information. Now, if you wanted to, you can also do the same thing with adding a footer if you'd like. So I'm going to just quickly add a new footer. Let's go ahead and import this as well. But of course, we're going to need to create it. But over inside of my page, I'm going to just start off by duplicating the header and calling that footer.tsx. Get rid of the sidebar here. We're not going to add the same importing the link files like we did before, unless you wanted to add that inside of your footer. I'm going to get rid of a lot of this content then and just start off with a container. Rename this to footer, of course, and footer. I similarly want to add some spacing, but I'm going to change this to a margin top of 6 and a margin bottom of 8. And then I just want to add a little bit of information. So let's add a paragraph tag where I'm going to say Invoicepedia, where let's say copyright using and copy, where we can say new date, where I'm going to call get full year. I also want to make that text small, so I'm going to say text SM. And then at this point, we can really add whatever other information we want, whether that's text or other links. So maybe I can say created by Colby Fayok with Next.js, Xata, and Clerk. Spell that right. So if we head back to the application, we can see that we have our text now at the bottom of the page. And I think the only other thing that I want to do is maybe I want to show this similarly to the header, that I want to do it side by side, but on the ends. So just like I did with the header again, I'm going to add class name flex, justify between, just add a little bit of a gap of 4. And I think for my purposes, this is working perfectly. Now, just to wrap this up, let's make sure that we have all of our pages set up with the same container. So I'm going to head over to create invoice, where we need to set this one up. So I'm going to go ahead and import that container and replace, or rather, I'm going to nest that container on all the content. I'm going to get rid of those styles like I did before, leaving just the ones that I actually need, where we can actually see that we lost some margin when we were removing that flex box. So we can add some margin back on the header of the page itself, where if we go back to that header, I'm going to add, how about margin bottom of 6 maybe? And I think that's looking pretty good. We also want to do that on the dashboard. So I'm also going to add the margin bottom of 6. Which I think works really well. But we have another potential scenario, which we're not running into right now because the content fills up the pages. But what if we had a really short page? What if we only just had a little bit of text? Now, just to kind of simulate that, I'm going to go ahead and comment out the entire form. And we can see that our footer is pulled up way up next to the content, where I probably want that to stick to the bottom of the page at all times. Now, what we can do is where we're defining our header, children, and footer, we can use CSS grid to make sure that it's always stuck to the bottom. So I'm going to append some additional classes to the body class name here, where the first thing I'm going to add is min height of screen to make sure that the page contents is always at a minimum going to be the size of the browser window. I'm going to set a display of grid, And then I'm going to add grid rows where I'm going to define a custom value of auto 1FR auto. So if we head back into the application, we can now see that our footer is sticky at the bottom of the page. But of course, I want to add back in my content, so I'm going to uncomment that out. And we can see that it's working pretty well. Maybe I can add a little bit of more margin to the top of the footer. So maybe I'll just update that to, let's say 12. And I think that's looking pretty good. And as we know, if our page is too short, it's going to come up. Otherwise, it's going to start pushing down just like the natural flow of a page. So now we have our nice header where we were able to add our user button where we can manage our authentication from within the application. And we were able to customize a lot of the different aspects of our application. But one thing we haven't been able to customize so far is what about that sign-in page? So if I head back over to sign in, we're currently redirected to Clerk. What if we wanted to keep that on our own website? Clerk makes it really easy for us to create our own sign in or sign up pages where we can see in this particular example, all we need to do is import this sign up or sign in component and simply dump it in the page. And then it's going to be within any other different layout that we have really integrated into our app. So let's give this a try, starting with the sign in page where we can see the instructions of how we're going to set this up. We're starting with the file path of where our page is going to be located. We can see that we can define this in app/sign in, and this sign in part could probably be whatever you want. But what's critical here is this optional catch-all route where we need to make sure that it is an optional catch-all route and that we define it exactly how it is in here, because Clerk then uses it dynamically depending on the different types of auth that you're using in the app. So we've got to make sure that we always have this optional catch-all route inside. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this whole path as is. And then I'm going to open up my sidebar here, and inside of the app directory, I'm going to create that new file. And a little trick here is you can just paste the entire path or write the entire path in here, and it's going to create all those nested folders for you. So I'm going to hit enter, and we can see that I now have that sign-in path critically again with that optional catch-all route. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy the contents of that page, paste it inside of the app. And now if we actually try to go to /sign-in, we're actually redirected to that Clerk page again. What's going on? Well, if you remember inside of our middleware file, we're making sure that everything is protected by default. And that includes that sign-in page where we need to make that public. So I'm going to go ahead and now add sign in, where because that could potentially be a dynamic route, remember we're defining that optional catch-all route, we need to make sure that we add a glob and catch everything after. So we're going to add parentheses dot star, where now let's give that another try. If I head to sign in, we can see that, well, it's looking a little bit wonky to start. It's not aligned correctly, but we can see that it is now working properly. But as we know, we can easily fix that. So I'm going to import my container from components container, just to start off wrapping with the page content that I want it to be contained in, if I can get this right when I'm pasting in this component. And we also want to make sure that we're actually centering the sign-in component inside of that container. So I'm going to also add a flex, and I'm just going to justify center. And I think this is looking really good now. We can see that I have my custom sign-in route, and we're actually embedding that sign-in component, so it looks like it's still part of my site. Now we can do the same exact thing for the sign-up page, where we haven't looked at that sign-up page yet, but it's really just the same thing, but we want to create that now inside of our app. So I'm going to head back into my app, and I'm going to create that new file where it's going to be sign up this time. I'm going to define another optional catch-all route of sign up, and then finally page.tsx. Now, as far as the contents of that goes, we can really just use basically the same exact thing as we did for the sign-in page, only it's going to be sign up. So let's go ahead and replace this with sign up. And of course, we need to make sure that we add this to our middleware. But now when we go to sign up, we should see that that also looks like it's now part of our application. Now, the tricky thing though, is if we try to click that sign in button, we still go to that Clerk page. Clerk automatically manages how those redirects occur inside of your application, so we need to configure some environment variables to make sure that we're sending people to the right place. So in particular, we want to make sure that we're going to set a sign in URL and we're going to set a sign up URL. So heading to my application, I'm going to go to my .env.local, and I'm going to grab these variables, my sign in URL, which is going to be /sign in, and then I'm going to also add my sign up URL, which is going to be /sign up. So now this time, if I try to click the sign in button again, we can see that we are going to that correct page. Now this is looking really good as it is, but what if we wanted a truly custom sign in page? Clerk has a newer feature called Elements, which gives you the ability to really customize how you're actually building your authentication flows. They make it really easy by giving us a nice set of components that helps with both the interactions and how we're actually managing all of this authentication state. Now, to make this work, I'm just going to simply walk through one of their examples that they have, but they have some pretty nice examples. Where if we head over to this page, we can see that there's a couple examples, including just simply adding a username and password, which we can see that looks pretty nice as it is, and we can even start to customize it. Where if we look at the code, it's really just a bunch of Tailwind where we can just customize that exactly how we want. Something like maybe we see with shadcn. We can see that we have our Google OAuth example, where this gives us a nice dark mode look. We have multi-factor authentication, which we'll cover later. But then we also have an example that I think I'm going to start with, which gives you your email, your Google sign in, as well as multi-factor authentication. So because we created that new sign-in route, we're already a step forward in the right direction. So we can see that all we need to do is we need to copy all this code inside of this example here. Or of course you can code all this yourself, but to start, I think it's much easier just to copy one of the examples. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this content. And inside of my sign-in page, I'm going to go ahead and just simply to start, replace everything. Now, one thing that we don't currently have inside of our projects is we need to install the Clerk Elements package. So back inside of the terminal, I'm going to additionally install with npm install Clerk Elements and make sure we pass in the legacy pure deps flag. But now as soon as the browser refreshes, we can see that we get that nice new look. Now, if you're already coming in here with a certain set of auth providers, you need to make sure that you are matching up all those auth providers inside of this custom page. Where if we search for login with Google here, we can see that we're using this Clerk connection component where it has a name of Google, meaning Clerk is already going to handle a lot of those details for us. We're here, we're just simply defining the icon and the text of login with Google, and Clerk will handle the rest. But if, for instance, if I was also supporting GitHub, we want to make sure that we have a connection for GitHub also defined on the page. But I think I want to customize this just a little bit, including just replacing the name and the icon here. So I'm going to search for Clover, where we can find this sign into Clover. And I'm going to replace this with Invoicepedia. And then looking at the icons, I think I want to use Briefcase. So we can see, how about this nice one here? And I'm going to copy the SVG this time. I'm going to actually use this nice little tool called SVG to JSX just to convert all the different props to the correct format for JSX. I'm going to then copy all this SVG inside of the browser. And then back inside of my code, I'm going to get rid of most of this SVG here. I do want to make sure that I grab this class name so that it looks the same. So let's go ahead and copy this class name over and replace the existing one there, and then clean up the rest of this code. I'm going to make sure that this is indented properly. And we can see that we have that nice sign-in header now looking like my application. Now, I also want to make sure that this button actually looks like a button from my application. So at the top of the page, let's import that button, from components UI button. And if we find the sign in button on the page, we can see that it's the sign in action with a bunch of class names that represent that style. But what if we want to use our own component? What if we want to pull in our own shadcn components for really any of these different types of actions? Well, for this, we can first of all get rid of this class name, and I'm going to add the as child prop, not too dissimilar for what we did with shadcn itself. And then I can start to use my button. So I'm going to define, or what did I click here? We can add our button. I can wrap that with the sign in. And now we can see that while we probably need to make this up with a full, we now get to use our button that we're using through the rest of the application. So let's go ahead and specify with the full, and let's call this font bold. And I think this is looking pretty good. We could probably even update the login with Google. So let's additionally use our button components. I'm going to make sure that I'm properly nesting this. I'm going to get rid of all these styles on my Clerk connection, add the as child, make sure we specify a class name of with full font bold, and then we can add a different variant for this. So how about for this, we add a variant of, how about outline? And while I think I do want the outline, it looks like we have some conflicting background styles. So if we head back into what this is, we can get rid of that background. We can even probably get rid of that padding. We can probably get rid of rounding now because we're not going to have that background color. We can see that this looks pretty good, but now we need a little bit of spacing inside of our button. So on this button, let's add a class of flex, and how about a gap of 2? And now I think this is looking more like our application. Now, I'm not going to walk through doing the same thing with the signup form, but it's going to work the same way. We're over on the Clerk documentation. We can find an example for the signup page where you can then kind of play around and build it exactly how you want to. Now, the only other thing that you want to make sure that you consider with these examples are there's a few little holes for where you need to fill in your information. So in particular, if we see at the bottom of our sign in page, we have the don't have an account where you probably want to now link to your sign up page. So we can add this as a link component. Let me switch this tag. I can import this from next link. And then for the href, well, we could probably put sign in here, or rather sign up. What we can instead do is, because we're already defining this as an environment variable, we can just simply reuse that and specify it as process.env and then use that sign up URL, where href doesn't know that this is a string and it needs to be a string. So we can also just simply wrap this as string. And just to test that that worked, we can see that we do have that sign up button. And if we click it, we go to that correct route. So now we have our nice sign in and sign up pages. So maybe next what we start to think about is what kind of protection we want to have on this application. Currently, we just have some simple OAuth, and we also have the ability to sign up with an email. What if we want to add things like multi-factor authentication? One thing that surprised me about setting up MFA or multi-factor authentication inside of Clerk was just simply how easy it was. Seriously, let's take a look. If I go to the configure tab and then I head over to multi-factor in the left sidebar under user and authentication, we can see that we have a bunch of options available to us. If I wanted to, for instance, set up an authenticator app, which is pretty common these days, I can simply head over to the switch and just simply flip it on. Now, one thing to point out here is it is a premium feature where I'm on a free plan right now, so it wouldn't be able to work until I start paying when it's in production, but we can see how it's going to work inside of development mode. So I'm going to go ahead and click close, and then I'm going to hit save. And now if I head back to the application, I go up to my user at the top and I select manage account. We can see that if I go to security, I actually get a new step here where I now have the ability to set up two-factor authentication or two-step verification. So if I go ahead and click that, I can now see that I can set up an authenticator app where I get that QR code where I can now start setting it up using my phone's app. Now, so you can see how this works. I'm using the Auth app in order to set up my two-factor authentication, where what I can do is I can select the scan QR code where it's going to be able to use my camera, where I'm going to go ahead and scan that QR code. And once it actually adds my account, I'll start getting my 6-digit codes, which I can then use to enter inside of my application. So I'm going to click continue here. And we can see that in my case, I have 258417. We can see that it was successful. I have now added my authentication to the app. So at this point, I'm going to click finish and I can exit out of here. And now what's going to happen is the next time that I try to log in, it's going to require that I use that two-factor authentication. So let's give that a try. I'm going to go ahead and sign out, and then I'm going to sign back in. Now, one thing that I did here is I disabled the URLs, or rather the sign in and sign up paths that we custom configured before, because those were redirecting to our custom sign in pages, which we'll get to in a second. But because they don't currently support MFA or multi-factor authentication, we won't be able to get very far. So in this case, we're going to be able to actually go through the flow, and then we'll loop back and see how we can fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log back in with Google. And as soon as I'm redirected, I head back to the screen where I get the two-step verification screen. So what I can do now is use that same 6-digit code, or rather the new 6-digit code for whatever it's showing on my screen. I can add the 188966. We can see that it automatically submits it, and we can see that I'm dropped into my application and everything worked perfectly. Okay, but what about those custom sign-in pages? So if I re-enable those by uncommenting out the environment variables, when I try to go through that flow again, I'm dropped back into this page, which we can see at the top, it says sign in continue, but it doesn't show anything. It only shows don't have an account, sign up, which isn't accurate. Now, if we head to the code, we can find these sign up steps where the first step is going to be that actual login, where the second step that we have currently is verifications. But if we look at this, we only have some sign in strategies of email code, and we have also phone code, which isn't quite what we need. Now, if we head to the Clerk docs, we can see that under strategy, we have a bunch of different options. And the one that we're looking for the Authenticator app is going to be the TOTP, where we can see that it gives us an example of how we should generally set up the field, which we can just kind of copy one of the ones that exist, only we're going to use a name of TOTP instead of what we currently have, which is email code and phone code. So back to the application, I'm going to go ahead and just simply duplicate one of these, and specifically the phone code. I'm going to change the name here to TOTP, and we can see that this isn't going to quite be exactly what we need. But if we head over to the Clerk documentation, we can actually go to this primitive section where it gives us this really nice OTP input, which will be perfect for being able to accept that inside of our app and continue on with that flow. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all this code, which is going to give us that UI. So I'm going to click copy. And inside the code, I can go ahead and remove or replace this clerk input, again, inside of the strategy for TOTP. Now we can see that I'm getting type errors here. We have two components that are coming from the library framer motion. Now this is totally optional. It just gives a little bit of a nice touch to the OTP input, but this is just going to be an additional dependency that we're going to add quick. So inside of the terminal, I'm going to npm install framer motion, and again, legacy peer deps. And then I'm going to want to import these dependencies. So I'm going to import animate presence and motion from framer motion and head back down really quick. And if we head back to the page, we can already see that we're getting that verification UI. We can see that we have the OTP input, which we just added, only we just need to tweak the visuals a little bit. So I'm going to head back up to the top of the file where, remember earlier, we added a briefcase instead of the icon that came with it. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And then I'm going to go back down to where we are animating that presence. And I'm going to replace the icon that came with that snippet that we pasted in. And then I'm going to also update verify phone code to authenticator code, because obviously that's what we want to actually get. Now phone code, again, that's the same thing. We want to also make sure that this is going to be the authenticator code, not the phone code, but that's going to be SR only, so it's not going to show. So maybe we can also make this verify authenticator code. And we can see that this is already updated. But now let's also update that login button like we did in the earlier step. So if you remember from before, all we're going to do is update this to as child with a capital C. I'm going to add my button and then simply nest that login text. Now, this is a little bit of semantics here. Personally, if you're performing the action of login, that should be log in, not just a single word login. Login as a single word is like a login page, but when you're performing the action, that should be log in. So I'm going to go ahead and replace that everywhere that or rather at least just that one place, because I forget everywhere else that shows it. I'm also going to make sure that the class name on this is with full and a font bold. And while I think the alignment isn't perfect here, I can continue messing with it later to kind of perfect it how I want for my application. But for now, let's enter that verification code. So I'm going to take it again from my Authenticator app. I'm going to enter 379955, and let's hit login. And we can see that I now successfully logged in. Now there's one little thing that we noticed here is I was dropped in back to the home page where I want to be dropped into the dashboard page. Now there's sometimes certain instances where that sign in redirect URL doesn't pass through for whatever reason. So what we can do is we can also force a redirect to whatever page we want. So we can set another environment variable, which is going to be the sign in force redirect URL, or we can even just simply set up the fallback URL rather than forcing. Where let's go ahead and use that fallback URL. So I'm going to go ahead and configure that. And it's just simply, instead of just sign in URL, it's sign in fallback redirect URL. But I want to make sure that this is going to be my dashboard URL. So this is going to be /dashboard instead. So now this time, if I try to log in again, we can see that I was redirected to my dashboard. So this is awesome. We have our application locked down. We even have multi-factor authentication, but there's another authentication method that's becoming more mainstream. How about some passkeys? Now, if this is your first time hearing about passkeys, it's expected to be the passwordless feature, where it's based on cryptographically generated keys that are stored usually on some kind of hardware or device, where it makes it really easy to log into websites or apps using that in a very secure way. Now, again, this is something that sounds really complicated to have to set up, but again, it's not. So if we head back over to our Clerk dashboard, if we go to email, phone, and username, and we scroll down to authentication strategies, we can see that, well, we have another toggle where we can flip on passkeys. And of course, this is also going to be a premium feature. So when you are in production and you are paying for Clerk, this is going to be a premium feature. But we're going to go ahead and click save. And now back inside of my application, similar to what we did with the MFA or multi-factor authentication, if I head over to manage account and I go to my security tab, we can see that I do have the ability now to set up a passkey. So if I click add passkey, I now get this little pop-up inside of my browser where I can now use some kind of passkey app in order to store this on my phone. Now, I'm not entirely sure about Android, but I know at least iOS has this built in. So if I go ahead and try to pull this up on my phone, I get a little note that says save passkey. And let me go ahead and just screenshot it so I can show you what this looks like. If I see, it says save passkey at the bottom where I can now select that. So I'm going to go ahead and go through that. And we can now see that I'm starting to actually get a message. And if you saw on the screen, it's able to detect that device. So if I try to start to log in here and hit continue, I can log in. And now that that's actually stored on my phone, we can see here, allow this site to see your security key. And we want to click allow to make sure that it's going to have that permission. So yeah, it was that easy to set up passkeys both on our Clerk dashboard and inside of our account. But there is one caveat though, is it's not going to work in development mode. And the issue is that the passkeys are associated with a specific domain. And because we're using localhost here, it's going to be associated with that, and it's not going to actually work through that Clerk authentication process. But that is to say, it won't affect production instances, so this will work in production. But that said, we do want to make sure that we have that option inside of our sign-in flow to be able to sign into the actual passkey. So we can see in this example, using the passkey component inside of the sign-in component, we can just simply add this signin.passkey link into our app. So if we head back to where we have our Google connection, let's just simply add that right on top. I'm going to add this inside of a paragraph so that we can control any spacing. I might make this class name text center. Let's make this a little bit more spacing. How about 6? And actually, I could probably just make this a button, kind of similar to what we did for our Google link. So I'm going to add as child and then add this as a button. So continue with passkey, and I'm going to say variant outline. And the last thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that this is width of full. But then when I refresh the page, we can see I do get that continue with passkey button. And if I click it, I get that similar QR code where now I can use my passkey to actually log into my app. Okay, so now I think that my app is sufficiently locked in from an authentication perspective. Now it's time to actually make sure that everything is restricted to that authentication so that nobody can actually abuse it, such as maybe those server actions. When creating our first server action, which was for creating a new invoice, we never added any kind of authentication around it. Now, technically speaking, we did add authentication on the app, so somebody needs to be logged in to submit it through our form, but that doesn't add any server level checks for the server action itself. So if that server action is invoked in a way that we didn't necessarily intend, like outside of the form, or maybe if they somehow got access to that form without the authentication, they would still be able to submit that and push new data or get new data or mutate data in the future, maybe without our consent. So how can we make sure that we lock this down? When dealing with Clerk on the server, we can get access to the auth object, which inside we can get access to the user ID. So at this point, we can just simply check if the user ID exists, which means that they are authenticated, and be on our way. So inside of my server actions file, I'm going to import auth from at Clerk, Next.js server. And at the top of the server action, I'm going to destructure the user ID from auth. And just to point out here, this is not an async function. You don't need an await here. So it's just going to be calling the auth. So I'm going to get this user ID now. And then what I'm going to do, if I don't have a user ID, I'm just going to simply return. So if I head to the app, I'm not going to really reliably be able to test this out unless I try to inspect the network tab and try to actually recreate that server action network request. But what I'm going to try to do instead is I'm going to head over to the create new invoice page, and I'm going to actually disable JavaScript on here. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to submit it with JavaScript, only we're going to open this up in a separate tab, and I'm going to log out in this tab. So this page isn't going to automatically refresh because I disabled JavaScript. But now let's try to submit this. Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com. All your base are belong to us, maybe? Let's try to submit this. And we can see that nothing's happening. Now, there must be something funky going on with the dev server, or maybe this is just how it is. Maybe it requires JavaScript if it seems to fail. But either way, we can see that we weren't able to successfully submit that. Where if I just comment this out for a second, and I try to go through that same process and try to submit it again, where I disabled and then re-enabled JavaScript this time. Let's go ahead and try to submit that. We can see that it looks like it was submitted in the background, but then I was redirected. So let's see if it did actually submit that in the database. You can see that I've been doing a lot of testing, but if we look very closely at the bottom here, we were pwned. So it does seem that we do need to have that authentication. So generally speaking, whenever we do create these actions, we do want to make sure that we are checking for that authenticated session to make sure that someone does have permissions to submit that request. So regardless of if it was pwned or not, now that we're actually be able to check that there is a user, we want to make sure that we're associating that data with that specific user. Now, the use case here is if we have different users, we want to make sure that the user can only see their data. Or later, we're going to see how we can associate it with an organization so users can see everything within their own organization. But for now, we're going to be working on how we can actually make sure that we store the user ID along with that data to make sure they only get access to it. Now, the first step in being able to associate new data with our table is by adding it to our schema. So here we have our invoices table where now we want to add a new user ID field. So because the user ID can be made up of both letters and numbers, we're going to use a text field. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate description here. I'm going to call it user ID and then also make sure that I name it user ID. Now, the tricky thing here is we already have a ton of data that doesn't have a user ID. So we have a few options here where we could either make it allowed to have a null value, where when we're creating this, we might just have a bunch of invoices without a user ID. That just means that that data is kind of going to be lost in the ether, or you can backfill it with user ID. We're not going to walk through that. So either we drop all those rows and start from scratch, or we make this, or we remove not null. I think for my case, I'm just going to drop all rows, but for your case, you can kind of walk through how you want to do this depending on your use case. Again, either you can allow null values, you can either drop all the existing rows, or you can go ahead and backfill all the existing table with that new user ID or the existing user ID for your account. So in my case, I'm just going to simply wipe the slate clean. I'm going to start from scratch and I'm going to then submit new data. So that means I'm going to get rid of all the existing rows. Now, just to be careful here, this is a destructive action. You're not going to be able to get back your data. So please, if you're going to follow along with this, make sure that you know if you did submit anything important, make sure to back it up or maybe go one of the other optional routes. But in my case, this was all just test data, so I have no problem getting rid of it. So I'm just going to simply run delete from that table. I'm going to run that code, or once that finishes running, I no longer have any data. So now at this point, because I made a new change to my schema, I want to generate new migrations and then I want to push those migrations. So if you remember from earlier, when we created that new table, we're going to run that generate command and then we're going to run migrate. So inside of my terminal, I'm going to run npm run generate. We can see that we were generating with one change to a table, or rather a change to one table. And then I'm going to run npm run migrate, where that's going to then try to push those changes. Now, if we head back to Xata and look at our database, we can now see that we have that user ID field on our table. So back to our code, if we head over to our action, now that we have that user ID, we can already see that this insert statement is yelling at us because we now need to associate a user ID. So we're going to take that user ID, I'm going to pass it along right to this insertion. And of course, because we don't have any data, this is going to look empty, but let's head over to create invoice. And I'm going to create a new one. Hello, Colby Fiac, hello at colbyfiac.com. What did before? Testing again. I'm going to go ahead and click submit. We can see that our invoice was created. That's a good thing. We can see that the auto incrementer wasn't reset. I guess if you use truncate instead of delete for deleting all of it, it's going to reset that for you, but that probably doesn't matter for this test case right now. But what is important is if we head back and try to make that query again, so select all from invoices, if we try to select all, we can see that, let me hide myself, if we scroll over, we now have that user ID associated with that row, which is perfect. So now that we're actually associating that user ID, next we want to restrict the data so that only the user that has access to that data can actually see it. So now that we have that user ID associated with our data, we can make sure that anytime that we try to select data, that the data is associated with that user ID of the active user. So let's start off with just that inside of the dashboard where we're going to update this select statement. So the first thing I'm going to do is try to get that user ID. So I'm going to import auth, just like we did in the actions, from Clerk, Next.js, server, just like before. I'm going to get the user ID from the auth object. And then once we have this, we can now start breaking down this select statement where I'm going to say from invoices where we're going to use the equals function where I'm going to then need to import that. So let's import EQ from Drizzle RM. But once we have that, we're going to do something similar to what we did in another lesson where we're going to say we want to make sure that it's equal the invoices dot user ID to the actual user ID. Now this is yelling at me because it's possible that this user ID doesn't exist, which gives another case of if we are inside of this route, we also want to make sure that if the user ID doesn't exist, that we're going to bail out of this. So we'll leave that in there as well, but we can also see that it now satisfies the requirement of this existing as a string, or rather this existing as a string. So if we head back to the application, we shouldn't see anything different, but what we can do now is we can try to create a new account and see if we can see that same data. So I'm going to go ahead and log out of this existing one. I'm going to go ahead and sign in, and I'm going to sign up with a new account. And once I drop into that account, we can see that I no longer see any of that data. Now, similarly, if I try to submit a new invoice on this, so let's try this private invoice, or that's a name. So Cosmo, the space jellyfish, space Cosmo at spacejelly.dev, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing this out. Let's go ahead and submit this one. We can see that that worked. We can see that data inside of this account. But now, again, let's switch back to the original account. So I'm going to sign out of this one. I'm going to sign in. And once that refreshes, we can see that I don't see that. I only see the Philip J. Fry. So this is working perfectly. We're restricting that data. So now, not only do we need to do that on the dashboard, we need to do that on the individual invoice page. Because if I now go back and I go to Invoices 82, because I think 82 was the new one, or maybe it was 83. No, it must have been 82, testing this out. We can see that I do still see that. And just to confirm my sanity here, it looks like 82 is that new one that I submitted. But regardless, I don't want to be able to see this invoice number 82 in this account because it's not associated with this account. So just like before, I'm going to import Auth from Clerk Next.js server. I'm going to then go ahead and grab my const user ID from Auth. If we don't have a user ID, just like before, we still want to make sure that we're going to bail because we want to make sure that even though we are checking that out the middleware route, we want to make sure that we're just covering it in all bases. So it's best practices just to also double check it here. And plus TypeScript will be happy. But then what we're going to do is because we already have one where clause already, we're going to use the and function in order to be able to provide two statements. So we're going to use and, where the first one is going to be this similar check of where we have the invoice ID, but now we want to also check the user ID. So we're going to say the users or the invoice's user ID is equal to that user ID. Now we need to import this and statement. It looks like it's not letting me auto import. So I'm going to go ahead and import that from Drizzle ORM and we can see that that's happy. So now let's try to go back to that invoices 82 and it can't be found. And the reason why it's not found is because it's not finding any of those rows for that ID that's associated with our active user ID. And because there's no result, we're just simply saying not found. Now you can theoretically think about how you might want to approach this if you want a different message. Now 404 is probably the best bet because you're not recognizing that there is an invoice, kind of similar to an issue that we spoke about earlier. You're not recognizing that that ID exists. You're just saying that nothing is there so that no one's none the wiser. Okay, so now that we have some of these restrictions in place, we're feeling like we're in a good spot from an auth perspective. What if we want to update this invoice, such as what if we want to move this to maybe a paid status or an uncollectible or void status? How do we actually update our data? When thinking about updating this status, we want to think about what kind of UI control we want to give in order to update that status. So if we look back at the original demo application, we can see that we have this change status button where if you click it, it gives you this nice little drop down with all the different options. So if I wanted to change this invoice to void, I can go ahead and select that and it updates that status immediately to void. Now, shadcn comes with this drop-down menu out of the box where we can see in this example here, once you click the button, it's going to give you that nice drop-down of the different options that you want to use. So let's go ahead and start by adding that drop-down menu button. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the install command and I'm going to paste that into my terminal. And we should see that we actually get an error here. Now, if we scroll up, we can see that this is trying to install the Radix UI React drop-down menu. Now, if we remember from before, because we're using Next Canary and React RC, we're going to have an issue because we have conflicting dependencies here. Now, we can't just simply append the legacy peer deps here like we did before. So instead, what we're going to need to do is manually install this particular component and any other future components that require dependency, at least until we're able to upgrade to those stable releases of Next and React. But honestly, that's not too bad. So all we need to do is walk through these steps, which includes installing that dependency manually and then passing in those flags that we need, and then copying and pasting the React component code into the application under a new component file. So let's install that dependency first with npm. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this one in. And then again, remember, we want to add the legacy peer deps, and this should go ahead and install correctly for us. And then we can actually copy and paste the code itself. So I'm going to come in here. You don't need to expand it if you don't want to look at it. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this code. And then back inside the app, I'm going to go under Components UI, where I'm going to create a new file called dropdown menu.tsx, where then I'm just going to simply paste inside everything that we copied from the shadcn site. Okay, so what I actually want to do is I want to make it so, first of all, I'm going to fix the alignment here because I want this to be on the far left side of the document, but then on the right side, I'm going to add that change status button. All right, so I'm going to head over to my invoice details page inside of the code, where if we scroll down, we can see where we have our header, where we already added this paragraph tag before, which is where we can eventually place that change status. So let me just add this here so we can see what it looks like. And we can see that it does show up on the page, but I want to make sure that this spans the full width of the actual page. And if we look inside here, let's see what elements are actually preventing it from expanding the full width. It looks like our main element needs to have like a width full on it. So we'll do just that. And on our main, we'll add the width full. And we can see that it is now actually expanding out. We are missing that container though from before. So let's wrap it to make sure that it gets that padding. So I'm going to go ahead and import container from components container. Then if we scroll down, we can go ahead and wrap everything with that. So let's add my container. Let's nest everything just a little bit. So now that we have that container installed. Now, of course, because we are defining that max width on the container, we no longer actually need to apply that to the main element. So we can go ahead and remove the max width of 5XL as well as that MX of auto. And additionally, because we're defining that extra padding, we no longer need to include the margin that we have on that main element. So now I think this is looking pretty good. And now we can actually start implementing that change status button that we want on the top right here. So the way that this is going to work is just like any other component, we're going to import this series of components. Now this is a little bit more complex than some of the other examples that we've used because it includes a bunch of different imports, but it's not as bad as it seems. We just have a few different containers for where we have all the content that we want to live. So we have this drop-down menu top level component where we have the drop-down menu trigger so that when you click something, it's going to open the menu itself where we have that content. And then we have all the different items that we want, including a label if we want, and even a separator, where for now, we're really just going to focus on the menu items. So let's start off by copying those imports and then pasting those in at the top of the page. Then we can copy the example code we have here. And then if I scroll down to where I'm defining that change status, I'm going to go ahead and replace that with my drop-down menu. So what I want to do is instead of open, I want to have change status. Now I want to also make that look like a button rather than just some plain text. So what I can additionally do is I can import my button, and maybe as the variant, I want that to be outline. Let's also import the actual component in. Let me get rid of this paragraph tag now. And then we're going to want to think about what all these different items are going to be. So I don't want to have a label. I don't want to have a separator, but what different statuses do we have? If we head back to our schema for a second, we can see that the different statuses we have are open, paid, void, and uncollectible. So let's go ahead and define those as open, paid, void, and uncollectible. Now, if we try to reload the page, we actually see we get an error here. So let's open up our terminal here, or the console here, where we can see that we're having an issue with this button. Now, what's happening is this button is actually going to be a double nested button. So the trigger is actually a button in itself. So what we need to do is we need to pass in that as child prop like we saw earlier. So we can simply add the as child so that we can actually control this button exactly how we want. We no longer get that error, and we can see that we now have our change status menu. Now, when dealing with these different statuses, I don't want to have to manually update all these different pieces every time I want to make a change to a status or maybe the code around it for how it works. So what we can do is we can maintain these inside of maybe an array so that anytime we need to adjust the statuses, we can adjust that array. Or if anytime we need to adjust the code, we can adjust the code inside of the loop through all those statuses. So to start, we can just simplify this by at the top, I'm going to create a new constant, available statuses. We can create a new array of objects where we can have an ID. We can start with open. We can have a label. We can make that open. And we can see that we can copy this. So let's create the paid. We have void and void. And we have uncollectible. And we have uncollectible. Now you can kind of think that we might be able to get away with just using the ID and using maybe a capital letter, but maybe in the future, or maybe some kind of status we have that we don't want it to be just represented by a symbol capital. So this gives us the flexibility of being able to define the label exactly how we want, or maybe even add an icon on it at some point. But either way, you can really kind of define this how you want for how you want to manage these statuses in a central location. But now that we have these available statuses, we can scroll down to where we're rendering our menu items. And then for each of our available statuses, we can loop through, we can return, or rather our menu item. We're inside, we can render then the status.label to start off. We can pass in our key, which can be that status.id. Let me break this down to make it a little easier to see, and we can get rid of the other statuses. So this should just get us back to the point where we were before. So now we have all those rendered statuses. But now what I want to happen is anytime I click one of these statuses, of course, I want to update the real status. Now, the way that we're currently working inside of this particular page file is we're working inside of a server component. So we don't have access to client APIs, such as listening for the click handler and then submitting something based off of that. Now, we could probably turn this into a client component and we can think of ways that we can manage updating the status on the client. But maybe as a nice little practice, we can see how we would do this on the server, where we can use forms and server actions in order to submit that request. That way, we never have to actually opt this into a client component and we can take advantage of those server side capabilities. Now, one quick caveat is I don't necessarily recommend that this is the way to do it, but it's a way to do it. So, kind of think about what you want for your needs and how you want to approach this. And this is just one way that you can do it. So for each of these menu items, I'm going to wrap everything inside of a new form element because ultimately that form is going to be the mechanism that I use to submit it. Now, what we can do is we can now add a button inside of here, just a plain empty button with the label, which is going to go ahead and trigger that form once we associate it with an action. Now, inside of the form, we want to be able to specify two data points. First of all, we want to specify the actual invoice that we want to update, as well as the status that we want to update it to. So we're going to add a new input, and this is going to be a type of hidden, meaning it's not going to actually show, but we can still store a value in it to get sent through to that server action. And we're going to call this first one ID, which is going to represent our invoice ID, where we can specify a value where currently all the data is being stored on our result, which is going to represent all the invoice data. So we can say, or rather we can just grab this invoice ID from the page parameter, depending on how you want to do it. Either way will work. We can pass in our invoice ID. Let me hide myself here so you can see it. We have our hidden input, hidden input with a name of ID, which is going to reference our invoice ID. Now we're going to want to again have that second one, which this one is going to be our status, where we can now pass in that status ID, which is going to represent the actual database value for what we want to update the status to. Now, giving a quick look back inside the application, we shouldn't see that anything has changed, and it hasn't. But if we look at one of these items, we can see that as we're going inside, we do have that form input. And if we now look at those data values, we can see that this is now referencing invoice number 81. And if we want to change it to open, which is this element that we have here, it now has that status of open. Or if we go to the second one, for instance, we can see that it now has that value of paid. So now that we have that form, we can now associate a server action with that so that once we submit that server action, we can then make that update request to our database. So let's open up our actions file. We're inside here. We can create a new export async function called update status action, if you will, where this is going to take in form data, which will be typed as form data, where the very first thing that we want to do, like before, is we want to do that user ID check. So I'm going to copy these values. I'm going to get rid of the value and description. So the first thing we're doing is making sure that this person is authenticated to actually make this change. Now we want to get those values from the form data. So we can say constant ID equals form data.get, where we want to get that ID as a string. We also want to make sure that we get that status, which is additionally going to be a string. And the one thing that's interesting about status is because we already have our statuses defined inside of our schema, we can actually infer a type from that data so that we can make sure that whatever this status is actually a valid value. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to head over to our schema file. And as we saw before, we have this currently defined as a static array inside of pgenum. So the first thing that we might be able to do is let's dynamically add these values based off of that new array that we created inside of our page itself. So let's head back to our page where we have these available statuses, where how about we move that to somewhere that we can use anywhere inside the application. So people like to define these kind of data points differently depending on who they are. Some people might like to use a constants directory. What I like to do is I like to create a data folder where inside, maybe I call this invoices.ts, where there I can now grab these available statuses, paste it in, I'm going to export it, and then back inside my page file, I'm going to import the available statuses from that data invoices file. Now, making sure that I have this actually correct, I have my /data. And oops, it looks like we have an issue here. I actually wanted to create that data folder inside of my source directory. So make sure when you're creating that data folder, it's inside of source, not inside of app, so adjacent to app. But now we can see that that's resolved. But now that we have those available statuses, that should populate the page dropdown menu just as it did before. But now we can import this status into our schema and try to dynamically define this pgenum value. Now, this one's going to be a little bit tricky because what we could theoretically do is if we wanted to create a constant of statuses, we can then map through, we can add a filter so that we can just pass back the ID of that value. But if we try to simply pass this through, we actually get an error. And the issue is it's expecting a read-only value, which it's currently not. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new status type based off of the values inside of the available statuses array. We're going to then define statuses with that status, and then we're going to make sure that the statuses value that we pass into pgenum is representative of those values. So let's start off with that status type. So I'm going to define a type of status, which is going to be type of available statuses, where we're going to access the number, which is going to be the position in the array, and then we're going to access the ID of that inside. But now we can start to define these statuses as an array of status, where then finally we can use this type of status to cast the statuses that we're directly passing into pgenum. So we can say as an array of status, where this syntax is saying that it's always going to at least have one status value, where then we can make it more dynamic, where we're going to additionally pass in, where we're going to spread out an array of statuses by using the spread operator. Now, the benefit here, though, is that we can now export this type of status, which we can then use inside of our application or logic code so that we can make sure that we are having that type safety all the way through to our schema. Now, that said, I wouldn't consider myself a TypeScript expert per se, so I'd be curious, do you know of a better way to handle this kind of thing, or do you think this is a good solution? Let me know in the comments. But now that we have that, let's head back into our actions, where at the top of the file, I'm going to additionally import that status from our schema file, and then back down inside of our update status action, I can now type out that status as our status. But now, where last time we used the insert method, we're going to use the update method. So let's just copy that value, or that command rather, and we're going to now run db update to our invoices database, where we're going to set the value of status, and then we want to define where we want to make that update. So we can add the where method here, where if we head back to our invoice details page, we remember where we made that selection for a specific invoice. We're going to use a very similar thing, where we want to make sure that we have the right invoice ID that we're selecting on, and we want to make sure that that user actually has access to do so. So we'll check both that the user or the invoice ID is correct and that we have the same active user ID. Otherwise, if it doesn't find anything, it's not going to make that update. But if it finds it, it will make that update. So let's just go ahead and copy that where clause here. I'm going to head back over to my actions, and I'm going to paste that inside, where now we can see we need to make sure that we have all these different values. So I'm going to import, let's see, it looks like I can start to import these now, which is good because I can't do that in every single file. But now we got to make sure that we have this ID, which is going to come from our form data. Now, one thing to note is we do see that we get this squiggly line on the equals function here, where the issue is this ID that we're getting from the form data is getting to us as a string. But what we actually want that to be is a number. So what we can do is we can just simply wrap that in parse int, where it's going to grab that number from the string, and we can see that that looks good. So now what we can do is we can console log that results to make sure that that is indeed working. Okay, now the only other thing that we need to do is, now that we have that action defined, we need to define it on the form itself. So that's going to be action, and that's going to be our update status action. And we need to make sure that we're importing that from our actions file. Where now let's head over to the browser and give this a try, where we have our open status. Let's go ahead and try changing this to paid. And we can see that nothing actually happened, and that's kind of expected because we didn't tell the browser to refresh or anything like that. But let's check that terminal out, where we now see that we do get a result where we did make that update command. So something did happen. If we head back and try to refresh the page, well, we now see it in a paid status, so it worked. Now, the thing with server actions is, because we're making that happen on the server, we need to additionally tell Next.js that we want to revalidate the page whenever we actually do something successful, like update the status, or really anything else that requires some kind of UI update. So let's head over to our actions page, where we're going to import revalidate path from next cache. And if we take that and head to the very bottom, we can now run our revalidate path function. And inside, this is where we're going to actually define the path that we want to revalidate. Now, in our case, it's going to be /invoices, where we're going to pass in that invoice ID. So we can additionally pass that straight through. And then we want to define that where we want to revalidate a page. So we're going to pass in a second argument of page. So heading back to the browser again, let's give this another try. So if I update the status to maybe void, we can see that it did eventually refresh after that update had been made. Now, heading back to the demo app for a second, the only other thing that I want to do is I want to add this nice little icon, which is really just a UX thing, but I think it gives a nice indicator to make it very clear that this is going to be a drop-down menu. Now, this should be a relatively simple one. We can use lucid icons like we did before, or whatever your favorite one is. I want to use a down arrow and I want to use a chevron down. We can see that we can find it inside here. And if I click see it in action, we can see that it looks like chevron down is the actual name that I want to import. So at the top of my page, I'm going to import that chevron down from Lucid React. And then if I take that and scroll down to where I actually have my trigger button, let's go ahead and drop this down. I can go ahead and drop in my new file, or rather my new icon. Let's add a class name. We can make it a width of 4, height of auto, so that it automatically adjusts. And then maybe we can also add a flexbox here so we can add a little bit of a gap. So let's say class name, we can define flex items center. How about a gap of, let's try 2. And I think that's looking really good right now. We can make sure that it's really clear that this is going to be a drop-down menu. And when someone selects it, they can grab the choice of the status that they want to switch it to. So this is great. We now give somebody a way to be able to hop inside of an invoice and update the status based off of, well, the real life status, whether that's marking it as paid because somebody already paid, maybe by cash or a check, or maybe actually is uncollectible. Somebody can now hop in here and easily change that. But if we notice that every time we actually make a change, there's a little bit of a delay every time we do so. Now let's refresh the page here. And if I try to change it, let's look at that again. If I mark it as void, we can say there was a little bit of a delay. If I now try to throttle the request, let's maybe try slow 3G, and I try to change that again, maybe to uncollectible, we can see that we need to wait for that request to finish. Optimistic UI is a pattern where we can make something appear like it updated instantaneously while we try to do the actual work on the background. Now, how it works in practice is if that fails on the background, we can come back and revert that change to whatever it was beforehand. But React gives us this new hook called use optimistic that we can easily use in order to provide this type of pattern. Now, in the case of our statuses, if we want to make this status appear like it's really snappy and updated immediately, regardless of the server request, we can use this hook in order to provide that. Now, the tricky thing is with the use optimistic hook is it's actually a client-side hook. So that means that we will need to actually convert our invoice page to a client component in order to take advantage of it. Now, if you didn't want to do that, you can go ahead and just continue on with the server actions firing directly on the server, wait for that little bit of a lag. But if you do want to be able to provide that really nice snappy experience, we can start to see how we can do that with use optimistic. Okay, so to start, like I said, we do want to convert this page to a client page. Now, to do that, we have a bunch of server calls in here already, and we don't want to get rid of those. But what we want to do is we want to be able to still fetch that data on the server, but then we still want to have a UI that's rendered in the client. So we're going to leave the server data happening, but then we're just going to render the view as a client component. So to start, inside of our invoice ID directory, we can just create a new file called invoice.tsx or invoice.tsx. Where to start, I'm going to go ahead and copy everything from that original page.tsx file and just simply dump it in. Where what we're going to do is we're going to strip out all the actual server logic that we have in here, and we're going to take that in as a prop. So let's just rename this as invoice. We're going to then take a prop of invoice, where now let's actually type that out. So we're going to have interface invoice props. We're going to have the invoice itself, where instead of having to try to manually retype all this invoice information out, we can actually also infer this from our schema. So since we already have this imported from when we pasted it over, we can now say simply type of invoices, and then we're going to chain on $infer select, where now that's going to allow us to infer the types from the schema definition for this specific invoice prop. Now, we also want to make sure that we pass this along and actually type out the prop itself, but then we want to make sure that all this data is actually coming from that invoice prop, not from result like we had before. So to start, we can just make sure that we're updating all these values to invoice, and then we can make sure that this is invoice.id. We can make sure that we have no other type errors in here, which it looks like invoice.id. Do we have any others? We also have another invoice ID here. But now that's looking pretty good. So we can start to get rid of all the different imports that we don't need for this particular client page. We can get rid of the database. Doesn't look like we need either of those drop-down menus anyways. And I think that's generally looking pretty good. But now the important part is we want to actually make this a client component. So we can add the use client directive at the top. But now if we head back over to our page.tsx file, we can start to strip out the actual UI from this file. So let's get rid of everything. in that return statement. Now I can actually start to use that invoice component nested inside of our page route, where I want to, of course, pass in the invoice as a prop, which is going to be our result. Now we want to make sure that we import this in. We can just directly import it from that location. And then we can see since we stripped out the UI, we now have all these imports that we can get rid of, similar to what we did in the client component, otherwise, except with the server side capabilities that we had there. So now we can clean that up all nice. Now, the only other thing that we want to make sure that we do on that client component is if we scroll down to where we have that invoice definition, we want to make sure that we remove that async flag from the function that defines our component, because that's not yet supported for client components. But now if we refresh the page, we should be able to do anything like we did before. Let's go ahead and change the status, and we can see that it was updated. So now let's make this thing optimistic. So if we head to the React docs, we can see what the usage of use optimistic is going to look like. And it's going to look almost similar to the use state hook itself, where we have the optimistic state, which is going to be whatever we use for the UI. We have the add optimistic updater function, which is going to be where we push that new information. We have the initial state, which is going to be representative of that first argument. And then we have this function, which is going to help us merge the current state into the actual new state that gets passed in to return whatever value that we want to use to update the UI. So starting off, I'm going to import use optimistic from React. And scrolling down to the top of the page component, we can actually start to define this out, where what we're going to be working on is the status. We want that status to be that optimistic value. So I'm going to call that current status. Then we can add the updater function. Let's call that set current status, which is going to be equal to our use optimistic hook. Now inside of use optimistic, we want to be able to set that initial value, and then we want to define that function and how we're going to actually update that. Now that initial value can simply come from our invoice. So that can be invoice.status. And then that second argument is going to be that function where we're going to get the state, the current state, and then we're going to get that new status value. Now, in our case, we just simply want to return that new status value because that's all we want to do. We want to update that status. Now, we can actually see that TypeScript is actually yelling at us. And the issue is it doesn't know that new status is going to be a string. So what we can do is we can just make sure that that will always be a string. Now, I'm just going to break this down just a little bit. It might make it a little bit easier to read. But now that we have that current status, we can now use that to actually update the UI for wherever we're updating that status. So if we start to scroll down, where are we actually using this status? We have our invoice.status. So we can update both the areas where we're finding the color of the tag and the tag itself. Let's see if we're using it anywhere else, and we're not. So to start, we can actually make sure that the visibility of this is working, where we're not setting anything yet, but we do see that everything still appears to be the correct status. But now we actually need a way to set that current status. So the way that we can do this is we can actually wrap that form action that we're already using to update that status, where then we can make that optimistic update while we then in the background go ahead and make the actual change. So what we're going to do is I'm going to update this to maybe handle on update status. We can then define that as a new function at the top, async function handle on update status. And inside, we're ultimately going to await and then update that status action. Now, that's going to similarly get that form data. So we can simply type that out and we can directly pass through that data. And just to prove that that works, we can see that we can still go ahead and update that status. But now we can use that set current status function in order to optimistically update it. So we can run set current status and I can pass through form data.get, where I can grab and pass through that updated status value. So now if we give this another try, and let me go ahead and re-throttle my network here, where let's make that slow 3G. If I now try to change the status to maybe uncollectible, we can see that instantly updated and we don't have to actually wait for that network request to finish off. But as you can imagine, that potentially leaves a hole. What if that request fails? It probably depends on how you structure your application, but one thing we can do is we can wrap our update action with a try catch, where if it does fail, we can run that set current status value again, only we can use that original current status. Now, because this current status might change, what we can do is we can say constant original status is equal to our current status, and then we can pass through that original status value to that updater function. Now, of course, this shouldn't fail. So if I change it to paid, it's going to go to paid, but we can emulate it failing by let's add throw new error. I'm making this fail. Where now if I go ahead and try to change that status again to maybe uncollectible, we can see that nothing happened. And that's because in the sequence of events, we tried to update that status, but we immediately threw that error. So it never actually was able to show the UI because it was so quick. But we can emulate this a little bit further. This is kind of beyond the scope, but we can emulate this by maybe awaiting a new promise. We can resolve where inside we can set a new timeout. Where inside, we can just simply resolve undefined. But for that timeout, maybe we just add 2 seconds just so that we have a little bit of a delay to see this work. Or if I try to change the status again to uncollectible, we can see that it does go that, but it switches back as soon as it fails once it knows that that request itself has failed. Now, of course, we're not testing the update status function itself, but you can imagine if it does throw that error, it'll catch it and then it'll roll it back appropriately. But of course, we don't want this to fail, so we can now simply get rid of that emulation code, and then we can have that try catch wrapping our actually update status. So now with those optimistic updates, we're able to give a really nice smooth experience by really quickly updating the UI so that it seems like people are getting instantaneous results. But now that we know how to update the status of an invoice, how do we actually delete an invoice? There's a lot of different perspectives when it comes to destroying the data. First off, do you actually want to destroy the data? Maybe you just want to mark it as deleted. Maybe you want to mark it as archived. There's some benefits for retaining that data, such as maybe for reporting or future purposes. Maybe you want to give your user the ability to unarchive something in the future. But regardless of the case, I think for us, we want to actually destroy that data. So let's see how we can use the delete method. Now we're going to do something really similar to what we did for the change invoice status, where we're going to add a new button where we can add some additional menu options, such as maybe payment in the future, which we'll get to later. But in this case, we want to learn how to actually delete that invoice. So that's where we can start to add our first option of delete invoice. Now for this purpose, I'm just going to simply start off by cloning that drop-down menu because that's all I want to have. But we're going to change what it actually looks like inside, where instead of change status, I want to have something like more options, only I don't want to show that text. I just want to show that ellipsis. So to start off, let's add a span, and let's say after I'm done wrapping that, let's add SR only so that's only available to screen readers, but now we can add an actual icon. Now, as far as the icon goes, we can look up ellipsis where we can see that we have those 3 dots. I can see it in action, and it's going to simply be ellipsis from Lucid React. So I'm going to go ahead and add that button. We can add a width of 4, height of auto. We can make sure we import that inside. And of course, a big difference here is we're not going to be looping through all these different statuses. For now, we're just going to have a static option here where let me get rid of all this information. Let's make this delete invoice. Now, in this case, we don't need that status because we're not actually updating the status. And we also don't need that key on the menu item. So all we're going to do is here, we're going to invoke a form action so that we can delete that status. So we're going to also create a new action for this. So let's call this delete invoice action, where let's start by importing it from the top. Even though we know that it's not available yet, we can still import it from our actions file, which we're going to define now. So if we head over to actions, if I spell that right, at the bottom, let's just start off by cloning our update status action itself. We can call that our delete invoice action. We're pretty much going to do most of the same things that we have here. We're going to make sure that that user ID exists. We're going to make sure that we're getting the ID of the invoice itself. We're even going to make sure we have that same where clause here because we do want to make sure that we have the right ID and we have the right user ID. Only this time we're not setting a value. We're not updating a value. We're just going to simply delete a value. Now, the only other thing here is we don't want to actually revalidate the path because we're deleting that data. So if it tries to revalidate, that data is not going to be there. But instead, what we can do is we can redirect them to the dashboard because after we delete that, we want to show them somewhere that they can go to maybe view another invoice or perform another action. So let's then use the redirect function, which we already imported earlier, and we can then redirect them to our dashboard. Okay, so now we see that it's actually being satisfied and our delete invoice action is now existing. We can now head to the UI to make sure that this is actually looking half decent. We can see that we do have that more options value. We even have our button. We can see that the UI looks a little wonky. We can fix that in a second, but let's actually try deleting that invoice. Or if I go ahead and click delete, we can see that I was dropped out back into the invoices dashboard page. And we can see in this particular account, I don't have any more invoices, which proves that it did delete it. Now, I went ahead and added a little bit more sample data so that we can go back to that, but now let's fix up that UI really quickly. Where because of the way that I'm structuring this page, currently these drop-down menus are on the same level of my header. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap these with their own div, And then on that div, I can make sure I add a class name of flex. I'm going to add a gap of maybe 4. So now that they're actually organized in their own little section. But next, how about we add an icon to this, where I like to use the trash icon. So we can select whatever one we want. Can even use a bomb if we want to destroy it. I'm going to select trash, where we can see it in action. That's going to be trash 2, where I'm actually defining that delete invoice. Let's now add that icon of trash 2. I can specify my sizing of width 4, height of auto. I can make sure I'm actually importing this icon. We want to make sure that we actually define our flex box here. So flex gap 2. We want to also make sure that we're vertically aligning it. So items center. And now I think our delete button looks pretty good. So we're now able to easily delete our invoices by simply selecting this button. But maybe that's a little bit too easy to destroy data that we can never get back. So what if maybe instead we give a confirmation modal so that when you click this, you first need to confirm that you actually want to delete it. And once you select that to confirm, it proceeds with that deletion. The shadcn dialog component is a perfect way to provide a confirmation experience, like being able to make sure that we confirm that somebody actually wants to delete. Now we can install this thing just like any other component, though remember from before, because we're using the Next.js Canary release, as well as we're using the RC candidate for React, we do want to go the manual route because we can't install the dependencies that come along with it without adding that peer dependency flag. So the first thing we're going to do is install the Radix UI React dialog. And I'm going to install it inside my app with the legacy peer deps flag. And then I'm going to head over and copy and paste the code that we're going to add into our project. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all that component code. And heading to the code, we're going to go down to our components folder, UI, and this one is going to simply be called dialog.tsx, where I'm going to go ahead and paste everything in. Now, heading back to the usage docs to see how this is going to work, we're going to, of course, import everything in like usual, but we can see the structure of this, where we have the dialog element that's going to wrap everything. Similar to the drop-down menu, we're going to have the dialog trigger, and then we're going to have the dialog content, which ultimately will contain that confirmation that we want to provide. So I'm going to go copy those imports. And then at the top of my invoice page, I'm going to paste in all those new components. And we can also copy in that example for the usage, where if we scroll down to where our button is, we can see that the delete invoice is going to be what we're going to want to trigger for that modal. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that right above it to start. And what we're going to actually do is we're going to nest the dropdown inside of this wrapping dialog, because the dialog trigger is going to actually be inside of that dropdown. So let's do just that. I'm going to go ahead and take this drop-down menu. I'm going to cut it out of its current location, and I'm going to nest it inside of my dialog element. So I'm going to paste that in right at the top of my dialog, make sure that the indentation is appropriate. So we have that dialog element that's wrapping our drop-down menu, but now we need to move this trigger so that the trigger is inside of that drop-down menu. So I'm going to cut that out as well, head out to where we have our delete invoice item. I'm going to paste it inside, replace the open with the original delete invoice button, where now we'll be triggering that dialog using the button inside of the drop-down menu. So now, similar to what we did before with the drop-down trigger itself, we want to add the as child so that everything is passed along down to the button. But now we can move this form as well to that dialog element. So we're going to move to the dialog content. We're going to paste it inside. But in order to maintain the content order here, we want to also add the dialog footer element, which is additionally inside of our component, where we can then import that in from the dialog element. Make sure the nesting here is appropriate. Now heading to the app, it's not quite complete yet, but let's give it a try to see if it's actually working. So if I open up my menu and click delete invoice, we can see that while it's a little wonky here, we do get that modal. Now, I'm not quite sure why this isn't showing up with some kind of background behind it. Maybe it's a bug, but if we head back to the app really quick, all we need to do is we can add a class name of BG White, and we can see that it's now resolved and we have our modal with the styles. Now, the only thing left to do now is add the confirmation delete button or cancel so that somebody can perform that action or bail out. So I'm going to go ahead and add a similar button to what we did before, where we already have this form action here. I'm going to go ahead and copy that same button from earlier. I'm going to paste it right inside of my form element, only this time I'm going to update this to be the typical button that we're using throughout the application. Now, because that button also comes with some different variants, one of the variants is destructive. So we can say variant destructive, which is going to give a red background. So we can already see that pop up, but now we need to kind of style things around a little bit. And while I'm in there, I probably want to add a little bit more spacing between these sections. So the first thing I'm going to do is on the actual dialog header, I'm going to add a class name and add a gap of 4. I think I want to make that title a little bit bigger as well. So let's go ahead and say class name let's say text 3XL. And I think that's a little bit too big, so maybe we make that 2XL. And instead of the title being, "Are you sure?" How about we say delete invoice question mark to make sure that it's really clear what they're doing. I also think that this gap is a little too big, so maybe we also make that 2. And I think that's looking a lot better. So now let's also center this delete invoice button. So in my footer, I want to actually add these styles to the form itself. So I'm going to say class name, flex, justify, center. We can see that that's centered, but we probably also want to have a similar gap between the paragraph and our button, similar to what we do for the actual title. Now, taking a second quick to look at the existing styles, let's go through here where we can see that we're using both a gap right now, and we're also using some margin that's being applied. And if we look at one of these elements, we can see that this is being applied by the space 1.5 on the y-axis, and that's being applied by that top level div that's wrapping everything. So maybe we start to modify how that's actually being spaced out and then apply just a little extra margin on the bottom of the header to make that a little bit more even. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to actually do is we're going to remove that original gap that we added. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that out. And then I'm going to head over to the dialog element where I'm going to first look for the dialog header, where I probably want to increase that y-axis spacing just a little bit. Maybe we make that 3 instead of 1.5. I think that spacing is looking pretty appropriate, but now we need to figure out a way to add spacing to the top of the footer, because we could probably do it to or maybe remove the margin from the header, but that might not be the right option if we have additional content in there. So maybe we add a little bit of extra spacing for the footer area. Now, actually inspecting that area, if we look at that footer area, we can't actually add a margin to that because it's being applied already using that space Y3. And we can't override that unless we add like an important to it, which we probably don't want to do. So maybe instead we add a little bit of padding to that to push it down just a hair. So I'm going to find the footer inside of my dialog element. And then how about we add a padding top of, let's try 2. And I think that's looking a lot more even for how we want to be able to show that dialogue. Now, you can go ahead and update this text as you want. It's making it clear that it's going to delete something. Now, we probably need to make sure at least that we make sure that this is saying delete your invoice, not just an account. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this is saying delete your invoice, not your account. So this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete your invoice and remove your data from our servers. But now let's actually give this a try. Remember, this should be the same form element that we had before. Let's see if this will allow us to actually delete it. So I'm going to go ahead and click it. And we can see that we were dropped down to our invoices page and it was completely deleted from this account. But now we have that nice modal experience so that if somebody clicks delete invoice, they now have that opportunity to bail out before they actually do that. In this instance, they have the little X. They can even click on the outside. But if you want, maybe you can add a cancel button along with this delete invoice, or maybe just a link below, however you want to actually present this UI. All right, so I think we have all the actions in place for managing our invoice, including being able to change the status and even delete the invoice. So next, what about the information that's currently being obtained from the invoice? We're not currently storing that customer information, and that's pretty critical for being able to manage an invoice. So next, let's add our billing name and our billing email. When creating a new invoice for our app, we're currently taking information about our customer, including the name and the email address of who's being billed, but we're not currently storing that information anywhere. Now, looking at our schema, we can technically store that billing name and the billing email on the invoices table itself, but that doesn't really set us up well for the future, where maybe we want to start to add more relationships for the customers to the invoices, such as having multiple invoices related to the same customer. Now, we might not get into all those details for this case, but it's still going to set us up for the future if we start to manage and think about our data in that way. So the first thing we can do is we can now create a separate customers table where we can link that customer table row to our invoices as we create them. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just simply duplicate this table where I'm going to now call this customers. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to name that as customers as well. Now, as far as the data that I want to have on this, I want to have my name and I want to have my email address and I want to have a user ID. So we can start to update these things. I'm not going to need an integer, so I can get rid of that. I can now update the description to use that name. I can duplicate that to be an email address. I'm going to keep that user ID because we want to leave that as is. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that status. Now, in addition to the user ID on the invoices table, I want to add that relation. So I'm going to add a customer ID. This is going to be an integer because the ID of the actual serial ID that I'm creating in the customers table is an integer. So let's add that as an integer. That's going to be named customer ID. We want to make sure that that's not null, so not null. And then we want to make sure that we reference the actual data inside of the other table. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the references method where that's going to take a function where we're simply going to pass back customer.id, or rather customers. Now, anytime that we add a new table like this, we want to make sure that we update the schema as part of the database instance that we're querying off of. So we can head over to our database instance. We can now import customers. We can also pass that along into our schema configuration. But now that we have this new table definition, we want to rerun our migrations to make sure that this is actually updated and reflected in our database. So heading to my terminal, I'm going to run npm run generate, and then to actually push those changes, npm run migrate. Now, we actually run into another issue here. And because we currently have a bunch of different invoices that don't have any customer ID, we run into situations where we have a bunch of invoices with a null customer ID or a potentially null customer ID. So that's going to create a conflict when we're trying to push this out. Now, we can do one of two things. If we think back to what we did before when we were updating our data, we can either just drop and clear all the database rows, or we can add or remove the not null from the customer ID field, and then we can maybe either backfill that, or we can just make sure that it's always filled in the future, but maybe it doesn't have to be filled. So this is another scenario where it's kind of choose your own path for whatever you want to do. Because I'm building this as a new application, I don't have any real customer data in here yet. I feel safe dropping or truncating all the rows here. So I'm going to do just that for my use case. Now, like I warned before when we did this earlier, running this command is going to wipe clean your database, and that can be really devastating if you have customer data in there that you'll never be able to recover. So make sure that you are closely monitoring what information is in that database, where if you're like me, I'm just pushing in test data to build a new application. Nothing in there is important, so I can safely do this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to run truncate on my invoices table, which is going to drop all those rows, but it's also going to reset the counter on all those rows for the serialized ID. So I'm going to go ahead and run this code. And now if I try to query that again, we can see that I have no more rows inside of this table. But now if I try to run that migration again, we can see that it did successfully run. And if I head back to my table, we can see that I do now have that customers table once the page refreshes. And if I go to invoices, we can see that we do have that customer ID field. So this should be pretty similar to what we've done in the past, where we're going to grab those data points from the form that's being submitted, where we're going to first create a customer, and then we're going to use that ID to submit the rest of the data to the invoices table itself. So we can start with our create action, where I'm going to start off by just moving this right below the user ID. No sense in trying to grab those values before we know that they're authenticated. But ultimately what we want to do now is get that name and that email. So I'm going to duplicate these lines. I'm going to get the name. I'm going to get the email. And then as I said, the first thing we want to do is we ultimately want to create that customer first, because as we see, the insertion for the invoices is currently missing some data. And what it's missing is that customer ID. So now we want to first create that customer, where I'm going to actually do something similar to what we're doing with invoices for creating a new row. But this time I'm going to submit that to the customers table, where we also want to pass in a little bit of different data. First, we need to make sure that this is actually imported in, but we want to submit the name. We want to submit the email. And then we also want to include that user ID, which we already are, but we don't need that status because that's not part of the schema. But now we can rename this to our customer. And the one thing that we want to make sure that we're doing is we're returning the customer ID, where we can see that this is trying to return an invoices ID, where that's not actually going to work. But we want to make sure we're returning that customer's ID as that ID, where now that's going to be available within the customer object. So what we can do is we can take that customer, and what we're going to actually return is an array of results, where we're only inserting one, but it's still going to return as an array. But we can destructure that array to grab that singular customer, and then we can pass that along as our customer ID. I could actually move that up, where that's simply going to be equal to our customer.id. And now that we have that ID in there, we can see that that resolves the type issue we had before with the values, because they're now all accounted for. Okay, so we know that we don't actually have any data in here because we wiped that out. But if we head over to our application, we can give this another try. So Colby Fayok, make sure I decapitalize that letter. Hello at colbyfayok.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, testing the invoice form. And if I go ahead and submit, we can see that it was successfully updated. And now let's go ahead and check that customer table, where if we head over to the query, we can now select from customers. Let's run that code. And we can now see that we do have that new customer. Now, if we head over to our invoices, or query our invoices rather, we should now see that we have that customer ID, which is 1, because we only have that one customer. But this is great. Now we're storing that relationship inside of our database between the different tables. But how do we actually query that now? The first use case that we can think of is on that invoice page, where we want to make sure that we are able to display that billing name and that billing email. So if we look at the query for where we're currently selecting that data, we're doing it just from one single table. But what we need to do now is select it from multiple tables. And what we can do is we can join the tables so that we can query data from both of them, including that relationship. So right after the from method, we're going to also now define the inner join method, where we're going to inner join with customers, the customers table. Now let's first import that in from our schema, but then we want to specify that relationship. And we're going to use that EQ function again, where we're going to specify the invoices.customer ID, and we're going to relate that to the customer's ID. Now we're currently just grabbing all of that data. So let's see what that looks like. I'm going to go ahead and console log that out. And if I try to refresh that page in the background and get the information in my terminal, we can see that we actually get some issues on the page itself. But if we start to scroll up, we can see that the reason here is now we're getting a nested object with that information, where we have our invoices property that's going to give the invoice data, but then we also have a customers property, which is going to give that customer data. Now, how you define this and manage the data structure is ultimately up to you. You can add a returning statement and maybe define within that query statement how you want it to actually return. But I think a little bit of an easier way is I'm just going to create a new object and then define it so I can just spread it out, tack it on, and move along. So what I'm going to do is after I make sure that there is a result, I'm going to say constant invoice. I'm going to create a new object where I'm just going to simply spread out the result.invoices. And then I'm going to create a customer property where then I'm going to pass along that result.customers. So now I have an invoice object that looks very similar, or invoice object that looks very similar to what it did before, only this time I'm going to add a new property for that customer. So I'm going to pass along now that invoice through as that result. So now we can see that fixed the page initially. Now all we need to do is just add that billing name in the email. So now actually heading to the template where we're actually creating that page. If you remember, we created a client template for that so that we can use the optimistic hook. But what we need to do now first is update the invoice props, because now we have that customer property associated with it. And it's not going to come from that schema because that's not how that schema is defined. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say and, where I'm going to define an additional property or object that has additional properties, where I'm going to say customer. And then I can do the same exact thing that I'm doing here. I can infer select, but this time on the customer schema, and make sure that I import that in. But now that I have that, I'm going to go ahead and scroll down until I get to where I have my billing email defined, where it's right here. So let's see, I'm going to grab my invoice customer, and then I'm going to have this is the name, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the email where I have my customer email. And we can see very quickly it popped up. So now not only am I storing all that invoice information, I'm able to show all those relationships, including the actual customer that this is billing towards. Now, the only other place left to make this kind of update is on that invoices list page itself on the dashboard, where we have that customer name and we have that customer email, which is still just a static value. So I'm going to do the same exact thing. So I'm going to just simply grab that inner join line, and I'm going to add it to the dashboard statement. I'm going to make sure that I actually import my customer schema. But now we again need to similarly restructure our data, where these results are going to have a similar shape, where it's going to be an array of those objects that have both the invoices and the customers. So I'm going to basically do exactly the same thing, only I'm going to use a map statement. So I'm going to say constant invoices is equal to results, make sure I have them, dot map, where for each result, I'm going to initially destructure that invoices and the customers, where inside I'm going to return my invoices and then add that customer property for the customers. So now that I have these invoices, I need to update my UI to actually use that. So let's go down and update the results to use the new invoices array. We can see that it still is working properly, but now let's add those customer email and name. So like before, we can go ahead and start to update this, where we have our result.customer.name and we have our result.customer.email. And it looks like I have an issue here, and I don't think it's because it doesn't exist. And it looks like because I made a typo here. So we're going to make sure that that's customer as that property. And we can see that that's customer. So I made two typos. But now we can see that we are showing that information on the dashboard in addition to that individual invoices page. All right, so this is giving me a great way for me to create my own invoices, manage my own customers. But what if I'm working with a team of people? How can I manage this kind of data with an organization? Organizations are a great way to be able to manage data across teams, or maybe even it's by yourself. You want to have different organizations to manage things differently. But either way, one of the things that I love about Clerk that I mentioned before is just how easy it is to enable these kind of things for our environment. So let's head over to the Clerk dashboard, where I'm going to head over to configure, and we can scroll down until we see this organization management. I'm going to click settings, and we can see that again, simply all we need to do is simply click this toggle. Now, once you do enable that, you get a whole host of options that you can use. You can limit the membership, you can do a bunch of different things. We're not really going to go into these different settings. There's only a few of them and they're pretty straightforward. So you can kind of go through those as you wish. But now that we actually have organization support enabled, we need a way to be able to interact with those organizations. So luckily, Clerk additionally has this organization switcher component, which again makes it super simple that we just need to drop this in and we immediately have the ability to switch between our different organizations. So on the documentation page, we can see that we're going to import this organization switcher. We can see with specifically like Next.js, we're going to import that from Clerk Next.js. So let's go ahead and do that. I think in my instance, I want to add it inside my header where I'm going to add it right next to the actual logo. So I'm going to wrap the logo, or rather the name Invoicepedia. I'm going to wrap that with a div, and then I'm going to drop in that organization switcher. Looks like I messed up my clipboard. And then we want to make sure we import this in from Clerk Next.js. But now, like I said, we immediately have that organization support where we can look at this dropdown. We can even create an organization, which we're going to get to in a second. But the first thing we need to do is make sure that we're actually wiring up our data for the organization. Now, before we do that though, let's tidy things up just a little bit. Let's make sure that we update this UI to look a little bit nicer. Where before we actually add the styling, the first thing I want to do is make sure that somebody's actually logged in before I show it. So I'm going to use that same signed in wrapper to wrap the organization switcher, just to make sure that we're not trying to show it with somebody not logged in. I'm then going to add some flexbox on the container that's holding both the logo, the name, and this organization switcher. So let's add flex items center, and center, and let's add that gap of, let's say, maybe 4. And generally, I think that's looking pretty good. But one pattern that I like to see in a lot of applications these days is just adding that little slash. So it's saying that it's Invoicepedia slash personal account, Invoicepedia slash your organization name. It just gives a nice touch for that kind of organization within your mind. So between the name and the organization switcher, I'm going to add a span, which simply includes that slash. I'm going to recolor that as text slate. Am I using slate 300? And generally speaking, I think that's looking really good, but I think the margin is off just a hair there. Let me increase this. We can see that there's a little bit more margin here because the hover effect adds that additional padding on the side. So because of that, it pushes it away. So let's bring it right back a little bit. So all we need to do is I'm going to wrap this with a span itself. And then I'm going to add class name, and then I'm going to add negative margin left too, where what that's going to do is it's going to say, give me a margin left, but I want to subtract margin, or I want to have a negative margin. And I think that's looking a lot better and a lot more even. Now, one thing to mention is if you want to add organization support, but you don't want people to have the ability to have a personal account, where here I have a personal account and I can add organizations, we can hide that feature. Where all we need to do is we need to add a new prop called hide personal. And we can see that we currently don't have any organization selected because we're disabling that feature. We can see that we can now create an organization though, so that we can still have that support. But I personally want to be able to have a personal account on this, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that prop. But now let's actually try to create an organization. So I'm going to go ahead and click create organization. I'm going to add a photo. Let's call this icon for space jelly. Let's call the organization space jelly. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that hyphen. I'm going to create organization. Now, of course, if we want, we can start to invite people. I don't have anybody in this particular demo that I want to invite since we're just doing this as a test. So I'm going to go ahead and skip this. And one interesting thing that we just noticed here is I was redirected back to the home page, and that might not be quite what the experience is that I want. Now, by default, it is going to go back to that home page, but I can custom configure this to wherever I want it to go. So what I can do is I can add in after create organization URL, where I can simply specify that as dashboard, or really wherever I want the person to go. But I want them to still be on the dashboard or land on the dashboard wherever they are inside the application. But now just to kind of test that this works, let's go ahead and create another one. We can add the same icon. We can call this space jelly 2 or jelly space. We can get rid of that hyphen again, create organization. We can skip the memberships, and we can see now we land on the dashboard. So adding organization support was generally pretty easy, but we have a big problem here. It's not actually doing anything right now. We have our organizations, we have IDs for each of those organizations, but how do we now associate that with the data? How do we filter that data based on the ID and make sure that we're protecting our data to make sure somebody outside of that organization doesn't have access? When starting to think about how we want to manage our data relationships, we're going to utilize that organization ID similar to how we're using our user ID to filter and protect our data. where the very first thing that I want to do is actually add that organization ID to both of my tables. So what I can do is I can duplicate this user ID just like I had before, call this organization ID. I can make sure that I name this organization ID. But for this one, this is going to be interesting because you might not have an organization ID. So we can actually remove the not null check from this. So I'm going to add that same one down to my customers table because again, you're going to have a user ID at all times, but you might not have an organization ID. This might be on your personal account. But now let's actually update our database table inside of Xata. So we can run those migrations, only this time, because this field can be null, we don't have to worry about those conflicts. So let's run npm run generate, and then npm run migrate. And if we head into our Xata database, we can see that we now have that organization ID on our invoices. And if we look at customers, we also have that organization ID. But now the important part is whenever we create new data, we're associating that organization ID with both the invoice and the customer. So let's head over to the create invoice form, where inside of my actions file where I'm defining that create action, we can now destructure that organization ID directly from the auth object, just like we did our user ID. So I'm going to destructure org ID, and that's org ID, not organization ID, from the auth object, and I can now use that to populate my data. So if we head down to the customers table, we can define our organization ID, which is going to be the org ID. We can similarly do the same thing over for our invoices. Now, it probably makes sense to make sure that we're specifying that it could be null, not undefined. So I'm going to also add an or statement where instead of undefined, I'm going to pass through null. I'm going to do that same thing for both values. But now let's give that a try. So I am logged into Jelly Space. Let's log into Space Jelly. Probably doesn't matter because it's for a test, but let's add Colby Fayok. Hello. Let's do Cosmo at spacejelly.dev. We can do 137 testing from an organization. And I hit submit. We can see that the submission went through, but now let's actually try to query that data. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all, let's query our invoices. I can run the code. And if we start to look at that, we can see that if we scroll all the way to the right, we do now have that organization ID. And we can see that the existing data that we previously had is null, which is accurate because we created that before we added the organization ID. But now that we have the organization ID, and because I am logged in, it is now showing that ID. Now, just to kind of prove how it works, if we now go back to our personal account and we try to create another one, let's add Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com, 124, testing from personal, and I hit submit. If I go ahead and query that again, we can now see that I do have that new row, only this time it's null because I'm only submitting it from my personal account, not from an organization. So this is working pretty great, but we have a security issue. We're showing all that data for all the different accounts. How do we now start to filter that data? When managing data between multiple organizations or across personal accounts, we need to make sure that we're only displaying the data that that person has access to. Now, because I created all these different invoices with my personal account, it's probably fine that I'm able to see all of these specific ones. But what if I go over to my organization account? We need to have a distinction between something that was created by my personal account for my personal account, as opposed to something that was created for my organization. This is especially important if I'm creating multiple data points for different organizations where we shouldn't be able to see that same data in both of those organizations. So the way that we're currently querying that data is we're just grabbing all the invoices where that user ID matches the user ID of the current user. But again, if I'm in my organization, that still might be true, but I might not want to show it. So this needs to be a little bit more complex so that we can query it based off of that organization ID. Now, like we saw earlier, we can simply destructure that org ID directly from the auth object, but now we want to be able to use that within our query statement. And unfortunately, I don't think that there's a really concise way to do this. So the way that we're going to handle this is we're going to create an if-else statement where, depending on if we have an organization ID, we're going to make one query, otherwise we're going to make a separate query. So I'm going to start off by creating an if-else statement where I'm going to say, if I have an org ID, I'm going to query in one way where I can just grab and add that query directly inside because we're going to do something relatively similar. Otherwise, if we don't, we're going to do something similar as well, only it's going to be slightly different. Now, to make sure that I still can use that same results object, I'm going to create a let variable of results. I'm going to get rid of the constant. That way I can just utilize that same one as we're going through with our data to ultimately map that out. But now comes to the difference between these two queries, where we can see in this first result, we're querying whether or not that user ID matches the invoice. And what we can do instead is we can ask if the organization ID matches the org ID. So I'm going to simply update the org ID, and I'm going to say organization ID to check that all the invoices where that organization ID matches the active org ID, which will only be true if I'm in an active organization. Now, as far as the else statement goes, I'm going to do something still somewhat similar to what I already have, where I'm going to double check that the user ID is matching the actual user ID of the invoice, or the current user ID is matching the invoice ID. But we want to add an additional check, where in this case, I want to check that the organization ID is null. So I want this to only be personal results. I only want them to match if they don't have an organization ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start breaking this down. I'm going to add an and function here so I can check multiple things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to check is null the invoices organization ID. Now, of course, we need to import these in. Let's see, it's not importing it in automatically for me. So I'm going to go ahead and add that and the is null. But again, let's just review the logic going on here. So if we do have an org ID, we're just going to simply check that the data has an organization ID, and we're going to match that. Otherwise, if we don't have an organization ID, we're going to filter the results that first of all don't have an organization ID, but then also match that user ID. Okay, so if we refresh the page, we can see that we immediately get just one single result now when I'm inside my Space Jelly org organization. But now if I try to switch to my personal account, we can see that it refreshes, and now I have the results that pertain to that personal account. Now, just further, because I don't yet have any invoices inside of that test one that I did before, we can see that if I select that, I don't have any results. So we can see that it is actively filtering based off of the account or the organization that I'm currently active in. Okay, so we don't only want to perform this check on the dashboard, we want to also perform this check on the invoices page itself. Now, as you can imagine, we're again going to do something really similar where we're going to check for that org ID. So kind of let's work through that. So I'm going to destructure that org ID. I'm going to create my if statement, if org ID, else we're going to query it slightly differently. I'm going to change this to a let, and then I'm going to start to move this inside. So we have our else, we have our org ID statement. So let's first update that organization ID one, where let me add that let result at the top to start. And I think we can get rid of these let variables for that destructuring statement. So let's go ahead and first update this org ID one, where we want to make sure that this is the organization ID matches the org ID, but then we got to move to the user ID where that's already being checked. But again, we want to also check that it is null, the organization ID. So we're going to check is null, where we're going to check the invoices organization ID, make sure that we import this in. It imported this time. And if I refresh the page, we can see that this still works, but let's try to access a page where we shouldn't have access. So if I head over to the dashboard, I go to Space Jelly, and let's open this up in another tab where this is an invoice that works on my Space Jelly org. But if I now try to switch back to my personal account, we should get that 404, which means we're not showing them that it doesn't exist. We're just showing a 404. Now, the only other place that we want to make sure that we make this change is where we're actually changing data. So if we head over to our actions file, we have two specific places. We have our delete invoice action and we have our update action. So we want to make sure that in the queries that we try to update and delete, that we're only doing so if that person has access to. Now, I'm going to skip ahead for a second because you already saw me do this twice in a row, but let's review that quick just to make sure that we're on the same page. So we're going to destructure that org ID from the auth object. If that org ID does exist, we're only going to update if that organization ID matches the active org ID. And otherwise, if it's not an org ID, we're going to make sure that that value is null. And then we're going to make sure that that user ID matches. And the exact same case for the deleting the invoices. We're destructuring, we're checking that the organization ID exists, it's null in the else statement, and that the user ID matches for the else statement. Now, if you're wondering why we didn't need to add that for our create action, because we're defining the data, we're creating it, that's where we're defining those rules for whether or not it's associated with an organization or not by passing along that user ID and the organization ID. So because we're creating that data, there's no real need to try to make that check there because it's being created. All right, so we're able to create invoices, we're able to manage them. Everything's locked down so that only the person or people that have access to manage those can actually do so. But what about the most important part? Being able to accept the payment for those invoices. One of the most popular ways to accept payments online is using Stripe, and we can easily drop that into our application to accept a new payment for our invoice. Now, to do that, we're specifically going to use Stripe Checkout, which makes it even easier to integrate with Stripe because they already have the checkout page set up for us. So all we need to do is really pass along our information along with what we want somebody to actually purchase, where they can handle the UI and the UX of the actual checkout experience. Now, just to note that while the Stripe account itself is free, you are subject to the processing fees for accepting those payments. So we can see on the Stripe payment website itself where it breaks down exactly what you would be charged to use Stripe checkout, but it's pretty common for payment systems to charge some kind of fee through that system. So it's not like this is anything new. So the first step to get started is by creating a new Stripe account. Now, once you are dropped into your new Stripe account, feel free to look around if you want, but the important thing that we're going to use to get started is actually finding our API keys. So if you head over to the developer section at the top of the page, we're going to be able to see a bunch of different information that we'll be able to have access to, but specifically, we want to be looking for our API key section, which is what we'll use in order to configure our Stripe account to our app. Now, to actually interface with Stripe, we're going to use the Stripe Node SDK, and we can see if we scroll down on the GitHub page to get started, all we're going to simply do is run npm install Stripe. So in my terminal, I'm going to run npm install Stripe and make sure I pass in my legacy pure deps flag. And then if we check out the usage section, we're going to skip through to the ES module section where we're going to import Stripe from the package. We're going to set up a new instance of Stripe where that's going to give us access to start interfacing with the APIs. Now, as far as where we're going to interact with Stripe inside of our application, we're going to use server actions. So we can have somebody submit a form by pushing a button, which is going to kick them off to the checkout experience by processing that on the server. So at the top of my server actions file, I'm going to import Stripe from Stripe. And then I'm going to create a new instance of Stripe using new Stripe. And then inside, this is where we're going to pass in our API key. Where if we quickly look at the pattern that they're showing for the key, this is going to be SK underscore. Now, if we look at the keys inside of our system, we have two types of keys that are going to be available to us, where we have the publishable key, but we also have the secret key, aka SK. So if we reveal this test secret key, we can see that it looks like that and follows that pattern where it's going to be our secret key that we want to use for this server-side request. So we're going to go ahead and copy our secret key. And of course, we don't want to pass that in directly to our Stripe constructor. So I'm going to open up my environment variable file. I'm going to add Stripe API secret. I'm going to paste that inside. And then I'm going to want to use that. So process.env Stripe API secret. And of course, we want to make sure that it's always going to be a string. So let's pass that in as a string. And the only step now is to actually set up that payment flow. In order to allow people to actually make payments on our site, we need to be able to provide a landing page for them to actually come and enter that payment flow. So what we can do is we can take our existing invoice details page, we can clone that and create a public version of that without any of the personalized information. So allow somebody to actually be able to enter that payment flow. Now, as far as the public payment page goes, I'm following along with the example of Stripe that allows you to have a publicly available invoice page as long as you have a link to that page. Now, you might not necessarily, you personally, want that payment page to be publicly available. So maybe you can implement some kind of authentication system with Stripe where they require a token in order to get to that page. So whatever that is, that's up to you, but I'm going to move forward with a publicized version of the page. Now, heading to the code, we can think, do we want to just reuse that same template as we did before? But we have a couple key differences. First, we don't necessarily need to be client-side because we're going to remove some of those client-side capabilities. We also are going to have a different query because we want to make sure that we're not passing in that same data, the same query that includes some sensitive information. And speaking towards that, we want to make sure that we don't include that sensitive information on the page. So it's going to be different enough that maybe it makes sense just to create its own individual new page, but we can still use that as a starting point for creating it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new directory under the dynamic route called payment, where inside I'm going to duplicate that invoice page, but I'm going to rename that to page.tsx. Now, of course, we want to still make a query inside that. I'm going to get rid of the use client directive at the top. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the props because we're no longer going to be passing those in as props. We'll be grabbing that as a param, which we can use in a second. We're going to get rid of some of that client-side code at the top. We also want to make this be an async function because we'll ultimately be making that request at the top. But now let's actually grab that query. So heading over to the original page, I'm going to grab all that information that we're doing to make that query, including the auth, including the actual query itself. And I'm going to paste that all in right at the top of that new invoice template file. So now let's start importing some of that stuff in. So we're going to import that auth helper. We're going to import the database. We have our invoices schema. Or looks like that's already inside. We have our EQ, which doesn't seem to want to be imported in. So EQ from Drizzle or M. Let's see what else we need to import. Our and statement, that's not being imported either. So let's go ahead and import that in. And then we have our is null check. And then finally, it looks like we just have that not found, which comes from next navigation. Now, if we scroll up a little bit, we can see that we do need to make sure that we're grabbing those parameters from the URL. So heading back to page.tsx, we can grab all those dynamic parameters from the actual page component like we did before. I'm just going to simply replace that. We can see that we do have a few more issues on the page. It looks like that current status, which we can now just make invoice.status. And then scrolling down a little bit more, we can see that we do have those menu item actions, which we're going to just simply get rid of that because we're not going to provide those capabilities inside of this particular page, because this is only going to be for making the payment. It's not going to be for actually managing it. Okay, so if we head to an invoices details page, the way that we can get there is by simply appending the payments at the end of this. And if we go to this page, we can see that it doesn't look too much different, which it's not intended to look super different. The biggest difference is we're going to not see those actions on the top right of the screen because this is for just payments. It's not for managing the actual invoice. But the other difference is that now this is going to be rendered on the server as opposed to the client. Now, like I mentioned before, there's some sensitive data that we want to consider hiding, where in this case, I want to make sure that I hide the email. Now, you can optionally hide the name. That really depends on how you want to handle it. But I think in this case, the email is the most appropriate thing to hide. So I'm going to head to that page, search for email, and we can just simply get rid of that. But if we go back up to the query that we're currently making, what we can additionally do is we can simply narrow down the actual data that we are querying to make sure that there never is a case that we do accidentally pass that information in. The way that we can handle this is updating what we're actually selecting. Now, before we get to that, since this is going to be a public page, we actually don't need to perform the same checks that we were doing for the organization ID versus the user ID. We just want to check that the organization ID matches. So we can get rid of some of this logic here. We can get rid of the if-else statement. We can get rid of the organization ID check, get rid of that and there. And we're really just checking, again, because it's a public page, that the invoice ID actually matches. Now finishing it off, let me make sure that I update this appropriately, get that indentation back. But now let's think about what we actually want to select. So if I go into the select method, I can now define exactly what I want to select from these data sets. So we want to start off with the ID. We want to get the status, the create timestamp. We want to get the description, the value, and the person's name. Now, most of these are going to come directly from the invoice. So what we can do is we can just multi-select and say invoices.thatvalue, but the name is going to come from the customer, of course. So we can say customer.name or customers.name. Now, if we try to reload the page, we immediately have an issue where the data structure is now going to look a little bit different. So we have to update how we're populating the page. In particular, if we look at this invoice object creation, we can see that we no longer actually have the same properties that we did before. So that result is just going to be a top level object itself. So we can get rid of invoices here and just spread out the result. And then we can grab the name from the result, or rather we can set the name if we want to keep the same template as we did before. Otherwise, we can update how we're actually accessing that data later inside the template. But now that we refresh the page, we can see that it's back and we don't have any of that sensitive information. But we do have one big problem. If we want this to be a public payment page, is it actually public? And it's not. It still requires someone to sign in. Now, if you remember earlier in the course, we set up authentication on our routes and we opted into having the routes private by default, which is important from a security perspective, especially with an app like this, because we don't want to accidentally create a page that has sensitive information and it accidentally becomes public. So what we did is the opposite, where we make it private by default, and then we need to opt in for it to be public. Now we can do the same thing that we did for the other routes here, and we can just simply make this new payment page public. So I'm going to clone one of these routes. We can call it invoices, where because we're going to have that dynamic invoice ID, we can keep that wildcard, but then we're going to specify payment. So now let's try that again. I'm going to open it up in incognito, and we're still not getting the page. Now, if you additionally remember, we added a second check just to make sure that when we are actually querying or accessing that data, that we do have that active user. So if we head over to the payment page and we scroll up to the top, remember, we're checking for that user ID. And if we don't have that, we're returning. So all we need to do is now get rid of that additional check, which now if we head back to that incognito window, we can see that we do now get that public page. But now the only thing that this page is missing is that payment button. Now thinking about how we actually want to compose this is going to be a bigger chunk than just the little buttons that we had at the top before. So we probably need to create a little bit more space for where we're going to actually manage that. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap the title of the page. I'm going to wrap the value and the description, because that takes a big chunk, and that should be big enough for me to be able to wrap the payment information right to the right there, and then even collapse it on mobile if I want it to be between the actual top of the page and the billing details, which is usually the metadata. So to start, let's go ahead and wrap this information. I'm going to wrap all of my invoice details at the top there. I'm going to add another wrapper there because we want to now wrap for that page layout. So we're going to add that div where now I can add that additional div for my payment form where let's now add, we're going to use grid calls to, and we can see that we're making progress here. We now have that payment information section where we can now add that form. Where the way that we're ultimately going to push this request is we're going to use server action. So we can set up a form so we can actually use that action. So I'm going to create a new form. We'll get to the action in a second here, but we're going to have our new button. So we can pull in our button, which it looks like it's already in here. And we can say make payment or maybe pay invoice. Now, as far as an icon goes, I think I want to use that credit card icon again. So I can say credit card. I think I want to make it a little bit bigger this time. So how about width of 5, height of auto? I'm going to import the credit card in. I want to make sure I add my flex and gap of 2. And I think for this button, I don't want it to just be black like my default. So how about maybe we make this green? So I'm going to say also BG green, let's say 500. And that's generally looking good, but I think that might be a little bit too bright. So how about BG 700? And I also want to make that font bold. And I think that's looking a lot better. We can even add a little title to this because maybe we're going to have different actions or maybe we're just going to have a different UI based off of that payment status. So maybe we can say manage invoice. We can add class name, text, let's say 2XL, font bold, and then margin bottom of 4. And I think that's a little too big. So let's make that just simply XL. I think that's looking better. So now we have our manage invoice section for where we're actually going to use it on the payment page. Now, like I mentioned before, maybe we have different UI based off of whatever we're doing. So if we have an open status, maybe we show this actual pay invoice button. But if we don't have an open status, maybe we have a paid status, maybe we just show something like invoice paid. So what we can do is because we have access to that status here, we can say if invoice status equals open, we can wrap our form button. Otherwise, if it's paid, we can add something different where maybe we just add, let me add a paragraph tag actually. We can say invoice paid. We can make this a little bit bigger. So we can say class name, text XL, font bold. And while we're not going to be able to see this yet, let's go ahead and move it to a paid status just to kind of see what this is going to look like. So I'm going to manually update that and head back to my payment page. We can see invoice paid, but let's maybe add a little check mark here to make it a little bit more clear. So as far as icons go, let's try the check icon. I think that'll be pretty good. And it looks like that's just simply importing check. So I'm going to add that check icon. I'm going to make this one a little bit bigger than we did the other ones. Let's make this width 8, height auto. I think for this one, I want to make it a green circle. So I'm going to say BG green 500. I'm going to make it rounded full. I want to make the text white. And then we want to give a little bit of padding so that it takes up the right space. So padding of 1. And then of course we want to make sure we import this component. Now, of course, we want to make sure that we add that gap like we usually do. So flex gap 2, I think. Make sure we align it with items center. And I think that's looking pretty good. Maybe it could be a little bit smaller, but for our purpose, I think that works. And you can kind of tweak it how you want. Now, before we actually move into working with that payment, the only other thing that I want to do is make it a little bit simpler to get to that payment page, because currently we just have to type that in the URL or copy and paste that to send to somebody. How about we give an option on this page to actually get to that payment page? And what we can do is, how about in our little menu here, we add an additional menu item for the payment page. So heading back to our dynamic payment page, or rather the invoice template for it, I'm going to go to delete the invoice. I'm going to go ahead and clone this menu item, where now I'm going to say payment. I'm going to get rid of the dialog trigger. We can make this a different icon. Maybe we can use a credit card for this. So we can say credit card, and I can import that in. And because this one's not actually going to be a button, this is going to be a link. We want to push them over to that other page. So let's update the button to the link component. We're going to want to import that in, or rather not from Lucid Reacts. We want to import that in from Next Link. But then we want to add that dynamic href. So we can add that in as invoices, where we're going to get the invoice.id, and then that's going to be to our payment page. Now, if we head back to the application and we go to our little menu here, we can see we do now have that payment option. And if I go to it, we now navigate to that payment page. But now I want to change back that status to open because the next step is actually accepting that payment. So to actually process this payment request, we're going to use server actions so that we can run all this code on the server and push them over to Stripe. So what we're going to start off by doing is export a new async function called create payment, where ultimately we're going to use this inside of the form that we created on our payment page in order to execute it. So if we head over to our form page, or our payment page rather, we can now add our action of create payment. We can also import this in from our actions file. But the first thing that we're going to want to get inside of our create payment action is we want to get the ID, because ultimately we want to be able to look up the value and the status of the ID. And then we're going to use that to pass along any information that we need to Stripe, including the value of that invoice. So we're going to access that using form data, type that out as form data, but then we actually need to make that available. Now, before we used a hidden input in order to store that value. So we can do a similar thing where we can add an input type equals hidden. We can add a name of ID where the value will be our invoice.id. Now, in order to get that value, we can create a new constant of ID is equal to form data.get ID. And if you remember before, because our ID is going to be a number, this is going to come in through our form data as a string. So we can run parse int directly on that value, but parse int is expecting a string and it doesn't know for sure that this is going to be a string. So we can simply cast that as a string because we know that that's what that value is going to be. Now, technically speaking, you could probably also add the value here as well as another hidden input, but it's usually safer to do that as part of the payment processing request, because what if it changes in the database between the time you load the page and you actually try to submit it, or maybe somebody's trying to spoof it and add their own value. Ultimately, we want to be able to look up the value based on the ID so that we're getting the correct value. But now that we have our ID, the first thing we'll want to do is actually look up that invoice. So I'm going to destructure result because, of course, as we make the query, it's going to come back as an array is equal to await db, where I'm going to run my select statement. I'm going to select it from the invoices table, and I'm going to add the where clause where I'm going to say equals, I want the invoices.id to equal my ID. Now I can limit this to 1, which again isn't always totally necessary because we're only ever going to have the one invoice ID, but it's still nice to just add that just for safety. But we really only need 2 things from this request. We just want to have our invoice value and we want to have the status to check what the actual status is. So for this select statement, we can open this up and we can say that we want to just grab the status and the value, which they're both going to come from our invoices dot status and value. So now let's just log this out quick just to make sure that we are getting the right values. And if I head to my payment page and I actually try to pay the invoice, we might notice that the page itself didn't do anything, but if we head to the terminal, we do see that we have our status of open and we do have our correct value. So now that we actually have the value and we have the status, the next thing that we want to do is start to actually initiate the Stripe request. If we head to the Stripe documentation, where specifically we go to the checkout documentation and its quick start, we can see the way that this is going to work is we're going to create a new session where we're going to run the checkout.sessions.create method, where we're going to provide the line items, which we'll get to in a second, which is going to be a Stripe product that we create. We're going to set a mode of payment as well as a success and a cancel URL to actually redirect someone back to our application. So let's go ahead and copy that little snippet. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that right after I make that invoice lookup. Now, looking through these different lines, we can see that it's currently asking for a set of line items. Again, that's going to be a Stripe product that we're going to create in a second inside of our Stripe dashboard. But ultimately, it's currently asking for a price ID, but we're going to take a slightly different route here. Now, heading to the Stripe documentation again, under the create a session section, where it's going to define what the requirements are for this API, we're going to scroll down to the line item section, where instead of passing a price, we have the option of passing in a price or price data. So we're going to pass in price data, where we can pass in the currency, which in our case is going to be US, but that can be dynamic based off of your application. We're going to pass in the product, which is going to be the product ID, which we'll create in a second. And then we're going to additionally pass in the unit amount, which is going to be that value that we obtained. So let's start defining this out. It's going to be price data, which is going to be our currency, which will be USD. We're going to have our product, which will be our product ID, which we'll get in a second. And then we'll have our unit amount, which will be our result dot value, which will be the value of the invoice. And of course, make sure that we add that additional comma after the object. Now, as far as this product ID goes, we need to actually create a new product inside of Stripe. So if we head back to our Stripe dashboard, we're going to head to the product catalog section where we're going to ultimately create or rather add a new product where we can call this invoice or really whatever you want to call it. We can add some kind of description, which it says will appear during checkout. We can even add an image if we want, but then we can see that we have options for how we define this price. Now I'm going to make this one off. We can add some kind of base price. Let's just call it 100 for now. And then we can hit add product. Now, as we can see, we do now have that product. So let me go ahead and select it. And we can see that we can either find that product ID by looking inside of the URL, or we can find it right on the right-hand side of the page where I can go ahead and just click it to copy that ID. But now inside of my application, I can go ahead and now replace that value with the real product ID. Now we'll come back to that static price value in a second. But the only other thing left to do for this particular request is we want to define this success URL and the cancel URL. Now to start, we don't want to send them to the home page. How about we send them back to that payment page? So we can update this to be invoices, where we can pass in the dynamic invoice ID, which will just be ID, and we'll pass them to the payment page. And we can still include that URL parameter so that we can update the UI based off of the status of the request. We can update the cancel URL as well. Now, this request headers origin is going to look slightly different from us. We are going to get the origin from the headers, but we're going to do it slightly differently. Where at the top of our action, let's say constant headers list, and we're going to get this from the headers function, which comes in from Next.js headers. And then from that headers list, we're going to get the origin where we can, similar to form data, we can say headers list, where we're going to get our origin. But now we can use that origin and replace that dynamic value inside of the success and cancel URL. And it looks like I misspelled origin here. But now this session object that's returned will ultimately include a URL. So now we can use that URL to redirect our user. So at the bottom, let's add redirect, where we'll pass in a session.url. And we can notice that we might not get that URL in return, of course, if it's an error or something. So we can simply say, if we don't have a session URL, throw new error, I don't know, invalid session, or however you want to name that. But now let's actually try to click that invoice page. And we can see that we were immediately redirected to Stripe. And we can see that we even have that updated value of that actual invoice value. Now we can even see the cancel and success flows. So if I hit back here, we can see that we're taken back with that cancel equals true. And if I go back to pay invoice, and we can try to actually run through this payment form. So I can say, hello, colbyfayok.com. We can use the test credit card, which is just 424242. I can add a random future date, which is 25, a random CVV, add my name, a random zip code, and I don't want to save that. And let's try to click pay. We can see that because that was test payment information, it succeed and passed me back with that success equals true. But just like that, we're now accepting payments inside of our Invoices app. The only thing left to do now is manage that query parameter state. Now, as we already know, if we have an open status, we're going to show the pay invoice button. If we have a paid status, we're going to show an invoice paid status. But currently we have success equals true, and we're still showing that pay invoice button. When we pushed somebody over to the Stripe checkout, we were able to complete that checkout flow, but we never communicated back to the application or the database to let them know of that status update. Now, because we are handing that process off to Stripe, there's no particular room in this action to be able to update that status without fully knowing if it was paid. But what we can instead do is when we accept them back onto that payment page, if we see that it was an updated status to success, we can double check that that is the case and then update that status accordingly. So the first thing that I want to do is actually grab those query parameters from the URL so that I can determine what that status is. And to do that, we're going to use search params. Now, because this is going to get a little unwieldy, I'm going to go ahead and break out these types into its own interface. So let's go ahead and start with that, where I'm going to grab my params. Let's create a new interface of invoice page props, where inside I paste in my params. I can now add that invoice page props interface, but now we'll add the search params. And we currently know that we have two different parameters. We have one that is success equals true and one is canceled equals true. Now we could probably type those both out individually, but I don't really see necessarily a benefit from having those separate. So maybe instead we do status equals success, status equals canceled. So the first thing I'm going to do is head back over to my action, and I'm going to update that accordingly, where let's make it status equals that status, and then just simply get rid of that true. So back on our actual search params, we'll be now looking for that status string. But now that we're able to access those search params, I want to be able to determine whether or not it was a successful payment. So I'm going to create some new constants here. I'm going to say constant is success, which is going to be equals to search params dot status equals success. And then I'll make a second one is canceled, which will be simply is it canceled? And that's with one L. So before we move on though, let's go ahead and test that out. So I'm going to go ahead and console log out. I have my first one of is success, and then I have my second one of is canceled. And if I go ahead and update that status to success, we can see that in our terminal, we do get is success equals true. And if I update that to canceled, we of course get that is canceled equals true. Now, the interesting thing here is because we're working inside of a server environment with server components, maybe we can make an update to the database from within the server environment. So when somebody returns and it is a successful payment, maybe we can then update that status before we move on to actually rendering the UI. Now, I'm not quite sure if this would be considered best practices. It does feel a little bit weird adding an update from within that rendering path, even though it is a server environment, and maybe that might be something that would actually happen on one of the traditional stacks, but it still just feels kind of weird. So I'd be curious to hear what your solution for this would be, because we not only need to make sure that we update that status, but we need to have that updated UI. So do we kind of fake it to make it work, or do we actually make sure that it is updated before we move on? But let's give this a try. So down below, once I know that I actually have a valid invoice ID, and before I actually make the select query, because I want to make sure that I do have the most accurate version of that, I can run if is success, where inside I can now run that await update status action, which we have from our actions file already. Now we can go ahead and import that in from our actions. Now what that's going to take is form data. So we can simply start to set that up where I have a constant of form data is equal to new form data. And then we can just start to simply start appending our form data to that. So form data dot append, where the first thing that I'm going to need is that ID. So we have our ID that's going to come from invoice ID. And because we're switching this to an integer, we do need to pass that in as a string. So we can just simply wrap that as a string, or alternatively, you can just pass in the params invoice ID directly. Doesn't necessarily matter too much. This way, you know that you're using that same invoice ID that you parsed. But that said, once we go through that, we also need to update that status. So I'm going to say form data dot append, where we want to additionally add that status, where our status will be paid. And then we can pass in the form data to that action. But okay, let's now actually give this a try. So I'm going to head over to the payment page. Let's start to fill this thing out. Hello, colbyfayok.com, 42. We have our month. We have our CVV, Colby, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's try to see if this is successful. So it's going through. And then we can see that it was marked as an invoice paid. Now, this seems to work pretty well, but we do have one security hole here, is somebody can just simply tack on that URL parameter and just simply mark it as paid. So how do we actually make sure that it is actually paid? Now, one thing that we can do is we can verify through Stripe that it is actually valid and paid. We can include the session ID in the redirect URL when it comes back to the application, look up the ID, and then we can determine is it paid? And if it is, we can continue on marking it as paid. Now, the way that it works is really similar to how we updated the status, where if we look at this example here using the success URL, we can see that all we need to do is we need to add the URL parameter, and then we can include this little template value here where it's simply checkout session ID. So let's go ahead and copy this value. And over inside the code in my actions, I'm going to go ahead and simply tack it on. I'm just going to add it to both of them because we want to make sure that we do have that capability, whether or not is a success or a status is canceled. Maybe in the future, we want to add some kind of capability for canceled status. We'll then have the ability to, but ultimately we want to be able to get that session ID. Now, as far as actually making that lookup, we can continue to use the Stripe SDK like we just did before, because we're in a node environment since we're running on the server, where we can look at this create a success page here, where we can see that using the Stripe SDK, they're able to use the Stripe checkout sessions retrieve method, where we simply pass in that ID. So we'll do the same exact thing. So let's go ahead and copy that statement. And back inside the code, I'm going to go ahead and paste that in within this is success clause, where we're going to ultimately run that retrieve method. We can see that we do need to set up Stripe. So back inside of our actions file, if we remember, we imported Stripe. Let me add that to the top. We then created a new instance of Stripe, which will do the exact same thing inside of our invoice payment page component. But then we can see that we now have the ability to run that retrieve, and all we need to do now is pass in that parameter. So where are we going to get that? Well, we're going to get it from the search params like we did before. Let's start off by actually typing that out. So we're going to get back our session ID. And if you want to make this camel case to kind of conform to the JS standard that we're kind of using here, feel free to do so. I'm just going to keep moving forward with the session underscore ID. So we're going to get that session ID. Let's now destructure that from the search params. And now we can simply pass that directly into that retrieve function. Now, what I'm going to additionally do is I'm going to say constant result because I want to test this out and log out the results. Now, as we can see, because that value is currently undefined, we're getting a 500 error here because it's throwing an error from the SDK requiring an actual string. Now, in the success use case, we will get back that session ID, but it's probably worth handling that just to make sure that if we don't see that session ID and we do see that success status, that we're not trying to continue on down the page. So what we can do, we can check if that session ID actually exists, if it is a success, and if it doesn't exist, we're going to consider some kind of error or that something generally went wrong. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to move up the session ID above the other is success and is canceled. I'm going to make sure that if is success, I'm going to say session ID and that the status is success. Now, if you notice, we are in a paid state here, but that SDK method is no longer running, so we're not getting that error. But let's go ahead and move this into an open status just to kind of confirm where we're at. So I'm going to move this to open, head back to the payment page. I'm going to even add the status equals success, and we can see that it's no longer updating that status because it's not actually running. Now, if for whatever reason they landed on here and they have an issue, maybe we still want to show them some kind of warning or error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new constant of is error, and the first case is going to be, does the session ID not exist? Now, if it doesn't exist, what we can do is at the top of our UI, right above this container here, I'm going to do a check for that is error. And if we do have an error, how about we add a paragraph that says something went wrong, please try again. So we can see that because we do have that status and we don't have that session ID, we do get that error. Now let's color that up a little bit. So the first thing what I actually do is I'm going to move it into the container to make sure that it's still within the bounds of that page. I'm going to then start adding some styles to the paragraph itself, where class name, how about we make the background red, a really light red. Let's make the text red, but very dark. We can center the text. I also want to add some padding. So how about px3, py2? We can add a rounded or just, rounded large maybe. And I think the only other thing that I want to add is maybe some margin bottom, 6. And I generally think that's looking pretty good, maybe a little bit smaller though. So as the last thing, I'm just going to simply add text small. And I think this looks good. But now let's actually try to go back through that payment process. So I'm going to go to the payment. I'm going to now start to fill this out again. Hello, colbyfayok.com, 42. We have our info, Colby, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's go through the payment process. And when we're redirected back, we can see that we now do get that session ID, and we can see that it was marked as paid. Now, we still haven't done that check to make sure that it actually is in a paid status, but we were able to get that result, and we were able to go through the success path. So that means, though, if we head back to our terminal, we can see all the information about that session. And the thing that we're particularly interested in is if we look at that payment status, we can see that, well, it was paid. So we can check if it is paid. And if it is paid, only then do we actually proceed. Okay, so if we head back now, we can start to inspect this result. So I'm going to say payment status, and we can say if payment status does not equal paid, then maybe we can update this is error constant. Let's make this a let, and we're going to say is error equals true. Then we can make sure that we wrap this in an else statement so that we only actually do the update if it is in a paid status. Now, it'd probably be helpful if maybe store some kind of error message as part of this. That way you can actually display a little bit more helpful information about what happened. You can make note that somehow it isn't in a paid status, even though it's showing as success. That's probably a little bit too many words for that particular case. But either way, you want to be usually more descriptive so that people have a better idea of how they can self-solve something. Now, the only other thing though is what happens if they come back in that canceled status? Should we also show something? So I just realized something, that we were only checking if that session ID exists in order to show an error. So we need to fix that quick. Where of course we want to check for the error that if it is a success and it doesn't have a session ID. That way we're not showing that error when the payment page is just the normal payment page. But as far as the canceled status goes, you can kind of go two routes. Maybe just simply don't show anything. Somebody just kind of resets back to the payment page. But maybe alternatively, you just give them a quick warning, letting them know that it is canceled. So I'm going to do just that, just to kind of show how this would work, where I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate the error. We can say if it is canceled, this time we can just say payment was canceled. Please try again. It looks like that's 1L again. Maybe this time we make it yellow instead of red so that it's more of a warning. And we can try to go through that status again. So if I click pay invoice and I hit back, we can see that I get that warning of a payment was canceled. Now I'm still curious to get your thoughts around the solution of updating the payment status. Since we are doing that payment check, we are making sure that it is a valid paid status. But I'm curious to get your thoughts. Should we be making an update like that inside of a server component? Let me know in the comments. So now we're successfully managing our invoices and we're successfully getting paid. So next, how about we send an email to the person being billed to make sure they know that they're actually getting billed? Resend has quickly become a community favorite for being able to send transactional emails because of its great DX and attention to detail. On top of Resend itself, they're the ones who created React Email, where we can build email templates in React, which is just kind of mind blowing if you've ever had to deal with email templates before. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab one of these React email templates. We're going to update it to look like an actual invoice email, and then we're going to use Resend to actually send that transactional email. Now to get started, of course, you're going to need a Resend account, which you can sign up for free. But once you're logged into your new account, the most important thing for setting up your Resend account is going to be setting up your domain. So if we head over to this domains tab here, in order to send any kind of transactional emails or emails using the API, you're going to need to set up your own domain. So that means you need to have a domain registered somewhere and you need to have it verified using their domain verification system. Now, as far as finding a domain, there's a lot of different options out there. I personally use Porkbun. It's been pretty reliable for me. I've been pretty happy with it. They're not paying me to say this, but there are a lot of different providers. So kind of just search around to see what feels right for you. You can usually find one that could be a couple bucks for a year, depending on what domain you're trying to register. Now, once you do have that domain, you want to head into that domain section, go to add a domain. You can add whatever that is. You're usually going to add a subdomain for your email. So let's just try email.spacejelly.dev, which I'm not going to actually register. I'm just kind of walking you through how this might look. And once you add that domain, you're going to get a bunch of different DNS records that you're going to want to add through whatever that provider is that you registered your domain. So just as a quick example, if I wanted to add this MX record, I would be able to copy these different values, including the host name and the actual value, where I would head over to whatever that website is. I'm going to select whatever that record is, including MX, which is what I have. I'm going to add that value. Depending on the naming, it might be a little different. This one has answer, and then we can keep adding those values to make sure that we have exactly what we need in order to add those different records. But once you do add all those records, you can head back to this page and click verify DNS records to make sure that everything is validated, and then you can actually successfully send from that domain. But okay, your domain is verified and we're ready to actually start sending some email. To set this up, we can walk through the Next.js quick start, but I'm going to do things slightly different than what they have described on this page, where the first thing that we will do is we want to install the Resend package. So I'm going to go ahead and click copy. And in my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. And of course, we want to add the legacy pure deps flag. And we can see that the next step is to actually create a new email template. Now they say to create it in the components directory. You can do that if you want. I personally like the idea of managing it in a separate emails directory. So that's what I'm going to do. So back inside of my project, I'm going to go ahead and create a new emails directory under the source directory. So source/emails. And instead of copying this simple template that they have in the quick start, I'm going to go ahead and immediately copy one from those templates that we saw earlier. So I'm going to grab this linear version, and we can see that we can select the different options for being able to grab that code. So let's go ahead and grab that React. And inside of this emails directory, I'm going to create a new file. Let's call this invoice created.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and paste in all that code. Now, as you can see, we immediately got an issue because we haven't actually installed that React email package yet. So let's simply copy that name, React email components, and I'm going to paste that in npm install React email components with legacy pure deps. And in addition to installing the React components package, we're also going to want to install the React email package itself, which is going to help give us a dev environment and just help us create these emails. So I'm also going to copy React email, which is going to install in developer dependencies. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that into my terminal, of course, with the legacy pure deps flag. And then we're going to want to add a script to our package.json where we can see that what they have here is using the command email dev. So inside of our package.json, we're going to add a new email command. Since we're already using dev for our application, we're going to say email dev. And because we're going to use a custom directory, well, custom according to the default location, we're using source emails. So we're going to specify a dir flag, which we're going to pass in as source emails, or depending on where you set that location for your email templates. Now heading to my terminal, if I actually try to run npm run email now, and I open it up, we can see that I get a different experience than the actual Next.js app, where this is going to be my development environment for just my email templates. And we can see on the left here, I have this new invoice created option, which is that template that I pasted in, which looks exactly like the template that I copied from the actual website. But now our goal will be to update this template to something that we're going to want to use for our invoice created transactional emails. So we start to scroll down. The first thing that we're going to see is this base URL. Now, if you're deploying to Vercel, this is probably something that you want to keep because this is going to just be a relative path for static assets or really whatever else you have inside of the actual email template. But if you're deploying somewhere else, you're probably going to want to change that. Now, for instance, if we scroll down to this image, we can see that this base URL is being used for a static asset. And we're not actually using that static asset, so we can get rid of this, but you can kind of see why it's being used within this template. Now, aside from that, we can start to update the actual language inside of this, such as the heading. How about we just call this new invoice? We can update the button to say pay invoice, and maybe we update this paragraph to be before the button, and maybe we see something like, you have a new invoice due for space jelly, or whatever your organization name is going to be. And then if we start to scroll down, we can see that we probably don't need this validation code. We can update this bottom link to space jelly or whatever your website is so that it's actually pointing to the right organization. So now if we head back to the browser, we can see that all those updates were made to the template. And now we really just need to start passing dynamic values. And of course, you can kind of tweak the styles if you want. You can see all the styles at the bottom of the template, which are all created using CSS. But if you want to make those changes, feel free. But for now, I think the thing we're going to focus on is actually creating those dynamic values. Where to start, this is going to work exactly like any other React component, where we're going to pass in props based off of the different dynamic data that we want to populate the view with. So we can see that this validation code was originally showing that little code link inside of the email. And maybe for this, we update it to be invoice ID because we want to create that dynamic invoice link for the payment page. So maybe we make this invoice ID, and we want to start to update everything around that. Now, looking at the TypeScript types for a second, we can see that we also have this preview props option. Now, this is going to just be a way for us to create test data so that we can populate that sample dev environment. But if we update that, we can add a random ID like 1234, and then we can update the types itself where we have the validation code. We'll switch that to invoice ID, which I think in our case will be a number. Now, for our case, we actually want to make that required because we need that invoice ID to successfully send it. So using it again is just like any other React component. So what we can do is in our href here, we can pass in a dynamic value where I'm going to say we're going to have our invoices with the dynamic invoice ID, and it'll go to the payment page. But now, kind of similar to what we just touched on before, is we want to have a base URL that we can point to people to when they want to actually access this. Now, if we are deploying on Vercel, maybe that's going to be the Vercel URL, which is, maybe spacejelly.dev or whatever your website is. So we'll just leave that. But otherwise, if we don't have a Vercel URL, that means that we're probably on localhost. So let's make that HTTP localhost 3000. And then we can actually use the space URL to prepend onto the actual href. And if we try to open this up in a new tab, we can see that, well, we do get the localhost 3000 invoices, payment ID, and payment. We just don't currently have that page available because we don't have our server running on a different port. Now, we can probably also use that invoice ID for other locations. Like maybe instead of just simply new invoice, we add invoice ID to new invoice with that ID, where we can see that it populates with that test or that preview value. I also just realized that we did type this out as a number and I made it a string. So let's go ahead and get rid of that and make it an actual number so that the TypeScript types are actually passing. Now, as far as anything else for this template, before we actually start testing this out, you could probably rename this if you want, because we probably don't want to use linear login code for all of our email templates. So I'm just going to rename this to invoice created email. But now let's actually get this thing sent. Now, as far as sending this, we're going to be able to send this right inside of a Next.js server action, right where we have all of our other code. So in particular, we can do so inside of our create action. So anytime an invoice is actually created, we can use the email of the customer that we created and we can send it to them. Now we can follow along again with the Resend documentation in the quick start for Next.js, where we can see that at the top here, they're actually using Next.js API routes, but we can use server actions since we still have that server environment. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this Resend import. I'm going to paste it in right at the top. I'm going to create this new instance of Resend, where we can tuck this right in underneath our Stripe instance, where now we need to create that Resend API key. So if we open up our .env file, we can now add our Resend API key. And in order to find that API key, I can head over to my Resend account. I can navigate to API keys in the sidebar here. I can click create a new API key where let's call this my invoicing app. I can just give it full access because we need to be able to create the emails. As far as domains, I don't have multiple domains. I just have that single one, especially because I'm on the free tier. So I'm just going to go ahead and click add. Where now, after I have that, we can see you're only going to be able to see this key once. So make sure you store it when you see it. But I'm going to go ahead and open it up. I'm going to, of course, rotate this or just simply delete it later. So that's why I'm showing it to you. But now I'm going to copy that value and paste it into my environment variable file, where now all that's left is actually import that template and then we can send it. So let's start off with importing that template, where I'm going to import let's grab that component name. It's going to be my invoice created email from, where that's going to be from my emails invoice created template. Oops. So that's going to be from /emails invoice created. Where now that we have that template imported, the next step will be to actually send that email. So back inside of the quick start, we can see that we're going to use the resend email send method. So I'm just going to start off by simply copying that. We're back inside of my actions. If I scroll down, we probably want to figure out where I want to send this. We probably want to make sure that it's going to be after our successful results. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it right at the end there, where now we can start to update the things that are relevant to our particular case. Where let's start off with space jelly, which is going to be the name. How about info at test.spacejelly.dev, which is the domain that I have registered. We want to send this to, which is going to be our customer email, which we can grab from the information at the above. So I'm going to update that email address. We can have the subject. How about you have a new invoice? And then ultimately we want to be able to pass in the correct template. So if we remember, we imported it as invoice created email. We can update that template name. And then we want to pass in the dynamic value, which for us is going to be invoice ID, which we can then simply grab from our results or rather the first item in the array and then ID, similar to what we're using for that redirect path. But now let's give that a try. I'm going to spin back up my actual development server for my app so that I can load back up my invoices page, where I'm going to head to the create a new invoice page. Let's say Colby Fayok, hello at colbyfayok.com, value, and then testing if this will send an email, and then hit submit. Okay, so we see that we successfully created an invoice. Did we actually get an email? Now, I'm not going to show you my entire inbox, but it looks like we did indeed get that email. We can see we have a new invoice. We have that dynamic ID, which in our case is 154. We even have this pay invoice button. And now let's try that out. So if I click pay invoice, we can see that it did open up that new tab. I have the pay invoice button, and we can now successfully pay that invoice. Now from here, you probably want to add some error handling just in case that fails. And you also kind of want to think about what do you want to do for the other different actions, such as being able to update that to the paid status. Do you want to actually update and send that email in the update status action? Well, maybe, but there are also other options. Now, I'm considering this out of scope for this particular course, but another probably more reliable route for when the invoice is actually paid is to use something like Stripe webhooks, where you can listen for that webhook and trigger that transactional email based off of that event. So that way you're getting that information directly from Stripe, you're able to see if it is paid, and then you're not having to deal with that inside of the actual update status creation. You could also consider creating a more advanced notification system using something like Knock, which you can check it out in my video above. But for now, this gave us a really easy way to add those transactional emails in a way that makes sense for the rest of our application. Now, as far as the app goes, we can think about other things that we can add to this, including maybe we want to add a download PDF button so someone can get a digital copy. If you want to see how you can do that, check out my video above. But for now, how about we deploy this thing? Now, we're lucky in that we have a lot of different options these days for where we can deploy our Next.js app. We have a lot of different kinds of support, but probably still the easiest way to deploy Next.js apps is usually going to be Vercel. Now, in my opinion, the easiest way to deploy to Vercel is using GitHub, where we can push all those changes right up to GitHub and it'll automatically deploy. You also get deploy previews for any time you create a new PR. Now, you can use the CLI if you want, but I just find using GitHub a little bit more straightforward and easier. Now we can see that I already have a bunch of projects in here, but the first thing we would want to do is click add new project, where we're going to select that project. And we can see that now have the ability to import whatever project I want, including that my invoicing app. So I'm going to go ahead and select import. And then the important thing here is we're going to want to be able to select our environment variables. So what we can do is we can head to our app, where usually you probably want to have different environment variables for your dev and your production environment. But for our use case, I'm just going to simply use all these keys. I'm going to paste everything inside, and I'm going to go ahead and click deploy. Where if you're following along with me, before we got to the point where we have the stable Next.js 15 release, you might have hit that legacy peer deps issue again. Now what we can do is we can select go to project, where we're going to head over to settings, and we're going to head down to build and development settings, where we can see we have the option to set up all of our different commands, where what we're going to do is we're going to override the install command, and we're going to say npm install, where we're going to pass in that flag of legacy peer deps. I'm going to hit save. Now, once we have that saved, we can head back to our deployments, and we can try to kick this off again and hit redeploy, and then click redeploy again. And we can see that that's going to kick off another build. We can see this time it did actually successfully run through and install those dependencies. And make sure that you actually run all your linting before you push off. It's not going to let you know before you deploy, which is kind of annoying, to be honest. But if you do have some linting errors, it's going to throw off that build. So make sure that you actually run npm run lint before you push off, such as making sure you remove things that you never used, such as imports. But once it finally finishes, we can see that it is ready. We can even open up our new domain, which is going to be that Vercel address. And I have the ability to log in. So let's actually try to log in here. And we can even see that once I log in, I do have that same data from my development environment. And again, that's because we're using the development environment variables, and you do want to make sure that you do create that production environment. It's especially important for places like Clerk, where we're currently working out of the development environment. So we're going to want to create a production instance for this. We can see that we can just simply clone the development instance, or we can create a new instance. Probably makes sense to create a new one, but we can see that we'll need to actually add our application domain. And I haven't set this up in this instance. So you'll walk through that process for adding your actual live domain, or wherever your application is serving from. That's probably the same domain, or actually the base domain that you use for your email system. But then you can walk through, you can get the API keys for the production environment and set those up in Vercel. And the same goes for Stripe. You want to make sure you get out of that test mode, you complete your profile, and actually activate your payments. Otherwise, you're simply not going to be able to get paid. You want to make sure that you are able to receive those payments, because right now in test mode, that's not how it works. So make sure you do create those production environments, so that not only you actually have those production environments, but so you can work with real live data for your customers and for payments. But once you do have those production keys, you can simply head back into Vercel, go to settings, head over to environment variables, and make sure that you update those values right inside. But once you have your production environment set up, including that domain configured, you're now ready to start sending invoices to your customers. But your learning doesn't have to stop there. You can head over to my channel, where I have a ton more content for you to level up your Next.js application, including maybe linting and formatting your code so you don't get those errors before you try to actually deploy the application. You can maybe manage some MDX content. Maybe you want to add some more public-facing pages to your invoicing app. Or maybe you want to add pagination, so that when you load all those different invoices, you're not trying to add them all in one query. That's going to be critical, especially as you're trying to load more and more data. And if that's not enough, head over to 50reactprojects.com, where I have 50 project ideas for you to start learning by doing.